And just like that, we are back. Day 2, stream 2, here in the Aravaipa studios. If you're just tuning in, I'm Matt Feldick. I'll be producing the show off camera. We've got Finn Melanson of the Single Track podcast here. Brett Hornig also in studio. He's grabbing something to drink, so he'll be back in momentarily, as we've got eyes right now on our second place runner, Michael Versteeg, as he is making his way towards Dead Horse Ranch State Park.
Joined by Brett Hornig here momentarily. Yeah, Matt, one thing I want to go back to from the previous stream is just how multifaceted this race is, and how there's this fun mix of, passing through these cities, passing through these major urban historical landscapes in northern Arizona, while at the same time having this far out remote,
and we do have
wilderness experience.
Eyes on Mika here.
Okay, this is Minka.
Mika Thews. And who is with her there? Oh,
Hey.
and Mike.
Is Mika's picture?
Yep. So a little bit of context on Mika. Mika is no stranger to the 200-mile distance, and I think you're seeing proof of that right here. She's smiling. She's moving well. She's looking good. She's in great communication with her pacer and in the camera here.
Runner.
Oh, that is a runner.
Yeah,
that's
that
a
is Mike. I'll have to pull it up. His last name is Groenwegen.
That's Mike Groenwegen.
Yep, so
okay.
Right now our lead women are in third place, and this is fourth and fifth right here. How insane is that, Finn?
Amazing. 100,
127 miles almost.
This far into the race, and there's packs of runners working together. It's so special. But yeah, just a little bit of context on Mika. Won the Tahoe 200 last summer. Won Bigfoot in 2021. Raced Cocodona the inaugural year, 2021. Finished fourth overall. Has been racing 200s since 2015. So when you think about that adoption curve at the 200-mile distance in our sport, we would call Mika an early adopter. And at this point, a veteran of the race distance. I mean, when you've been doing this for 8 years, you probably know about as much in terms of how to train for this event, how to race this event, how to mentally prepare, how to physically prepare as anybody out there. A little bit on Mike Groenwegen, also just extremely experienced at this 200-mile distance, has done the Tahoe 200, has done the Moab 240, has done the Bigfoot 200 over the last 3 years. A lot of similar racing history. Great to see them smiling here. Have to imagine to some extent overjoyed to reach another key checkpoint on the course. And I think Brett and I will talk about this when he returns, but you hear a lot about strategy in 100-mile races where it's important to think in terms of aid station to aid station, not really taking the whole perspective of the race into account, because it's just easier to splice these races up into smaller chunks and make them more manageable in the mind. I think that philosophy absolutely applies, probably to a much greater extent in a race like Cocodona. And yeah, great footage here.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I don't know if we can pan over if Eliza has left the aid station yet or not. And she's right there. So both our top women and our third, fourth, and fifth runners overall are in the aid station together, which is pretty insane.
You know, one thing about Eliza's situation, we asked her, you know, what's your plan to sleep? What does that strategy look like? And she's like, we're not considering it yet right now. It'd be fun to talk with Coop and her team about, you know, why the decision to extend this awake period is the move here. You know, we've been talking about sleep strategies, sleep philosophies in this race, and hers is to stay awake.
I think last year, and this might be incorrect, but I believe Coop went all the way to Sedona before he tried to sleep. So you'll see runners just have different philosophies, different strategies based on what's going to work for them, and you'll see it all pan out. You had Versteeg sleeping already at Mingus Mountain,
Yep.
and you've got other athletes who are going to push it to Sedona and maybe further. I remember in year one, Garmeyer didn't sleep until he was up on the Coconino Plateau.
Amazing.
So, yeah, it's awesome to see just how competitive this race is, both on the women's side, but also in that just that top five overall, with 3, 4, and 5 all being here together. It's really awesome to see.
Yep. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of an update in the standings right now. Eliza LaPierre and Mika, we're seeing them here. Those are the top 2 women.
And I think we'll try to go back to check in on Mika as she's heading out into the world, back out on course. But Brett is back with us here, and so we had just there for a moment briefly 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall, including our top 2 women in the aid station at the same time.
That is so cool. 127 miles into a race, and it's very much a race. That's so exciting. I had to pop off briefly to go shove some food down my gullet because I was starting to bonk. And, as it pertains to this race, you need to do that. You need to listen to your body, and if you need to eat, you need to eat now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I got in some leftover breakfast
What'd
burrito.
you eat? Breakfast burrito?
Yeah, the bacon and egg breakfast burrito from yesterday. Some beans and rice. Because we were talking about how, at this Jerome aid station at mile 126.5, they've got chicken tacos and pancakes. So I was getting a hankering for some Mexican food.
Stephen in the chat comments, there has been very little research done on performance while at extreme fatigue. Some studies show a 60-ish hour limit before severe cognitive decline occurs.
And I guess, to break down cognitive decline, that doesn't just mean your inability to think coherent thoughts. Cognitive decline is your brain's ability to also control your body. And, last thing you need, 60 hours into this race is to be stumbling and falling all over the place. That can end it. That can end the whole thing. One bad fall.
So apparently from Coop's book, he advises in these 200-mile races to get about 90 to 120 minutes at the beginning of the second night.
Okay. So then if that would be the plan for Eliza, then that means that there will, we're probably doing no more sleep for 6 more hours?
Maybe 5 to 6 more hours.
Which would throw us around 40 hours on the clock.
Yeah. Maybe to mile 148.
Yeah, how does that
the Deer Pass trailhead?
Yeah, I mean that would be it's either 148 or 163 if we're looking to sleep. If we're looking to sleep not on the ground, because there's a water station at mile 155. But that's it. So yeah, I mean that'll be interesting to see what kind of decisions get made there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who doesn't love pancakes at a Mexican restaurant?
Have we had eyes on Mika here at the aid station?
She was just into the left of the frame and is going over to one of the tents.
Oh, nice.
Maybe to get a pancake taco. We'll see.
It was awesome to see them coming into the aid station kind of working together to the point where at first we thought that Mike might have been Mika's pacer until we saw the bib.
They were working so well together. I was like, that has to be a pacer and their runner.
No, I mean, sometimes it helps to be like, hey, should we become allies for this section of the course?
We can become co-people.
And then later on, we can become foes again.
Other people are on the course? Yeah, sure. I was McKnight still.
See, looking like we saw some tailwind, bunch of spring energies getting thrown into the pack. Soft bottle with filters built in.
Always at 105. So
Still have always wondered about what happens if you pee into one of those filter bottles. Does anyone here know? Matt's shaking his head. I can't tell if his head shake is no, I don't know, or never again.
I'm just thinking, like, where do you come up with these things?
Well, it filters dirty water and makes clean water. I'm like, so what happens if you pee into it? Does it just come back out as water? That probably isn't the way that those filters work. But I don't know. There's enough people in this live stream where I wouldn't put it past any of the viewers right now to be able to answer this question. Not in real time. I'm just saying from like past experience. And like this isn't like something new that I'm bringing up, like because yesterday in the chat when we were talking about what's one food and drink that you would fuel for the entirety of this race, one of the answers was mayonnaise and a pea cup. So, and then I said you can't drink a cup, and then it's a challenge accepted. All right, so what we're seeing right now is one of the most classic ultimate direction bottles in existence, which that makes sense because Mika has one of the greatest packs of all time, which I think was maybe the Peter Backwin edition FKT pack. But we're looking at like two old school ultimate direction bottles with the classic, rubber lid or red colored lid. Those are incredible.
You're only going to find those on eBay now, probably.
I was just going to say, I've seen those going on eBay for much over MSRP. And we're eating tacos. We're eating tacos at the Jerome aid station. Love to see it. Mika looks very fresh, like kind of chilling.
Mika has been racing 200s since 2015. 8 years in the game. She is as veteran as anybody in the sport at this distance.
Yeah, there's a great spread of recovery tools. We got foam rollers, sticks, massage guns, and then watermelon, tacos, some salad. Great use of the picnic table, for sure.
I mean, one last thing on the urine bit. That guy in dodgeball did say that it is sterile, and he likes the taste.
Oh, gotta love Patches O'Houlihan. Shouts to Patches O'Houlihan, R.I.P. Patches. We miss you. We love you, buddy. We're looking at the Jerome aid station right now, which is mile 126.
That's a Theragun, I think.
Yeah, there's two on the table.
can I get some Coke? Nope. Liquid or
Kevin Costner in the opening of Waterworld. It's a great movie.
Sorry, I'm forgetting. Who is the name of the fellow that also came into this aid station? Mike
Groenewegen.
He has a puffy jacket on right now.
Yeah.
In the shade with this breeze, it must not be that hot.
Yeah.
It's windy, right? Really.
Yeah, windy right now.
Look at all these They got a foam roller.
2 sticks. There's a bucket of Tums.
Yep.
probably about a gallon of various lubes. And I don't know, what is that blue thing? Is that a bowling ball?
Oh, it's like a energy lady. I don't know. She had like energy stuff and bubbles going.
I mean, yeah, I'm into that for sure.
Could we ask Mika what has been the greatest insight she's had from racing 200s for the last 8 years?
What's the greatest insight?
Tacos to the dome. That's the insight.
Eat a lot.
Eat a lot. Eat a lot. Tacos to the dome. That's what I'm saying.
How about from Mike? What's Mike's answer? Because Mike's run a fair number of 200s as well.
I was telling when it gets
Is that a Home Alone branded singlet?
I think.
The Wet Bandits?
no.
I guess maybe we could confirm that with Mike. Is Mike's singlet Team Home Alone?
Mike, what's your biggest insight for people who want to run 200s?
Water stoves. Show up and blow up. First a full show up and blow up. If you don't blow up, that's it.
You guys catch that?
Show up and blow up is what I heard.
I love it. And we're going to let them continue to take care of themselves before they get back on course. We'll have Isabella check in with us whenever they get ready to head out of the aid station there. And
All right,
for
sounds-
right now, we're going to send it back to our drone.
We're the Wet Bandits. Yeah, we leave the water on at every house we rob. It's our signature. It's W-E-T. One of the greatest movies of all time. Yeah, man, usually it's show up or blow up, but just show up and blow up, that changes that entire meaning. Yeah, very, very
Is it
scenic.
possible not to blow up in a Cocodona race, in a 200-mile race? Like, even in Joe McConaughey's win last year, did he have moments where he was essentially blowing up?
I think there's a difference between slowing
there's
down,
just
getting
varying
tired.
levels of blowing up in this
Yeah.
race, I feel like.
I think like a true blow up you don't recover from.
Yeah.
A true blow up you don't recover from, that's for sure. I heard cowbells. It's just a donation. Oh, is that what that is? So all the cowbells that I've been hearing are actually just from the donations. I thought there's some live microphone out on course of just cowbells every once in a while. I think I've even mentioned it a couple times. Like, oh, we hear the cowbells. I wonder how long it would have taken for me to put that together. Once I put 2 and 2 together. Let's see, Matt, what are we looking at right now with this drone pilot? Oh, it changed a little bit. It was we were looking at a van, but I was just looking at wondering what exactly where on the course we're
I
at.
believe this is Dead Horse Ranch. I'm gonna have Troy confirm, but that looks like the aid station tent, which was just off to our left. My guess is that is Versteeg's team.
Right, okay,
But I'm waiting on confirmation. This looks like the Dead Horse Ranch aid station. Again, I haven't seen this location in a couple of years, but it looks like, yes, this is in fact.
So this is Team Van Steen.
Yeah, is that a Oh, and they've got a sunshade between their two. That's pretty innovative.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you find a buddy with an equal height van and throw a tarp, attach a tarp, make some shade. Yeah, it's interesting. In this race, throwing some shade is a good thing.
Some interesting statistics in the chat here from Chris. Thank you, Chris. For the 2021 Cocodona 250, 173 runners started the race, finisher rate of 62% and change. In 2022, 225 runners started the race with a finisher rate of 67.1%. So higher number of registrants, higher finisher rate year over year. That's awesome.
Looks like we have our next runner coming into the aid station here.
So would that be?
Yep, that's
Versteeg?
Versteeg. Yep,
Yeah.
Killian is already through here, so that's Versteeg's pacer in front, and then Michael and one of our camera operators, Kevin. I'm actually going to have Kevin refresh his feed if he can, just because I'm not seeing it up. So if he can refresh his browser, that might help get things going. But this overhead shot here of Dead Horse Ranch is pretty awesome. You can see coming into the aid there.
Huge credit to the Satisfy content team. They've had boots on the ground for the entirety of this race so far. I'm guessing we got a great film to watch at some point in the future for Michael Versteeg's efforts here today.
Yeah, I've got pretty high standards with the amount of cameras and the amount of footage that I've seen. I'm expecting, pretty much a full-blown movie. I mean, I'm not knocking on the, Flota commercial at all, but, I want more. If we get all of this footage and then it just comes out to a be sure to drink your Ovaltine, I'll be severely let down. A crummy commercial. That's back-to-back Christmas movie references. Wonder where that means my head is at right now. Tobo Mountain Racer 2.
Trail Gangsters says Brett should be a satisfying film.
I hope so. Good plan words.
I think Michael understandably looks tired, might take a nap. I'm not sure.
I'm not good at sleeping while sitting up.
He's taken off those shoes. We saw him take off the shoes earlier in the broadcast, Brett.
Last time he took his right shoe off.
Okay.
We might be going for both shoes. Going for foot cleaning, a little trail pedicure.
I love how calm the dog is here, just being a great companion.
That's the kind of energy that needs to be brought to a race like this, for sure. Dog's actually
Doesn't like the camera.
Not stoked about the camera. All right, we got a little fan action as well. Costco-sized box of Welch's fruit snacks. Those are two good things to have right now. Yeah, as we're watching Michael Versteeg in the Dead Horse aid station at mile 35, I just got a message from our friend Liam, aka Aid Station Fireball. And he said, we'll update Michael McKnight. He's only 5 to 7 miles off of a large chunk of runners. He could be making a huge push moving up in the standings in the next 6 to 12 hours after a pretty rough day one. And Jeff Garmeyer also eating people up to 13th place. And that's one of the fun things about a race this long is there's a lot of room to move up on people. So that'll be really fascinating storylines to pay attention to over the course of the next, probably 6 to 10 hours of racing as we're hitting like kind of our first very pivotal moment in this race. Intel says Sarah O will be taking a bigger break at the Dead Horse aid station. So that'll be interesting to pay attention to when she comes into this next aid station. Sarah O Suzuki is still about 5 miles out from the Jerome aid station. And it does appear that Andrew Glaze has made his way into the Satisfy aid station at mile 97.
We'll take a peek over there.
All right, we have our static cam at the Satisfy.
Yeah, so we might not be
Fane
able to
Ranch.
see him. But this
We'll
is
let
an
you know.
epic aid station, and it does make sense. During our interview earlier with Brees, the owner, it was actually Michael Versteeg's idea for this aid station.
So Michael Versteeg had the vision.
He had the vision.
He had the vision of the chairs.
We're going to send it back to Michael Versteeg.
Yeah. I mean, one can only assume that the chairs in the aid station are Herman Miller's.
Maybe.
To Mark in the chat, who says, if Versteeg bonks, will there still be a good movie featuring some other runners that don't bonk? I think if Versteeg bonks, it makes his own movie even more fascinating and fun to follow, but that's just me.
Yeah, and this movie is Satisfy branded, so I think it is pretty much surrounding Michael Versteeg's journey at this race, which is interesting regardless of what happens. Does appear to just be, taking a rest right now. At this point, I was first questioned the amount of time he was taking in some of these aid stations. I don't anymore because of how well he's been moving in between the aid stations. So clearly there's a reason for everything, and he's got the experience. He's very calculated.
And this is something interesting from Chris in the chat. In 2021, the female finisher rate was higher than that of the men. In 2022, it was the opposite.
Wow.
You list the...
Maybe this year it will be the same.
And Chris also, another cool stat here, Chris says the share of female runners in this race grew from 22% to 26% year over year. So great to see that number move up as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the 2023 number compares as well.
It looks like we do have maybe some movement over at the Jerome aid station, as we've got Mike and Mika, who Mika per Isabella, Mika was had her stuff on and was waiting on Mike, so it looks like they're gonna kind of team up for the time being and keep moving forward and working together.
Love that.
And it does look like they did put some sunscreen on Mike for those who were concerned in the chat.
It's gonna dry.
Hopefully it's like SPF 1000.
Well, if you find the healer, send it to the next aid station.
Oh, we got volume at the aid station.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
Brett, I fixed the world's problems today in the.
Oh, really? If that's the case, why are we not commentating from a blimp?
That's true. because instead
Next year.
we're doing the generous thing and we're donating our live chat money today to Girls on the Run Northern Arizona. That's why, Brett.
I did ask ChatGPT who I would inquire to regarding blimp rental, and I actually did find the contact info for Van Wagner Aerial Media, who actually controls most of the blimps in the U.S., like the MetLife and the Goodyear blimp. And there's a contact form. I'll send that to Jamil.
Sounds great.
That's a cool get up right there.
That's who you're waiting
I feel like it should be Rocky Mountain should be here with our rock over our ground.
for? Oh, man.
See, now, I would say just the straight up, the Wet Bandits singlet, that's a bold move, Cotton. Like, I don't love the way a pack feels, just with a singlet on. Like, I like having a T-shirt and some sleeves because my shoulders get pretty chafy.
I think he's testing the limits of Squirrel's Nut Butter products.
Every word was in there.
Yeah.
And it does look like Mika and Mike are set to work together. They're kind of looking like they're bidding farewell here.
They have very different sun strategies. Mika is completely covered up. Mike is very much the opposite. Mika has actually a layer wrapped around her waist as well as a puffy jacket on the back. So Mika is definitely ready for like a cooler weather to set in, which we were talking about yesterday. Your kit and your layers for when you get up into the mountains, and you never know when like the weather can really change. You also never know if you're going to go through, like a rough patch and you're not to where you wanted to be at a certain point in the day.
Yep.
And if you have to expend a lot of energy simply to stay warm, that can derail the whole race. So it looks like we got Mika and Mike making their way out of the Jerome aid station and back on course. Their next checkpoint will be the Dead Horse Ranch aid station at mile 135. They can look forward to some tacos, burritos, potato soup, and oatmeal, not necessarily in that order. You can have whatever you want.
Steve in the chat notes that these two have been working together for over 60 miles, so it's great to see these partnerships form early and then last.
See, if I was running this race, that is just one of the things that I would be like praying for, is to just happen to overlap with someone where like my speed, my race strategy is also theirs, because just having that extra camaraderie would just go so far into just not getting too in my own head.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just hard to keep it together out there.
Great job, guys.
Yeah, we were also looking, if we're looking at the weather a couple days out, Flagstaff on Thursday is pretty cold, which for those, we will have some of the leaders and people towards the front of the pack coming up and over Eldon, maybe Thursday morning, Thursday during the day, but Thursday on Flagstaff, the low is 29, which, Eldon is a couple thousand feet higher than that. And the high is only 53. So getting up over Eldon, if you're towards the front of the race and doing it around Thursday, that could be rough.
Yeah. Mika is foreshadowing the gear that you're going to need on Thursday.
Yes. Maybe, and then some.
Yeah, Julian in the chat says Eldon is going to be not the most amazing time Thursday day and night.
Mm-mm.
But you're so close. You're so close at that point. Are you at what mile in a 250-mile race are you smelling the barn?
That's I bet you go through whiffs of it where you're like, oh, nice, I only have 30 miles to go. And then you're like, oh, shit, I have 30 miles to go, And then maybe you get to the top of Eldon and you're like, oh, yeah, 5 miles out. but then you still have to descend 5 miles to it. And, at any given point, it could take the next mile could take 4 hours. You never know.
Do we have Joe here?
We have Joe. I saw his face.
I think we do.
Am I live right now on the stream?
I think you are.
I can hear you. We'll let you know if you're if you are getting broadcasted to the world. Matt will give us the thumbs up. But Joe Corcione, founder, host, originator of the Everyday Ultra podcast, had one of the most thorough panels of pre-race interviews for Cocodona. It was one of the most in-depth, I would say, like 200-mile pre-race coverages that
and diverse
we've ever seen, and it was diverse and it was incredible. And Joe is known on his podcast for having some pretty long, like very just nicest in-depth intros ever. So I'm trying my best to replicate that for Joe. So ladies and gentlemen, this is Joe Corcione of the Everyday Ultra podcast joining us for an hour from his studio to talk a little bit about the Cocodona 250. Joe, how are you?
Wow. Well, after that intro, Brett, I mean, it's hard to say that I'm not great, because that was, wow, incredible. So first of all, thank you for that super kind intro, man. And I'm doing fantastic today. I mean, like, how could you not be fantastic when you were witnessing this awesome 250-mile journey through Arizona, and to be on with two of my great friends here, Brett and Finn, and all of like the people watching. So I'm stoked to be here, man, and excited to chat about this incredible race we got going on here.
And Joe, you just finished up the Canyons 100K, but you're not done yet. You're about to go pace roughly 100K on the Cocodona course. And I guess the first question I have is, did you decide all this after doing that interview with Andrew Glaze?
Oh my gosh, man. I decided this before doing the interview with Andrew Glaze, but after talking with Andrew Glaze, I thought to myself, man, maybe this is more manageable. Because like, always in the back of my head, I was like, all right, I'm doing Canyons 100K. Quads are probably going to be shot. And this 100K last pacing that I'm doing for Aaron Fleischer, it's going to be a slog. And then I get on the call with Andrew Glaze, and he's like, yeah, man, I'm doing Canyons and then hopping on a plane and going into Cocodona right after. So anytime I like think of like my brain is like, hey, man, you can't do this pacing, then I think of our boy Andrew Glaze out there, and he's still trucking strong. So I mean, kudos to that guy. He's inspired my brain and my legs and my currently sore quads to travel 100K this week, which would be exciting.
Have you gotten out on course at all, or you've been mostly following through the live feed and the trackers so far?
So yeah, I mean, so I flew in from Sacramento on Sunday night, and then I've just been pretty much chilling here Monday, Tuesday. So the plan is after work tomorrow, shooting up to Sedona, checking in my pacer. If he needs me to jump in Sedona before the climb, I will. If not, I'm going to meet him at Munns and then kind of take him home from there. So haven't been on course yet, just virtually. So I'm just kind of coming in hot with 100K and sore quads and getting my boy Aaron to the finish.
Well,
Awesome.
Joe, we've been referencing a lot of your interview content over the past 48 hours on this live stream, and I think one thing I've been waiting to ask you is, you did 10, 15 pre-race interviews, maybe even more around Cocodona. What were some of the biggest commonalities across the guests that you had that you picked up from those interviews that apply to this race?
Oh, so many. And thank you so much for referencing the interviews and everything. I think there's a few big qualities on here that really, really stood out to me. So number one, I think is just the variability in sleep, right? It's a commonality around an uncommonality, right? A lot of the times when we hear successful runners, right, there's usually some science behind it or some proven practice that people are doing that you see a lot of the successful runners maybe implementing in their training, where you can find like a consistent best practice. But with sleep, there was nothing by the book, like no like common, everybody was completely different. And I think that's just a matter of personal preference and everything. So anytime I asked about sleep, I think every single interview was a different answer. And even the people who, like a newer to the 200s, like a Sally McRae coming into these things, she even said, yeah, I don't even really know what my, great strategy is going to be out there because I haven't been in this kind of scenario. So it's very much a trial and error kind of thing. And you can see the people who have been through these 200s, like an Andrew Glaze or like a Sarah Ostazuski, they have a little bit more kind of feel of what works and what doesn't because they have that experience. So it's very much like one size fits all. And a lot of times when I get questions to the podcast, they ask me, even though I can't properly answer because I've never done a 200-mile race, they say like, well, what do your guests say about sleep strategy? And I feel remiss because I'm like, you got to figure those things out. So that's like number one. Number two is the love for the journey despite the competitiveness. So what I mean by that, and so I'm speaking more towards like the people who are more competitive. Think your Eliza LaPierre's, your Chad Wrights, your Mike McKnights, right? Jeff Garmeyer, a lot of these people who really want to kind of be in the mix of this kind of race. Even though, they do want to do well, they want to process. And I think it's virtually impossible to have that race mindset over the course of 250 miles because I feel like you would just burn yourself out. And so it's so awesome to see these highly competitive athletes just see this as a ride, as an adventure, as something to really experience, as opposed to just coming on like, totally cutthroat and wanting to have it on there. So I think that's number two. And then really number three, especially from, I think a lot of the first year Cocodonans, is taking on that first initial section, right? And we even heard like some of the war stories from that first section of 30 miles and tons of climbing and super, super hot. Everybody was really focused on nailing that section well. And, you can see the people who have and the people who might have knocked them off course a little bit. But that was a commonality when I asked, hey, like, what are some things you're learning and adapting on? That was usually the area. The Bradshaws too were kind of a big thing as well. So those are the three commonalities: is sleep, the love for the journey, and the Bradshaws / the first 30-mile climbing.
Amazing.
And I think I know that you mentioned Michael Greer there for a second. And hi, Joe. This is Matt. I'm off camera producing the show. I'm not sure exactly what you can see, but we are going to have, it sounds like, video of Michael Greer coming into and we have it right now, at the Jerome aid station. So we've got Isabella on the cam here. We got Michael Greer there.
All right, Michael Greer, fit check. We've got a lot of KT tape. It looks like a wrap to support the patellas. When the quads start to go, patellar tracking problems can oftentimes be an issue. Good to just not have that be an issue. KT tape like that can help. I saw we were rocking some Nike Zagamas, and we might be downing a taco. This is a taco aid station. Joe, so I imagine you've probably been somewhat glued to the race over the course of the last day and a half now. What are some storylines that have I guess maybe you didn't know or didn't expect at the start that you're now pretty invested in? What's excited you about this race so far?
I will say this is perfect timing on this question because it's the guy we're looking at right here, Michael Greer. So I actually had the pleasure of knowing Mike. He's almost like a legend here in Phoenix, known for his high volume, high mileage, but he's not really on social media too much besides no one really really put him into the conversation. But here we see him crush it. And if we look at this guy's Strava, I mean, seriously, if you want to see an impressive Strava of a guy who's resilient, of a guy who can put on long mileage, it's this guy right here. He did, I think, I want to say it was R7 or something like
R9.
that. He did crossings across the Grand Canyon. And then the next day he was out running 20 miles or something like that. And, he was still running at a decent pace or something like that. So when I look at a guy who's super resilient, yet flying under the radar, and someone who can be deadly later on the race, it's the guy we're looking at right here. And I've been loving seeing him up the ranks too. So I think Michael Greer is a storyline that I think people should be watching out for, and could easily be a podium on the top three.
And Joe, one thing Brett and I were wondering, given that Michael has had numerous large training runs, even racing efforts in the 2 months leading up to this race, maybe he has had opportunities to practice sleep deprivation, to practice strategic sleeping in these longer efforts. Do you have any insights there, just knowing him from the Phoenix scene, if this is something that he might be more comfortable with than the rest of the competition?
Oh, for sure. Because I think I think one of the biggest variables, as I mentioned before, is that sleep factor. And this is a guy who will, first of all, he's got a family, he's got kids, he's got a job, like he's got other commitments as well. And I've seen him on Strava. He will even just go out on a normal week and will get his run done at 1:30, and then we'll be out there for 5 to 6 hours, and then maybe go through a work day as well.
Wow.
And I think practicing that load management, not just in prior races, but like your day-to-day training, like trains that muscle even more. Right, because you might race a 200-mile race maybe once, or if you're going for the Triple Crown 3 times a year, or if you're Sally McRae 4 times a year. But if you're practicing that sleep management and deprivation on top of keeping that mental load throughout your day, I think that really speaks a lot of strength and why you see Michael Greer doing so well. So I think anyone who can do that in not just the 200s, but their everyday life and everyday training. I'm not saying that people just be burning the candles both and everyday training, but itself, I think it speaks volumes to how they're going to be successful.
Joe, I gotta say, if there's one athlete out there that matches the name of your podcast, Everyday Ultra, it's Michael Greer. This guy is Everyday Ultra.
I agree. He is the epitome of Everyday Ultra. I got to get Mike on the show after this. For sure.
What do we got? Like McDonald's wrappers?
Yeah.
We can't have
Brett
multiple
and
people.
Finn, with you guys being on the stream, what are some things, and I'm sure you maybe brought this up, but maybe some things that have caught your eye, some unexpected things that have really played out in this race that maybe you did not think was going to happen that is currently in front of us?
So one thing that I, that surprised me was the thoroughness that people would take coming through the aid stations, even at the very front of the race. Like even when we had cameras on the Crown King aid station at mile 37, and the leaders 15, 20 minutes in the aid station, I was very surprised but it makes sense looking back on it, just like how much time they would spend, like make sure the pack is packed correctly, taking care of my feet, eating as much food as I can tolerate, replenishing the fluids, triple checking everything that I'm going to need in the pack, and then finally leaving. It seemed much more relaxed, and the initial thought might be like, oh, well, that's just because they don't care about the racing as much, but that I'm now learning, like, that's a very important part of the race, and that you can't just be blowing through the aid stations like you even see in most 100-milers. So yeah, that was just very surprising. And then the other thing that, I've just been so invested in is like, what's the sleep plan for so many of these front runners? And we've gotten a little bit of audio today, asking about, where we got to talk to crews and stuff, like, what's your sleep plan? Whereas
Eliza.
like Eliza they're like, we're not thinking about sleep yet. Like there's been no sleep, and that's 34 hours in. Killian, up at the front, Killian Korth, no sleep yet either. Michael Versteeg, though, has had upwards of 2 hours of stoppage time, one of them being like a 90-minute nap. So, again, all up in the front of the race, and just like, we've got 2 different sleep strategies, and we're just wondering, seeing how that's going to play out. Looks like we've got Michael Greer headed out of the aid station. This was actually probably one of the quickest turnarounds that we've seen.
That was very quick. Yeah, Joe, it's a great question. I would agree that my top 2 are what Brett just mentioned. I like what you said earlier, suggesting that it might not be possible to be competitively engaged for a full 60 hours or 70 hours or over the course of 250 miles. And I think we've definitely seen evidence of that disengagement and like prioritizing other things, like helping other runners out, smiling, working together. We saw a lot of that at the Crown King aid station. We just saw Mike Groenewegen and Mika, they had been working together for the last 60 miles, checking in on each other, waiting for the other person to finish packing up and leaving the aid station together. That is not something you see nearly as often in these 100K or 100-mile races. So I like that you mentioned it there, and that would be my third thing.
Oh, where we lost Joe.
Me too, is just like looking in and seeing how calm and collected people in, because I'm sure we know, like, even I was at Canyons and seeing some people in there, including myself. You get in, you're frazzled, you're kind of like, oh, I need to like get this and this and just get out because every second matters. But here it's like, you gotta be chill, because God forbid you miss something out on those long sections, like with no aid, and maybe you need to hike a little bit more. Like, man, that could be detrimental to where you're going to catch up later down.
Yeah, so actually to go off of that, we learned that Michael McKnight actually made a very critical error at the start. And he started the race without any of his like extra salt or electrolytes, and pretty much went through all of day one having to just manage electrolytes the best he could at the aid stations, and fell way behind. And then as a result, like his back started to tighten up, around the spot that he'd gotten surgery on. So then it was like, oh crap, like this whole thing might be over. Over the course of the evening and the night, was able to turn it around and like figured it out, addressed the problems, and is like rolling now.
Yeah.
That's so wow. I did see Mike was a little far behind relative to where I would have expected him, and that makes sense. And it's
that's
interesting
why.
to see. Yeah, and I remember last year a big issue for him was over electrolytes. So it's it's so interesting to see
Fine
that
line.
this year, based on that, now it's kind of like swinging in the other direction on here. But yeah, to your point, Brett, like, man, those small mistakes, like where you forget one crucial thing, even though it is a 250-mile race and anything can happen, like still the small things do matter in the grand scheme of 250 miles.
Joe,
Absolutely.
I know that you had Sarah Ostazuski on the podcast before this event. I know you guys are good friends too. You run together, and you talked about this on the podcast. But for viewers that didn't get a chance to tune in, can you talk about just some of the changes that she's made in her preparation and strategy for this race, this being her third year at Cocodona? Because she looks so good out there right now.
She looks so fresh out there. I mean, even just off the bat, coming in at like third overall, I saw her coming into Crown King aid station in the live feed, and it looked like she was more fresher than me on a rest day. And I was like, oh my gosh, she is just cruising and just doing well. And so the biggest thing kind of goes back to that mindset piece for her, right? So first year, she said she was kind of just enjoying the experience, right? Just leaning into it, fully enjoying it, like not taking it too seriously, just kind of going out there and having fun. Second year, and granted, she did do better in terms of where she placed, but she said she took it a little too competitive, and that she was so focused on like being at the top and winning those things, and so a lot of those things led to maybe her getting a little too involved with the process, or as things happen in a 250-mile race that don't go to plan. When things went to plan for her, it said it kind of got in the way of her enjoyment of the experience or being there and kind of getting that mental fizz out. This year, though, she's getting that dichotomy of it. So she recognizes the balance of both those things. So as I mentioned before, it is crucial to be enjoying of the race. But if you want to be competitive, there's got to be a point where you got to kick it on. So you got to balance this fine line between I'm having fun, between I'm not. And it sounds like for her, she's going to play into both those things. And as we've seen her go into the aid stations, she's in that fun mode. I'm telling you, like once we get like into 100 miles and we start getting closer in, knowing Sarah and how much of a killer mindset she has, like, and going out there and her like drive to compete, we're going to see that evolve in her. And I think she's just been super, super cool with that. And I think another thing for her, which I think is an edge of anybody in this Cocodona race, is she knows the communication protocols with the crew. And she's getting dialed in on that a lot more with her sister, Melissa, with her crew in there. And she's making sure that communication is so, so solid, because she even mentioned in the past, there were some miscommunications with crew. And I think if you're coming into this race the first time and you don't have that experience of dragging a crew along for 250 miles, and let me tell you, that crewing this race, you're going to be like pretty exhausted out there. You're going to be like running your own ultra. So you got to make sure those communication lines are set before they go in there. So I think her crew strategy is also going to come into play as well. So mindset and crew, which are two huge things, I think they're going to really play out for her well, and we're seeing it play out well already.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to see when she makes her way into the Jerome aid station. We'll get eyes on her, and it'll be interesting to see how that compares to yesterday.
Helps that she's running home too, right? Like she doesn't have to really travel very far from the finish line to where she lives in Flag. That's nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny thing, because once she's finished, she can virtually walk home. I would hope she's not after rowing 250 miles, but she's right there, which is super cool. I'm curious on your two's take on one of my favorite runners to follow is Eliza LaPierre, right? So I mean, such a decorated runner, podium at Western States, top 10 at Western multiple times, just like one of, really decorated runners in the sport. And you two being very, big fans of the 100-mile world in Western States and kind of being involved in those kind of things. What are your kind of perspectives on her and maybe what you've seen so far? We mentioned the lack of sleep already so far, but curious to hear your guys' opinions because I think she's a very interesting watch in this race.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of the biggest maybe advantages that Eliza has is she has Jason Koop in her corner. That's a huge deal because he's not only run this race, he has experience at like multiple multi-day events, and the wisdom that you gain from doing those helps so much for how you're then coaching someone for it. Even in the podcast you had with Eliza, it said like one of the main things was like she's like wants to challenge herself in a new way and just kind of see what this experience is going to be like. And I think having a deep-rooted why in regards to just like the personal challenge, that you need that. I think just wanting to win this race, I don't know if that's enough. I don't think someone who's just competitive could just come in and say, I want to win this race and do it. I think the race is too far for that, and you have to have a much deeper-rooted and additional why. And it sounds like Eliza does. Watching her come into the Jerome aid station, she looked really good. And not rushed, not frazzled at all. Coop was freaking down there laying in the parking lot working on her feet. Like that's some top tier custom coaching right there. So I think, those are some things that, I'm excited to see, those are why I'm excited to see how Eliza's race pans out. And she didn't start in the lead yesterday either. Like she was hanging back a lot and then made huge moves over the course of the night and is now, now leading.
Yeah, a couple things I would say. I mean, she's done the long trail in Vermont. She's done, 250 plus mile distance before. So I suppose to some extent she's not totally intimidated by the distance or the amount of days that she's going to be out there working. There's a questionnaire that runners can fill out for this event, which has been a great source for us to talk about. And one of the things that Eliza mentions in her questionnaire is that she was inspired to do this race because she watched the Eric Sensman film about this race last year, which I think is so cool because there's no question she has a deep-rooted why, but it's fun to think that you can watch a YouTube film and that can serve the purpose of making you sign up and, getting you through the hard moments. And, Brett and I have been talking about it the last 2 days. Like, that film displays a lot of serious suffering and philosophical questioning about why you're in the sport, and Eric gets very real. And I think Eliza saw that, and she sees how raw this race can get you from a mental standpoint, and she's like, yeah, I think I want to go through those trials and tribulations as well. The one thing I'll say, and I think having Coop in your corner for this race is a major advantage because he's now done 200-mile races, over the last couple of years. He's been around Tour de Géant, he's been around Cocodona, etc. I will say, despite Coop, getting on, his knees and working on her feet and applying all the bandaging and stuff, I've been amazed by how many crews out there for the other runners have been equally as sophisticated. Like you hear a lot of stories in these 100-mile races, 100K races where runners are caught off guard and they don't take the aid stations very seriously. I think because of the enormity of this race and what's at stake over multi-day, I think a lot of these runners are over-preparing for each of these aid station experiences. We've only seen really one example, and it was Killian Korth very early at mile 38 Crown King, where his crew was late to aid station. He was kind of hanging out there for 15 or 20 minutes before the game. But by and large, at least from what I've seen on the live stream, people have been very prepared and very thorough, and they've had these massage guns, and they've had the foot care kits, and they've had the beds in the back of their cars ready, and I've been impressed by how prepared runners have been and their crews.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's such a good point on like the diligence, right? The diligence that you need onto this thing, because like even though you're taking those slow steps, like it's a long ride. And again, like those, if you ignore the small things in the grand scheme of things, it can build up to there. So, I mean, to see like even some of my friends who are racing this and seeing like how planned and prepared they are. And like, they have like these notebooks filled of just like their entire like what they're going to be doing at each aid station and what their plans are. I mean, it's just like literally a whole playbook. And you don't see those things as much for 100-mile races. And so
Yep.
I think it just speaks to how much I think if you have attention to detail, it's going to help well, which kind of carrying back to Sarah's kind of point, and why I think anyone with course experience at Cocodona, especially 3-time around, I mean, like, that is so huge. And even in Eliza's case, having someone like Coop who has gone through this race before
Yep.
and Tour de Giants and all those things, I mean, the experience is, I think, just as important as good training for this race, if not, honestly, even more important, I would say.
I think I'm going to ask Brett this question every day, and I'm going to ask myself too, but after covering all of these athletes, learning their stories, learning more about Cocodona, being based out of Phoenix, does that whole experience, the exposure to the event, does it make you want to race this one day, or do you want to just be a fan of it more? Do you want nothing to do with it now? Like, where do you stand?
Oh, man, it's a great question. So yes, I will eventually be doing Cocodona 250 for sure. If I'm going to do a 200, it will be Cocodona. I will say though, I still need to figure out the 100K and 100-mile distance before I leap in 250 miles. But I mean, here's the thing: like being in Arizona and looking at Cocodona, I call Cocodona the ode to Arizona. And if you love this state, everything that it has to offer, from the beautiful deserts and the saguaros and the cactus and the low parts, from the amazing fields and just scenery in Prescott to the incredible mountain town of Flagstaff. I mean, like I get emotional thinking about it because this state means so much to me. And I think that's why in Cocodona, you see people who are just so passionate about Arizona locally who do this race because it is an ode to Arizona. It is so beautiful. So even if I wouldn't go in for the competitive, I would just do it to experience the state on my feet because that is just beautiful. So I will do it. I would say probably 3 or 4 years time, I would say. But who knows? Maybe after I pace this, I'll be like, yeah, sign me up for next year and let's do it. So if my coach is listening, so don't worry. I'll let you know beforehand.
Where do you stand right now, Brett? Day 2.
Day 2, still want to be a fan of Cocodona. I don't see myself running this race. I see myself being involved in this race, maybe in like a similar way that I am right now. And then
it starts. That's how you get the bug, baby.
Where are you at in running Cocodona?
I said yesterday I'd never say never, but that's where I'm at.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, sure. Why not? But yeah, I mean, we already have huge live streaming goals for the next few years. I mean, I'm sure you've seen some chatter about the crowd-funded Aravaipa blimp that's going to be out on course in future years. There's even some chatter just in about maybe the blimp could have made a salt tab drop to Mike McKnight. So big things to come for sure.
Finn, do you have any interest in racing this, or like what's your POV?
Well, this event it's easier for me to wrap my head around, honestly, than the shorter stuff because my gateway into the wilderness was through hiking. And so just the idea of hiking for multiple days, which I think I would be doing no matter what, is approachable to me. I think that you really, you said ode to Arizona, Joe, which I think is great brand. They should almost add that as like a tagline to Cocodona. That's a great description of it. I think with these 200-mile events, because you take the competitive equation out of it, you really have to love the landscape you're on. And I think before I sign up for Cocodona, I have to probably get out there on the course and do some miles and really like learn the history of these towns and stuff. And I think at that point, that's where the thumbs up or thumbs down for the race goes. But like, if there was like a 200-mile race in northern New England, I'd probably be the first to sign up because that's where my heart is right now. I would say in terms of like the history of trails, the lineage, and the context.
Well, Finn,
That would be a dope race.
Finn, just so you know, when you do decide to run this race, I will be there, jet boil in hand, serving up some boiled glizzies for you. So don't worry. I will read every book there is to read about through hiker culture. I will serve you everything in titanium cups. I don't know what else there is beyond that.
Brett doesn't know what he's signing up for. I'll probably have like a 150-hour race, but
And I'll
that's
probably pace for over 100 of those miles.
that's commentator commitment right there. I love it. I love it. Yeah.
Wait until you're, on day 5 of live streaming and
We're doing a 200-mile race right now, Brett.
listen
Joe.
to the things you're going to commit to, Brett.
Yeah, I know. You're right. That's true.
Brett, if you did the Oregon 200, I think I'd do it with you.
Yeah. I mean, how pissed would you be if I'm like, yeah, let's do the Oregon 200, and then I drop out at 100 miles? Are you going to continue to go, or would you also drop?
I would have to keep our media runner branding alive, so I'd keep going for the sake of that.
I think our drone here, who is in between Clarkdale and Cottonwood, has eyes on our women's race leader, Eliza LaPierre.
Damn, that car didn't give much room. You're allowed to cross the double yellow.
Joe, Chris is dropping some great stats here in the chat. He says the average age of a Cocodona starter is 44 years old right now, I think. And the age range is from 20 to 73. I don't know if it was last year or if it's this year, but there has been someone on that start line who is 73 years old. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's incredible to see that. And I think it's just so awesome. And even like Eliza, like, speaking of her being on here and what we're talking about, Eliza even was talking about like this is going to be a good indication of longevity in the sport, right? Eliza, she's got a great history in there as well. And so she wanted to see this as like an ability for her to say, hey, this is, a sport that I can do, even later into my career and everything like that. So I think even Eliza is just awesome to see that she's even thinking about like how much this plays into a longevity kind of mindset within Cocodona, which is super, super cool to see. And you don't have to be the fastest and you don't have to, maybe have the speed on there, but man, if you have the experience, the grit and resiliency and like, oh my gosh, like 72 years old, like that is incredible. Like really you can do this race no matter what age you're at, which is super cool.
Yes. Amen. That's a cool backdrop there.
Finn, curious.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Curious from you curious from you in like the thru hiker culture, right? I've always been intrigued by the people who have those kind of backgrounds who do this race. Like we saw String Bean win last year in an impressive effort, and he's got FKTs on FKTs. Same with Jeff Garmeyer, right? Like last year, he came in 5th place with, I think, 2 miles of training leading up to it. So what edge does a thru hiker have, obviously, besides the obvious of, being able to carry long distance? What are some things that maybe people don't anticipate about thru hikers that you think would be an edge to someone having that experience out here in the course?
That's a great question. I think the first thing that comes to mind is you no longer have anxiety around endurance and just being out there in the elements. Like with an Appalachian Trail thru hike, for the average thru hiker, it's going to take anywhere from 4 to 6 months to complete. And right around that 2-week barrier, you just start to accept the fact that these are your conditions. This is your station in life. Who cares when I finish? I know I'm going to finish at some point. And there's just like existential acceptance of the moment you're in. You don't feel like claustrophobic about just like being on the trail and like, how am I going to get out? How am I going to get reprieve from this? You feel very comfortable because you realize that this is just your life now. And so I think you take like a Joe Perry, for example, or Josh Perry, who is making these moves up in the race. Jeff Garmeyer, 200 miles into a thru hike, you're like 2 weeks in, time on feet for doing 20 miles a day. And I just think they have a different perspective on time and a different perspective on endurance. And they're just more accepting of the condition, I would say. That's my guess, at least.
So good. I love that acceptance part of it, because I think, after day 2 or 3, I would just thinking about myself personally. And again, I've never been in these long things, but I can see how like that either boredom or like, oh my gosh, I'm still freaking out here kind of mindset can almost be, like you said, anxiety inducing, right? To be like, oh man, I'm still on the trail. But for a thru hiker, like you said, you accept it as the norm and kind of go in through there. Brett, like curious for you too, like as a coach, with Trails and Tarmac and kind of where you're going with there, like if you, I don't know if you currently coach athletes who do this or anything like that, but maybe if you were like looking to coach someone in this, I guess like what would be maybe a way that you would have like a best piece of advice or kind of structure training around knowing what you know and the in-depth kind of knowledge on physiology and training that you would do to set, a runner up for success if you were in that situation?
So I haven't coached anyone for a 200-mile race yet, which I think is probably one of the reasons why I haven't gone super, super deep into the rabbit hole of like trying to uncover, like every stone in regards to like how are we preparing for this race? As as I continue to learn about the sport and with just some of the science behind just the physiology of everything, it would really depend on the like ability level of the person who I'm coaching. Like I think the approach for someone who's looking to do this race in like 60, 70 hours, very different than 100 plus hours. Just because if you're just looking at simply the amount of miles that you're running versus hiking, current sleep science or lack thereof is showing, like there's 60 hours, kind of that mark where like your brain starts to just fry at that point. So it's like some of the leaders are kind of flirting around that time, but then 100 hours, like it's totally different. So there's an amount of preparation of getting fit, like just do what you need to do to get fit. And then there's an amount of preparation of let's get some course specificity in, or some specificity regarding some of the elements. Matt, do you have some breaking news for us?
Oh, no, there was just a question in the chat about who we're currently following. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, Brett.
No,
I know
worries.
I was
That's
holding the
relevant.
mic,
That's relevant.
I was holding the mic right up close like I was ready to go. We are following women's race leader Eliza LaPierre, and I think we are running technically through Clarkdale still right now, but she'll be making her way from Clarkdale into Cottonwood before she gets over to Dead Horse Ranch.
Joe, I have a question for you, and I think this is actually a good question for folks in the live chat too, and maybe you can drop your answers in. If you look at the last like 2 or 3 years of ultra running coverage, it's kind of been this treadmill of like you cover UTMB, you cover Western States, you cover the Golden Ticket Series, and you just rinse and repeat for year over year. I think you did something really cool by being one of the first media outlets to cover Cocodona. And are there any other races out there in this sport that you're interested in covering? Anything that comes to mind? And I'll throw that to the chat too. For folks in the chat, what are some races that you would like to see more coverage of and why? So, Joe, are there any that come to mind for you?
Oh man, it's so interesting. It's a good question, but yes, to kind of give myself some time to think while I'm on there, I did want to cover Cocodona because I think it's such an epic race, and right, it's kind of in that weird zone where you have canyons going on and you have like a lot of the hype around there. And I said, you know what, like let's highlight like Cocodona. And obviously me being an Arizona dude, like it was easy enough for me to kind of speak to the nuances and stuff. So Cocodona is a big one that I want to highlight. And so it's cool to see getting this coverage and live stream. And I always love supporting the folks at Aravaipa too. So it's super cool to get some attention onto them. Some other races though that I'm trying to think of ones that don't get as much coverage, I would love, this is more of a broad-based kind of answer, but I'd love to see more East Coast races get into the mix a little bit more. I think West Coast races, obviously, you get the big ones, right? The Western States and all those mountain races, Hard Rock, like those stuff, like get a lot of media buzz. But man, like we need a little bit more love for East Coast trail running, and whatever those races are, like whether it's like Eastern States or, I mean, maybe now Grindstone, now that it's part of the UTMB family, gets a little bit more kind of in-depth coverage on it. I would love to see some of those East Coast races. Now I'm an East Coast guy, I grew up there, so I do have a soft spot for it. But I think there is something to be said about East Coast trail racing that needs a little bit more of some hype and some scene. So honestly, if I were to pick one out of that, I mean, Grindstone would be a cool one, and who knows with like the UTMB, you might see it.
How about you, Brett?
Man, it seems like every race that I go to, I'm then like, oh, this would be such a sick race to live stream and, cover. And like, of course it's like, oh, there needs to be more live stream action at the Pine to Palm 100, in my hometown of Ashland, Oregon. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be really fun to see what the live stream world of trail running looks like in the next, 5 years. I feel like we're in like year 1.5, maybe 2 of kind of consistent live streams. And, Aravaipa has done like the most phenomenal job on getting live stream coverage to some races like this. Because of what we get to do right now, we get to tell such a better story. And, the pictures that we get to see, the drone shots, like they tell the story as well. It just increases the investment into watching this race. And, a sport succeeds, from, an industry standpoint when there's more people watching it than participating in it. That's what we've seen across a lot of sport. I mean, there's a lot of people participating in running, but there's not that many people participating in 200-mile races. And there's much more room for people to be fans of it and watch it because they are exciting.
One quick aside here, and then I'll offer some of my perspective. There was a mention in the chat from TJ Gardner about the tactic of sleeping during the hottest parts of the day, that afternoon siesta, and then having energy for the night to run through. And I think we've seen Michael Versteeg do this at times. I bring it up because, and I think Brett mentioned this earlier with Eliza LaPierre, I think it's Coop is advising her to wait to sleep until the beginning of the second night. And I think this is just another example of like just divergent philosophies on like, when to take that first nap, how often to do it, why you should do it in this part of the day, why you should do it during that part of the day. So that's a really awesome, interesting comment, TJ.
Yeah, Versteeg's been sleeping at the Dead Horse aid station, I think this entire time that we've been chatting with Joe. So, yeah, this is a long nap.
But yeah, Joe, I don't know how much you've been following the race, or at least the moments where Versteeg's crew has been on him, but he's had this amazing content team around him the entire time. I'm talking like at least 3 GoPros or gimbals from multiple angles at aids, even out there on the course. And this isn't really an answer for like covering any new races, but I think it'd be fun to have more people like Versteeg out there who have these like massive content teams around them, and then basically you get some coordination between like 6 to 8 runners that have that same level of coverage, and you put it all together in like a Netflix reality TV series for a particular race.
That would be so cool, especially for Steve, because he's very elusive, right? He's known as this Arizona legend, but relatively, not flashy on social media and anything. So it's so cool to see the coverage on there. And I to maybe take your kind of suggestion even further, it'd be cooler to like get a look at those people who maybe aren't louder on social, right? Into like their interactions, right? Like I know Arlen Glick's like anti-social. He was actually out here pacing Sarah Ostazuski, but like I would love to see like in-depth contents of like his coverage and his training. Yeah. I don't know if he'd be into it, probably not, but like those are things that, you see these great athletes in the sport. Georgia Porter on the Aravaipa racing team, another person too. Like I would, man, just
Michael Greer.
Michael Greer, right? Like exactly, not on social. So yeah, man, I think I would just love if there was an outlet to do it where, those athletes would be okay with it, because it's not social, but it's still content out there. So
well, I think there needs to be almost like a drive to survive series that Formula One has produced, right? And that kind of like revitalized the Formula One brand and popularity. Like that's what trail and ultra running needs.
There could be an entire Drive to Survive series around just the lead up.
And I know that Dylan Bowman has said that as well, and that's something that I think that a lot of people in the space are saying. It's just think of the undertaking that is. If we had Bugatti money, then we could probably afford the budget to put something together like that.
Yeah, when's Aravaipa's official timing system going to be sponsored by Rolex?
Yeah, maybe soon.
Right now we're just rocking Casio dollars.
I I love it. And for anyone who's just tuning in, this is still your women's race leader, Eliza Pierre, making her way over to Dead Horse Ranch aid station as she makes her way through Clarkdale. And the next time we will see men's race leader Killian Korth should be in the not too distant future. We should have a drone up in between Dead Horse Ranch and Deer Pass, so we should be seeing Killian out there in the not too distant future as well.
Okay. As Killian's embarking on the never-ending climb to Flagstaff now. I know there's few flat sections, but there's just not much for downhill. Oh, yeah, this is a question we were asking Joe. We'll ask this one to you. So looking at like the profile of the Cocodona 250, what are you intimidated by more over the course of a 250-mile race, the uphill or the downhill?
You know, this is more of a specific thing to me, given that I just raced canyons. So the downhills, because my quads are still a little trashed. Please don't broadcast this to my runner. I'll be good on Thursday, Aaron. If you're listening, don't worry, my friend. But I would say the downhills, honestly, for me. I think I know my runner, Aaron Fleischer. He's very strong hiker, through hiker dude, true and true. Third time doing this race. He's done the Triple Crown at 200s. So he knows what he's doing out there. But like the downhill, like I'm a little bit more nervous to kind of, keep up with him, so to say. So I know I'll keep him going and everything, but I would say the downhill too, because I think even so, like even just from my perspective, and I'm a flatlander by trade, I would say. So I always find the downhills wreck me a little bit more than the uphill. And especially because I think mentally we think, oh, this uphill slog is going to be, brutal. And we're like downhill cruisy. But then I can't even imagine over the course of how long it is those downhills kind of build up the accumulation in your quads. So yeah, I would say downhill for sure. And also too, since I'm doing the last 100K, course profile aside, man, the chilly weather up here, us Phoenicians, man, at least for me, that 30, 40 degree weather feels like 5 degrees. So we're gonna have to bundle up for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. About
Thursday looks heinous.
The cold weather. Yeah, Thursday's gonna be cold. So yeah, pack an extra puffy or two.
Oh yeah, for sure. Hand warmers, puffy. Get some hot drinks. I don't even know. The cold is something that never gets easier.
Yeah, toss those soft bottles in the microwave or something.
Exactly. Just get that melted plastic in and heat the insides. That's all you need.
Yeah, totally. I think that's totally fair. One thing that, I guess going back to one of your questions from a little while ago of like, what was one thing that like surprised me over the course of like watching this live stream? And one was, I pulled up the runner guide for this 250-mile race, and there's the aid stations and the distances, but the next one is the menu of like the specials that's going to be at every aid station. Have you taken a look at the menu at some of these aid stations? Like, it's pretty incredible what some of the food is. And like, that's like one of the things that would pull me towards doing one of these races is just the 250-mile food tour.
Yeah, it's funny. My pacer, so we went over, or my runner who I'm pacing, we went over a whole strategy, and he was like, dude, if I'm hurting, like call up the guy or pull up the menu of what's at the aid station and literally tell me what they have there. And if it's something I love, I'm going to get there as fast as possible. So I'm just going to be like, hey man, like if he's like, oh dude, I'm tired or anything, I'm gonna be like, yo, there's a potato bar. There's 5 miles ahead of you. Let's go, and use that to get some extra life. So the food is a good motivator too. So we're going to be pulling that out of the quiver whenever he needs it.
Agreed for sure. Because how many opportunities do you get to cover 250 miles on foot, like very well supported? You get to carry minimal amounts of gear, and then you could come in to say the Satisfy aid station at mile 97 and have like grits, bacon, fries, eggs, tacos, spaghetti, and meatballs.
Guys, I'm looking at this.
It's so much better than.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I'm looking
Ben.
at this leaderboard right now. And so we have Michael Versteeg sleeping. And behind him, 4 miles away, is Eliza LaPierre. Mika is 6 miles away. Mike Groenewegen is 6 miles away. Michael Greer is 6 miles away. As this race develops and progresses, it's going to be fun to see any leapfrogging back and forth between this top 5 or 6 as they start to strategically nap. Like, does Eliza catch up and even surpass Michael Versteeg here momentarily in the next hour, hour and a half, because he's sleeping and she's decided to wait until the evening?
Yeah, that's such an interesting dynamic about how the gaps will change and kind of they'll slinky. They'll get big and then they'll get small, and part of that might just be because of someone's sleeping and the other person's not. Like, that's a totally different dynamic that you just don't get in 100-mile races.
Mm.
Do you guys think that there's a point in the race where, like, obviously we're, it's too close to call anything at this point, but what point, I guess, do you think in a 250-mile race is like where, the leaderboard looks like it's going to shake up to where it might finish? Or like, because you can say, hey, someone's third overall, like 30 miles in, but it's not going to matter. At what point do you think is real crunch time in these kind of races?
I mean, I think if you look at even at mile 200, when one runner has 50 miles to go, one has 70 miles to go, if the runner in front really implodes and it takes them, 15 hours, 20 hours to cover that last 50, and the other person's just plodding along at their same pace, I feel like you could be 15 or 20 miles behind at mile 200 with 50 to go, and you still have plenty of real estate. So I think it could happen in the last 50K. If we're talking about crystallizing of results, if there were like 4, 5, 6 hour gaps between like top runners, top hikers, that's where I would feel more confident in saying it looks like this person's going to win the race.
Yeah, it's just such a long race. Like, yeah, the gaps might get bigger than in a 100-mile, but they can also shrink potentially even faster. And I think a lot of that is like what we see in another day or day and a half might be a result of what these runners did today or last night or didn't do. I think that we'll really, we'll get to see in hindsight, like, why someone's running the way they are at that point, 20 hours from now. And it'll be like, oh, well, yeah, like they've been sleeping a lot, or, oh, wow, their gamble on holding off on sleep paid off. Like, we're seeing all these decisions get made in real time, but it's going to take a while for us to see whether that was a good choice or not. And that's very fascinating. Usually in races, like a lot of the races that we've competed in, someone makes a decision, and then oftentimes within the next hour, you can be like, oh, they made their move too early. That was a bad choice. Like, we saw that in canyons this past week where it's like, it's somewhat immediate. It's not immediate in this race, and that's very fascinating and can absolutely still like have a chance of derailing someone's race as they're coming into Flagstaff. So I think we'll be able to know more as we have continuous visuals. Like, Michael Versteeg, like, they're like, oh, he's sleeping again. But it's like, well, if you've looked at him when he's in between the aid stations, he's looked like one of the best. So if you take out the aid station parts from an actual just running standpoint, it's like, well, he's looked really, really good.
This would be a great aid station fireball thing to research. And Brett and Joe, I think you'll enjoy this one. Who historically has the fastest 100-mile close on this course? Who has the fastest 50-mile close? Like, what is currently the record in the last 2 years? And what can we realistically expect from the front runners in this race when they get to mile 150, when they get to mile 200? Like, what can we realistically expect them to close that last 50 in, for example? Like, is a sub 24-hour 100 possible? Is it 30 hours?
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't know the answer, but I think it's an interesting question.
Yeah, I think our boy Aid Station Fireball is actually out on a run right now. But I did just message him what you said, so I bet he will sort through some of the past 2 years of results, and I bet he'll gather some splits for us, and that will be in the chat before the end of the day.
What could you run a 100-miler? How fast could you run a 100-miler on tired legs.
Yeah, simply on tired legs. Like Andrew Glaze came into Cocodona on tired legs.
Oh my goodness. I would think Mike McKnight's maybe performance last year. I mean, he
Yeah.
climbed up so the Station Fireball, if you're listening out here, like Mike McKnight's a good one to look into because he climbed up the ranks last year and he made those last 100 miles, made all of his moves like at the end. So I would guess he would be up there if that would be my assumption. But yeah, it would be interesting too. Corinne says in the chat, Annie Hughes was running a sub 8-minute pace at the very end last year. We need to ask her how that was possible.
Yeah.
Yep, she might have one of the fastest closes in Cocodona history.
Has anyone negative split this course from, mile 125? I don't know.
My gut says I doubt it, but we'll let Aid Station Fireball.
Could Nick Curry do it?
My gut says no. My gut says this isn't a negative split type course because it doesn't start and finish in the same spot. Yeah, you deal with more heat and more vert in the first half, and then I guess what I just said contradicts exactly what I thought. But the second half hangs out a lot high up at altitude, and you're so exhausted at that point.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. So far it seems like, even or negative splitting, at least your effort has been the go-to and made sense for most race distances.
Yep.
Is there a race distance from a terms of just hours? It doesn't have to be a distance, but hours where that's no longer the case. 60 hours, 80 hours, 100 hours. Is there no such thing as negative splitting? Where does the pendulum swing back the other way if it does? I'm sure after more years of data points in these distances, we're going to get kind of some answers to that.
This is a question for producer Matt. So we have this still cam at Mingus right now. Is there any opportunity to pick it up and maybe just scan some of the runners in there? Because if we can get footage, no
is the answer. That's a static cam.
Static
so
cam.
It is
There's
camera
not a
set up
person
on a
sitting.
tripod, and it is set there.
Gotcha.
So we hope to, as more runners start to close in on Jerome and Dead Horse Ranch, we will be able to start picking up some.
Well, got two
more
bits of
pizza.
news here. Here's two. Your guy, Joe, Chad Wright, looks like he is approaching Mingus. That was one of my favorite interviews.
That was one of
Chad,
the most fascinating interviews, 100%.
That guy, he was so quiet onto that because he didn't post anything on social media. And if you listen to the interview, you know why. He just didn't want to create the public rah-rah, and he wants to do it for himself. But man, so I knew Chad even before I got into the ultra world, and the dude's tough. You listen to the guy and you literally every hair on your body just stands up with motivation and excitement, and you're ready to crush a 30-mile run right.
Oh, Joe's disappeared.
Get this dude
There we go.
on here for sure. And yeah, I'm excited to see his race because Finn, as you were talking, or Brett, I believe you were talking before about Eliza's deeper why.
Mm-hmm.
He also has that deeper why. He was saying, I'm not doing this for social media. I mean, and even so, he told me, he's I'm not even going to post the interview on my page because I still want this to be for me. And I was like, that's great, man. I love that. And so when you look at someone with a deeper why who's doing it for themselves with Navy SEAL toughness, with the greatest Chadisms ever, some of my favorite lines, don't die in the chair. I think that's just the greatest line. I think about that all the time in ultras. I really, think that later in the race, he's going to be someone who is going to be so fun to watch.
Well, and you bring up don't die in the chair. Brett and I were concerned because we saw him at Crown King. We had eyes on him, and he just had that, I don't want to say defeated, but it was 1,000-mile stare. And we were like, is his race going to end here right at, mile 38? But here he is 80 miles later, almost halfway through the race, and clearly he has resolve. Clearly he's ready to, get punched and punch right back, and I love it. Classic Chad.
Yeah.
And we do have, it looks like, race leader here, Killian Korth. I know it's a bit fuzzy and is going to cut in and out here. So we'll try our best to keep that up. But it looks like he is in between, just coming up to Deer Pass. Not quite there. But our drone pilot is kind of halfway in between Deer Pass and Dead Horse Ranch. So he's on the Line
Cool.
Kiln Trail making his way over.
Nice. Yeah, I just keep thinking about how I keep looking up at the clock and I'm like, dude, 35 hours. So many people have not slept yet. I've never gone 35 hours in my life without sleeping, like not even close. It's insane.
Also, K Money is approaching Mingus. We might get a K Money sighting on this Mingus cam here.
Yeah, I think it was like K Money and Sally McRae were both in the Mingus Mountain Aid Station or approaching, at least according to the tracker. Which one was that? Oh, there it is.
Yes, I love seeing Sally McRae's race too. And I'm actually more excited with Sally's race, like not of what she's going to do in the race, but what she learns after and what she applies to the next 200s that she's going to be doing.
Yeah, it's such a
'cause, like,
wild, quick turnaround.
Yeah, 100%. And even she like knows that too. And when you listen to her, like when I was speaking with her, and she was even talking about this too on the Cocodona or the Aravaipa podcast too. It's very much a learning experience for her, and like just going through this journey, seeing what a 200 is like, seeing how she sleeps, seeing how all those things. And so, I think there's going to be just so much wisdom from her that's going to, employ after for what she does after this race. That I think is so cool. So I'm not only excited for Sally's race here, but I'm so excited to hear her takeaways after this because she's coming in with a student mindset in this that is going to be, I just think, running gold for anyone who listens.
Yeah, she's going to have to be a quick learner. That's really what it is.
Mhm.
Joe, do you have any insight on whether Chad is going to be, letting his audience on social media into what he's doing here at Cocodona? Like, will he do recaps? Because I just think of like the reach that he has on platforms like Instagram, and I'm always curious because we've seen people in the chat say, "I'm here because of Sally McRae. I'm here because of Chad." Like, I'm curious if you have any insight on whether this is going to be a sport that he'll introduce to his audience, and he could bring new entrants into the sport.
Yeah, it's such a great question. So I think during the race, I don't think he's going to post anything about it. Just sounding of how intentional he is with not wanting to break that mold of having this to himself. Because for those who aren't familiar with Chad Wright, a lot of his ultra expertise has come into this race called the Mid-State Mile. It's a last person standing race. It's not the traditional format. I don't remember the exact mileage per loop, but I actually think it's like, I want to say like about a mile or so with like just under 1,000 feet of gain on like pretty rugged trails in Tennessee. And the dude's won it, I think, every year. So he has that experience like in there too, which is super cool to see that. And he was posting that all on social media and stuff, but he realized that, he was kind of posting it for that validation or the hoopla or stuff. So he really wanted to get back into the essence of running after this. And so I think because of that, and because he's so intentional, he won't be posting on this. After this, though, I bet he will and kind of post his takeaways and we'll get people into it. And I'm always so intrigued when these high reach figures get into the sport because I call it the Goggins effect, right? When you think about where ultra really exploded was, I think in recent years, is when Goggins, started talking about these races and these ultras and kind of attracted more of that mainstream into the sport. So I think it would be awesome to see like what will happen when Chad kind of puts it onto here and have it on there too. Someone even said Andy Glaze brought me here, another guy with great reach, getting people into the sport. So I do think that Chad will attract more people, not just into Cocodona, but the sport of ultra running after this.
Killian Korth looking really good right now.
Yeah, he's looking much better than before the Dead Horse Aid Station. When he was running into the Dead Horse Station, we were like, not moving too well. But it looks like he's moving much better now. I mean, he's broken to a hike a couple times. that's as to be expected. You're not running this whole race. But the bits that he has been running, it just looks like he's a little bit smoother than he was, an hour or two ago. Pretty cool shot as well.
With you two being on the stream a little longer than I am, what is like maybe the percentage you've seen of running versus hiking, right? Like I'm curious, and I'm sure a lot of other people who maybe aren't familiar with 200-mile distance, like maybe what's the percentage that you've seen from people on the course running versus hiking?
Well, the sections that we've gotten to see the most drone coverage on, I would say have been a lot of downhill. So it's kind of skewing that number from what I can see, because I didn't see, a lot of the coverage of the first 35 miles. We saw the aid station at 37. We did see a good uphill section out of Arastra Creek towards Camp Kippa, I believe it was. And that was mostly hiking because it was never ending uphill dirt road. It would actually be interesting. I could break it down actually a little bit. I know Joe McConaughey has one continuous GPX file from his Cocodona last year with from his watch, and that's on Strava. If I have a Chrome extension that I've kind of customized to see the cadence breakdown of running versus hiking, or at least running versus not running. So I'm going to pull that up on Joe's, and it might blow up my computer because we're now going to have to analyze 250 miles of cadence data. So if that ever pops up, I'll give you at least a number of what Joe's run to hike was last year. But I mean,
I'd be so intrigued.
It's so much hiking.
Yeah, for sure. Even me kind of going into pacing this, because even I was worried. I was like, dang, I'm gonna have to do another 100K. But everyone's like, who's done this before? It's like, no, you're gonna be hiking a lot, bro. You're barely gonna be running, and if you're running, it's gonna be very, very slow pace. So, I'm always interested to see those kind of things for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's another aid station fireball quest in the chat question. How many runners in this race have never run longer than a 50K? Oof.
That would be yeah.
Are you allowed to do this race if you've never run over a 50K? Is there any sort of qualification or certifications that you need to have?
No.
You just...
Well, because what is...
if you want to do it, we'll let you.
Well, what is... Why can't I think of his name off the top of my head right now? Josh Perry. He hasn't done many races. Or maybe any.
You just submit a Strava file of a really long run.
I think Jeff Garmeyer in the inaugural year hadn't done anything further than a 50K.
In terms of a race.
In terms of a race, but he has this massive through hiking pedigree that makes it a little bit different. But in that inaugural year, we also let people who didn't have a ton of experience enter the race, and some of them finished, some of them didn't finish. So it's one of the unique things about this race is, you don't have to move very fast necessarily to finish before the cutoff, but you have to keep moving, and that sometimes can be the challenging part when it's 88 degrees in the Sonoran Desert. You're getting pricked by cacti. You're under the sun. There's no reprieve. There's no wind, and you have to climb up Lane Mountain. All you want to do is sit down and not move anymore.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you guys must have a rock-solid liability waiver, too. I mean, that's really all it is. It's you can go run the race, but sign this form. Thank you.
Jack Cooper in the chat says, guys, don't expose us. Ultra runners' secret is that we stop running as soon as we get into the woods and out of sight of the spectators. Yeah, I mean, this is as real as it gets.
And we do have on screen our second place female, and this would be our third place male.
Mika?
That is Mika and Mike. They've been running.
Still together.
Yeah. Mika was ready to leave the aid station and waited for Mike to grab a few things. So I assumed that they were going to be charging together for quite a while. but it's cool to get to see them heading into Clarkdale.
Yeah, I don't. So Mika's an interesting runner too. I mean, I don't know how much of you two have been talking about her, but like so much experience in the 200-mile distance and so much
Yes.
good experience. I
8
mean,
years.
like in 2022, winning Tahoe 200, 2021 winning Bigfoot for the female field, and even 6th overall in that Bigfoot race and 4th overall in Tahoe 200. So coming close to, the overall kind of podium territory. So man, someone I know my runner, he was saying like, people gotta watch out for Meek out there. She is going to be strong the entire time, and as we're seeing right now, running here, I think she's someone you never want to count out in this race, just with all that experience, grit at being at the top of these 200-mile races for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's really only so much you can read right now about how to race a 200-plus mile race. So Mika's experience from having done more of these than most is massive, just in terms of, the strategy that you get to take into a race like this. You get to have a strategy. I would have no strategy if I was doing one of these, because I don't know where to start.
That's a great overhead shot. Yeah, Joe, we've been talking about how similar to European-style races, one of the cool things about Cocodona is that you're weaving in and out of the wilderness, going through cities, going through towns, going through residential areas. It's cool.
Yeah, it's not strict trail. I like that too. And again, ode to Arizona, right? Like we got great cities and great towns in Arizona. You get it all on it. Like that's, man, I mean, it's just you literally experience everything that Arizona has to offer in 250 miles in Cocodona. And that's why, like, even though I haven't done it, it's still one of my favorite races to follow, to get into the hype. And like, that's why, I mean, just this live stream is just so epic, and why we have, 1,000+ people on here watching right now continuously is because, man, there's just so much stoke over the course of this race, which so much variety and difference. I mean, yeah, I could be on here and just continue to write a huge love letter for Cocodona, because it's just that race, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, like if I run the race, how am I supposed to watch it?
This is an interesting comment in the chat that I want, and Brett, maybe we can ask you this question. Joshua says, you have to do big 100+ mile weeks to even consider doing well in this race. People don't think about the prerequisites. Do you think that's true?
I mean, I bet most of these people have done over a 100-mile week, but I bet most of these people aren't logging back-to-back 100+ mile weeks. There's a point of diminishing return for the amount of hours you spend on feet over the course of a training week. So, I mean, I think you have to be somewhat tactical around when you implement your very, very big days. If it was that simple, we would all just run like 200 miles a week and then be really good at running 200 milers. But there's a point in diminishing return in regarding like recovery, sleep, all that stuff. But that's also one of the other fascinating things is like, how do you train for Cocodona 250? You ask 100 people that question, you're going to get 100 different answers right now. I mean, we've got people finishing in the top 10 who are like pure through hikers and not runners, like hiking every single step of this race.
And one thing to call out too, like just for that question. So Michael McKnight, some of the most in-depth 200-mile experiences than anyone else in this field. Looking at his Strava, since February 13th, his highest mileage week was 82 miles.
Yeah.
Right after that was 78 miles, and then it was 76. So he had only broken into 80 miles since February of 13th, at least on the Strava. Could have been earlier than that. And he's out here racing the race with that experience. So I think that speaks measures to, maybe you don't need the 100 miles out there. But if you look at the hours in the vert, that it stacks up for sure. So I think it's more that time on feet and how you can build that resiliency as opposed to just how many miles are you slogging out.
Great
Yeah,
point on Michael.
that
Yeah.
kind of alludes to the kind of theory of kind of cumulative, kind of consistent training blocks, like year over year. That's very different to listening to the interview that you did with Chad Wright, where you asked like, "What's your training look like?" And he was like, 8 weeks. If my neighbor's house is on fire, I'm not calling 911. Okay, every time I restate this story, I exaggerate.
It's a good
what he
one.
said.
I like it.
But basically, what he alluded to was like, I'm going 8 weeks all in on the training, and like that's all I'm dedicating. I'm like the coach in me is like 8 weeks. That's not enough time. Like you need to have like much bigger of a base prior to that. I'm really curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how it plays out for sure. Yeah, 8 weeks. Yeah, even from my standards, and I'm no coach or anything, I think that would make me a little anxious in terms of the timing on there for sure. Brendan O'Hara also says in the chat, McKnight was also mixing in a lot of cross training and skimo because they got so much snow in Utah. Great call out for sure. So he was doing a lot of skimo there as well, which can bode well, especially in that first initial climb, getting those legs primed to keep you going as well. So yeah, good call out on that, Brendan.
And so just to provide maybe a little bit of context, as we're watching our second female and third male who have been working together, Killian, your current race leader, Killian Korth, came through Jerome in 31 hours, 8 minutes, compared to Versteeg's 2022 split, which was 30 hours, 52 minutes. So 16 minutes behind him at Jerome. And at Dead Horse, it came through in 33 hours, 27 minutes. Versteeg's split there was 32 hours, 48 minutes. So about 40 minutes behind Michael Versteeg's split to the Dead Horse Ranch aid station. And that gap is getting just a little bit wider as we go on. He will probably make up a little ground on his Deer Pass split, though, because Versteeg took a pretty sizable nap at Dead Horse last year.
And comparing last year's course to this year, like, wasn't last year's course probably faster in the first half than this year?
Did I say I meant Versteeg's 2021 split?
Okay,
I apologize.
That's a much more accurate split than okay. Interesting. Okay, cool. That's
Just pulling up Sally McRae's questionnaire responses, Matt. I'd love to get your insight here. She says that the primary reason she was inspired to do Cocodona is because of Jamil's story of how and why he created this race. He was so passionate about it, and she loves seeing people create things out of enthusiasm and love. And based on that, she knew she was going to have a great experience out there. Can you talk a bit about what you know for why Jamil got this off the ground?
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the biggest, all of these little mountain and southwestern trails, some of which are like highly iconic and super underrated, that traverse through, this just beautiful state. Like you see so many different geological features as you travel along this course that it provides just so much beauty and such an awesome experience. So the goal was to connect all of these kind of small towns via a singular kind of route, and to eventually establish a known trail, the Cocodona Trail. So the goal would be for the race course in some capacity, whether it would need to be rerouted or anything like that, to establish that as as its own kind of trail. And I think a lot of it just comes from the time Jamil has spent out on a lot of these trails and out kind of in a lot of these areas that, led to the the real inspiration. And then just for me personally, like the fact that this race finishes in the heart of what I would consider one of the high altitude endurance meccas of the sport of Flagstaff, a place where runners from all around the world come to train. I think it's only fitting that a town of that stature in the endurance world has a race of this importance finish in the heart of it. And I think that I don't necessarily know that was like a huge factor in Jamil's decision, but I know when the idea came, he wanted to finish in Flagstaff, and he wanted to finish downtown instead of, say, Buffalo Park, which would have made it, 250 miles on the nose the first year, or, something like that. There's a lot of places you could finish in Flagstaff, but I think it meant a lot to really finish in the heart of this town. And then in turn, the Cocodona route, you'll notice, runs basically through the heart of many of these small towns. And so it's just very fitting that, you're able to connect the Sonoran Southwest to Crown King, and connect that to Whiskey Row and Prescott, and then you connect that to Jerome, and so on and so forth. As you start to kind of go through the course, and you start to really see how, the course probably would have been easier to go around Clarkdale instead of through Clarkdale or something like that. But it was really important to maintain like that story of bringing all these communities to the forefront and to light through this kind of singular event.
Well said. I might sign up for this next year.
I mean, you should. We'll have to find someone to fulfill comment. We'll have to get Leah to come in and commentate.
And
Yes.
we could mic up Finn for a good portion of the race as well.
Yeah, who knows? But I think that was one of the important things for us from like a marketing storytelling standpoint this year coming into the race, was trying our best to share some of the stories or highlights of all these different towns and locations along the course. And I think that that's always going to be a fundamental part of this race, or these races, I guess, at this point, with multiple races going off. But I think that was like kind of the big inspiration behind it, was just wanting to connect a lot of these communities.
Yeah, I think that is so cool. Just been doing a little tracker update. Yesterday we did have a handful of people that had missed a turn and were off course for a little bit. I'm just scanning the course, and it looks like as of right now, everyone seems to be doing all right. Shy of like your weird GPS error, like who is it? Number 17, Aaron Barber. His tracker's pinging a little bit off course, but I think it doesn't make any sense that it would be up there. That one's probably actually a tech error. Everyone else though looks pretty good though. Joe, what are you most excited to see unfold over the rest of this race? Like, now that we're, the race is starting to open up a little bit, but we're still early enough on where anything can happen. So like, again, like, what's maybe like what's your like way too early prediction for the race?
Way too early prediction. Oh man, I'm one thing that I'll call this year. I'll say this. I think we're going to see at least one woman on the overall podium for sure. And so I'm excited to see the women's race, because I think the women are just so strong in this field. It's so fun between Eliza, between Sarah Ostaszewski, between Mika. It's just an awesome race for sure. So I'm excited to see how the women's race shakes out. And my early pick is that you will see at least, and I say at least because there could be two, at least one woman on that podium finish. Another one that I'm excited to see is Jeff Garmeyer. I mean, if we're looking at where he was
He's moving up.
And where he is now, that boy is moving. And
Yes.
This is someone who I've said, I think he's got one of the greatest abilities to suffer more than anyone else in the sport. I really do believe that. If anyone has read his book, like Free Outside, where he talks about doing the calendar year Triple Crown, I mean, this dude went through like just crazy stuff. So his ability to suffer and lean into those, last mile hallucinations or lack of sleep or anything like that is unmatched. So Jeff Garmire on the men's side is, man, I'm so stoked to see him continue to climb. And I don't think he's someone you can ever count out, even if he's far behind. Even in, I would say, the last like 50 miles, it's someone who I think can move up for sure. So those are the two things I'm excited about. Seeing other women shake out, seeing one of them take a podium spot, and then Jeff Garmire's climb for sure.
Yeah.
What about you guys? What's something you're excited to see shake out, and the early race predictions, hot takes, anything of the sort?
So, yeah, I'm so curious to see if Killian Korth's sleep strategy or lack thereof pays off. Like, he is just charging. It sounds like he was going to sleep like maybe this evening, but yeah, I'm just so curious to see like if that catches up to him in another day. Gosh, Eliza Lapierre looked really good. Again, another one where it's like we're playing the sleep gamble a little bit, but maybe it pays off, and then just a micro nap is all you need. You said the podium, but like I'm not counting out Eliza Lapierre from winning the whole thing at this point. Third overall, making lots of ground on a sleeping Michael Versteeg, and Killian Korth is increasing his lead, but again, we're 140 miles into this race. So that as of right now, I really like the way Eliza Lapierre looked coming out of the the Jerome aid station, and looks like she's maybe a couple miles out of Dead Horse, and Michael Versteeg is still sleeping. His tracker is not updated there, so yeah, maybe we'll see an overtake and a change in place. Maybe Eliza will move her way up to second overall.
Ooh, I love Ben Wiley's suggestion in the comment. He said, "Should we do runner roulette? We choose a runner and y'all tell us about them." And I think that could be fun. So
Yeah.
drop a name into the
Sorry, I
chat.
had you muted there, Finn.
Oh, sorry.
And we do have Sarah O on the chat on the stream with her pacer Melissa coming down into Jerome.
All right,
Sorry
yeah,
about
we've
that,
got Sarah Osazuski siding with her sister Melissa, making their way into the Jerome aid station at mile 126.5. Yep. Chicken tacos and pancakes. Our recommendation: wrap a pancake up around the chicken taco, have chicken taco cakes.
They're talking about you.
Oh. We have
They have a taco bar up here.
they seem to be in good spirits.
Looking great, Sarah. Looking composed, looking strong.
Absolutely crushing it.
Is that Joe in there? Is
Yes,
that Joe on there?
You just heard Joe
It
Corcione.
is.
We've got a
What's up,
surprise
Sarah?
guest.
Look at the smile you just brought to her face, Joe.
I'm happy I can be there it doesn't look like you need lifting spirits. You're already crushing it.
Sarah, if you could describe the experience so far in one word, what would it be?
Ooh. Windy. Melissa says windy.
Interesting.
Yeah, we have seen the flags dancing quite a bit the last few days. Joe, do you have any insight that you can provide to those in the chat about Sarah Osazuski? I mean, one of the unique things about her is she's done Cocodona every year.
Yeah, for sure. I think the experience is worth its weight in gold for sure. And it sounds like Sarah's done a lot of thinking and reflecting and, strategic kind of ways that she's going to be approaching this race with both herself and her crew out there. As you can see, Melissa's there, her like a crew partner and sister too. And so Melissa's experience growing as well. So it's a great asset. But one thing, and Sarah knows that I always say this, is that she's super tough as nails. And I think you have to be tough as nails at the end of this kind of race, especially with this kind of experience on there. So when we're talking about people who are going to be, like I said, I think there's going to be a female overall on the podium for sure. Sarah is someone who I would put in that mix for resiliency and experience on the course as well.
Absolutely. Can't count really like anyone out at this point. I mean, even we've got like Michael McKnight, who had like a pretty trashy first day, but just appears to be hammering now. We're like, can he make up a 40-mile gap on first place over the next 150 miles? That would be unreal, but this might be a race where that could potentially happen.
That would be an epic comeback for sure.
All right. Yeah, it'll be really interesting. It's always been so fascinating to see how what everyone's game plan is coming through these aid stations.
One thing about Sarah and Melissa that I find interesting, and maybe Joe, you can shed some light on this, is they both seem to equally love this sport and be so passionate about this sport. And I think it's cool that two siblings or just two people that are related could have the same passion, and for that passion to be mountain ultra trail running, I think is so cool. Like, it seems like Melissa is just as engaged in this race and excited about it as Sarah is, and I find that so cool.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I love that perspective too, because even as a crew, like, you have to love the experience of it too, because I've even been in an experience with my own crew. You read off that energy, right? Like, when you're like in a spot like where someone's taking care of you at your low point, your proximity matters and how people are. So to have, number one, someone who's super passionate about the sport and excited for crew is super useful. But number two, like a family member who like you love and you've grown up with and you've been a part of, like, when you have those two things combined, I think you can really get a supercharged kind of fuel every time you pick them up as a pacer, or you have them as a crew, or you have your friends and support system around them. I think the sister dynamic is just so cool too. I mean, you look at Strava all the time, Sarah, Melissa, they'll be running together, they'll be exploring together, all those kind of things as well. And so I think it also leads to an edge on that crew pacer or runner strategy, because Melissa knows Sarah so well. And I think when you understand someone really, really well, like to the level where, family, right? Like, family knows you better than anyone. You can know when they need help, when what they're saying doesn't match what they actually need. Like, I think those intricacies are just so in-depth as well. And you can tell, like, Melissa and Sarah, they just work so well as a team out here, as we can see them, heading into the aid station here. And we're going to see in the race for sure.
I want to just quickly give folks, we do have a little bit of footage from Mike McKnight, who is on trail, and I will have to get Joe back in here real quick. But we do have Mike McKnight footage, and we will send it back to Sarah in just a second.
Cool to see. Yeah, one of the things about Michael Brett that we've seen on the footage all day is he seems to be moving with a purpose. Every single step, there's you can just see the motivation in every step. So he seems destined to make up some ground from yesterday.
He's hunting.
Yep.
He's hunting.
And we'll go back to Sarah here, where we've got a little bit cleaner shot.
I couldn't help but think, when you were talking, Joe, when you were talking about how like Sarah, has Melissa, her sister, you got family. I couldn't help but think about Finn's Fast and the Furious. Sarah doesn't have friends; she has family.
And I do think we're about to see Michael Versteeg getting ready to leave Dead Horse Ranch after a little bit of rest. So we'll keep
Michael
bouncing back and
Versteeg.
forth.
He's risen
Here, I also don't want to miss Sarah getting out of the aid station, but.
Brett, that was a great reference. I'm sorry I got caught up in the changing of scenes here, but
It looks
That's
like
all right.
Sarah's going to get a a little massage, maybe.
Nap.
And like we were talking earlier about how, Eliza has Coop, which is a huge advantage, but like all of these crews are so dialed and they're doing they're going through every single motion at these aids. Like this is elite level stretching, right? This is great.
Everyone has their own coop.
Yeah.
Like, who is your coop? Everybody coops.
That's just that's excellent. Everybody coops.
Yeah, Mike McKnight's coop is Ben Light. That dude's been with Mike for like almost every single race. So yeah, you're right. I feel like if you're gonna race this race, you got to bring your coop.
Yeah, that was Ben Light who was giving us that follow cam footage. So Ben is currently pacing Mike out there and is checking in when he gets service enough to send us some video. So shout out to Team McKnight and Ben Light. Mute that there so that we don't get the stream pulled down for the music, but
copyright, yeah.
And just to check in on Versteeg, still it looks like he's just getting some love from the dogs before he heads back out. So again, and it looks like he might be off.
The second coming. Yeah, a couple interesting comments here in the chat. Cole Crosby says Ben Light is not only a great dude, but he knows how to push Mike. I witnessed it firsthand. I do believe Cole has raced Cocodona before and probably saw it on the ground, which is cool.
Cole ran like a 5-minute mile to finish Cocodona last year, I think.
Only 120 to go, man. You got this.
Is that Mike?
Yeah.
Is that Versteeg with the Ows?
Fucking miles. I know. What kind of idiot even tried something like this? I mean, go figure.
I love the interaction right now.
Of course.
His right leg fell asleep. He's been sitting on the toilet for too long.
Harder than 2 years ago. Got some old. I'm really out of shape.
See, this is one of the things that always worried me about longer sleeps.
Me too. You get into that recovery phase.
Yeah.
I just feel that terrible.
So then you got to get the glutes firing, get things to wake back up again.
Okay.
But I don't know what to think, because when he was at the 125-mile mark and he said, I wish I could stop here, I was reminded that he was just joking. So is he just playing to the cameras right now? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, his mom tuned into the live chat and specifically said he was being sarcastic. So
maybe he's he's just joking around.
Yeah, you can never tell with him, but who knows? It sounds like he's still moving forward. That's all that matters.
He's
probably
looking
feeling
good.
Maybe he's trolling. He's just trolling us because he's like, maybe Killian's watching the live stream.
He's moving forward.
You know,
loosening up.
Or like someone in the chat had said, like, we're running when we're on camera, and then we
He'll
start
be
walking
galloping before you know it.
once we're off camera.
And
Bike
Michael
cracking.
Versteeg's doing the opposite.
we're gonna send it back to the Jerome aid station just with that camera feed out of Dead Horse being choppy. We've got that is Josh, I believe. Yeah, Josh Perry.
Looking good, Josh.
He's had a lot of fans in the chat here, so.
The Josh Perry fan club is here.
He's from Leeds.
From Leeds.
Wow.
So, Josh has the self-supported FKT on the PCT.
Yeah, he has a number of self-supported and unsupported FKTs.
He's done the PCT self-supported in 55 days, 16 hours.
It's like not even that far off the supported record.
Not that far.
What,
Does he
4 days?
Does he have the self-supported AZT FKT as well?
He's got the AZT self-supported as well.
Is he doing a Cocodona 250 self-supported? Well, no, he probably didn't bring that paper plate with him. So, answer my own question right there. He looks like he's loading up. He might be ready to get. This is a pretty quick transition here.
He came into the aid station before Sarah. We just didn't catch him.
Oh, never mind.
Sorry, I should have said that before, probably.
Medium quick. I mean,
but he was back quite a bit further in the field in that first 50K, so it's awesome to see him.
He's raging,
moving up a little bit.
Nick Cornell in the chat says, "Is that an Enlightened Equipment Apex Puffy?" Honestly, great visual. I think it could be, and that's a great reference to an awesome gear company in the through hiking scene.
Are they one of the companies where you pay more money to get less stuff?
Definitely.
Cool.
They're in that realm of Western mountaineering and Gossamer gear and Z-Packs and Mountain Laurel designs.
Can we appreciate the insane number of awesome sauce gels that he just packed? There, I can see at least 4 or 5 sticking out of his pack, and then he literally just had a two-handed handful of like maybe 8 more going down into the pack. That's so much awesome sauce.
Yeah, I was just about to call that out, Brett, because wow, that is something else to be able to. He must have an iron stomach or something to be able to take on that much awesome sauce. I love it, but I feel like over the course of 250-mile race, I would want a little bit more variety. But hey, if you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Especially if it's awesome sauce.
Yeah,
that's what the saying goes, right?
Yeah, especially if it's awesome sauce. Yeah, I fall victim to flavor fatigue so quickly, and maybe if I were training for this race, that's something I would practice. Is go out on an 8-hour run and like I can only have frozen hot dogs or something like that. Really be able to push through the flavor fatigue. I had done a little math actually earlier today because we were talking about, what's the over under for burgers that K Money might consume. So I looked up like how many calories are just in your classic McDonald's cheeseburger, and it's 300 calories for your classic just McDonald's single cheeseburger. That's like, according to the normal running nutrition rules, 1 cheeseburger per hour. That's easy math. 90-hour finish time, 90 cheeseburgers. That's so much more than I thought it was going to be. I thought these were going to be like 600 calories, but no, we're looking that you gotta throw down 1 burger per hour to sustain.
One quick bit of context for the viewers out there. So you'll see an 84-degree temperature in the top left of your screen. I believe that is a reference to the on-the-ground temp in Black Canyon City, still the race start. And I'm only mentioning that because you see Sarah O putting a puffy on. I do think she's at higher elevation. It's colder where she is.
Yeah, I will pull the weather up in Jerome here in just a second. But I was going to say something, and I don't remember what I was going to say.
Did it have to do with McDonald's burgers?
Oh, yes, that's exactly what it was about. I think that would actually be a great fueling strategy for a race like this.
Just 1 burger per hour?
Yeah.
Because that's like, the less thinking you have to do in this race, the better. And if you only have to worry about 1 thing per hour.
But, okay, so how would you do these, big 12-mile stretches between aid stations? Those could take you, 5 hours. You're packing 5 burgers and hoping that...
Yeah. I mean, I bet per weight... I bet per weight, one of these cheeseburgers doesn't weigh much more than 2 awesome sauce gels.
Well, especially if you take it out of the wrapper and package all the cheeseburgers in 1 Snap-Lock bag or something.
That's disgusting.
How about a 20-piece chicken McNugget? Where's the McNugget love here?
All right, let me pull that up. Oh my gosh, Finn, would you fuel Cocodona off McNuggets?
I don't know. I mean, back in high school, our rite of passage was the 100-piece chicken McNugget challenge. $4.10.
$4.10 for a 10-piece.
Joe, what do you think? Where do you fall on the
Looks like
McNugget versus Berg spectrum?
Josh Perry is heading out here.
I would go with the burgers for sure. I think even if you get sick of them, if you like kind of take the Kobayashi method and like dunk them in like water, like I feel like you can get them down easy if they're coming a little hard too.
Well,
So,
and the burger
you know,
has some carbohydrates. Like, there's not as
yeah.
much carbs in a chicken nugget. I mean, I don't know what's in a chicken McNugget. Like, even chicken. Maybe
Yeah.
they're just filled with floata.
I like the burger strategy. I think McNuggets. I don't know. Like I feel like the 100 McNugget challenge. I have attempted that once, so I think I would be bringing too close, flirting with McNugget PTSD if I brought it on an ultra. So I'd have to go with the burgers from a personal standpoint.
This is a good question for the live chat. If you think about all of the food companies out there, the restaurants out there that are not currently involved or invested in the ultra running scene, but should be because they'd be a great fit, who should be the next nutrition sponsor to come into this space? Someone said McDonald's in the chat, and I love that.
The Golden Arches can't go wrong. So Finn, just to like turn you off of Team McNugget, if we're looking at a 90-hour finish time and we're looking roughly 300 calories an hour, you're consuming 630 nuggets over the course of Cocodona. Think about that. I'd rather try and put down 90 burgers than 630 nuggets.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
that's
hey,
a good point.
Someone made a good point. You get good sodium with that too. There's probably tons of sodium, so your electrolyte imbalance is probably totally fine as well. I think the plot is thickening now for the case for burger fueling.
Did we just learn that a classic McDonald's single cheeseburger is the perfect ultra fuel in terms of the boxes it checks? Wow.
We might have. I mean, McDonald's used to sponsor. I don't know if they still do, but they used to sponsor the Olympics. So who knows? Maybe they make the foray into trail running too. Like we might see it.
Yeah, what kind of oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, we're looking at 32 grams of carbs. I mean, 15 grams of protein per burger. That's like probably a little more than I'm looking, but 720 grams of sodium. That's a nice hourly number if we're looking at one McDonald's cheeseburger per hour.
Tillamook cheese.
Tillamook cheese. We did see yesterday, I think, who was it? It was one of the men in the top, 5 or 10 was holding like an entire block of cheese for a while, and we were so curious if that actually made it into the pack to go out on course.
I've heard Andrew Skirka, who is like a famous long-distance mountain adventurer, say that after all of his time thinking about optimal nutrition on these multi-day efforts, he doesn't know why he doesn't just pack chocolate on his runs. And he says that the limiting factor is it just melts in high temps, but he thinks it's actually like the perfect nutrition source for these events.
All of these things, they like make my mouth hurt. Like if I'm eating like a pound plus of chocolate, like my tongue starts to feel fuzzy. Like I can't eat as much mustard as what's on 90 of these cheeseburgers. Like I'm gonna like burn a hole through my mouth.
I think one of the interesting nutrition strategies I've heard this year that I'm intrigued to try, but still have not mustered up the courage to do so, is Anthony Costalis with his lemon pound cake at Black Canyon.
Oh, it's so good. It's actually so good.
You tried it?
Yeah.
You tried it, Finn?
Yep. You can get them at Costco's. They're really good.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, it sounds great, but I don't know if I just get like severe cotton mouth or something like out in these hot Arizona weather, but I mean, hey, it worked out for Anthony, but
for sure.
Gonna have to try that out.
I can't believe we overlooked this, but McDonald's fries.
Yeah.
Those are one of the perfect ultra fuels because we're getting the fats and the salt and the carbs, but we're not overloading the protein. There's a little bit there. I was actually surprised. I feel like McDonald's is lying. They say a medium fry has 260 milligrams of sodium, whereas the cheeseburger had 700.
Okay, here's something that we're not really seeing at these aid stations right now. Typically, even 30 miles into a race, you're seeing people lose their appetite, not want to eat. If anything, we've seen people looking forward to eating deep into the race. Like that has not gone, which is, I think, very interesting. Like I'm sure people are having GI issues out there, all that kind of stuff, but for the most part, we're seeing people like excited to eat at each aid station.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just goes to like the average, like the zone you're in, like the heart rate, like effort level. Like when you're in that like zone 1, zone 2,
And we do have
your stomach
Eliza
works
at
better.
Dead Horse. It looks like we're going to be in and out of that camera feed.
Right on. Oh, where are we back? Oh, we're at Whiskey Row right now.
We lost that Dead Horse Ranch feed. I think our filmer there is going to be refreshing his feed, and we'll pop on. It looks like we have more runners in Jerome. That's St. Jean, Chris St. Jean.
Chris St. Jean. Walking a little gingerly. Those are kind of small steps, but we'll see.
Is that Austin Horn as his pacer?
Is that Austin Horn?
Yeah,
Okay,
that is.
they're talking about you.
That is
Here he
Austin,
is.
Aravaipa Racing
That's
Team's own.
All right.
Austin, what's up,
We've got
Yes.
guest Joe Corsione.
very fast runner, super speedy.
All right. Lay down some of those
All right,
fast
the door's
miles.
closing, so we'll get back to them.
Yeah, and he's
Nap
leaving
time.
in good hands.
And yeah, it's a big advantage to have a climate controlled van that you can make completely dark at any point.
Oh yeah.
Like that's massive.
I'm telling you that the complexity of these crews never ceases to amaze me.
All right, Ben Wiley and I were thinking the exact same thing. It looked to me like he was rocking normals, not the Chirac, but the slightly more cushioned one. I think it's the Tomer.
Yep.
I was thinking it was either that or Arc'teryx's highest cushion shoe. One thing I can say is it's not a Vaporfly.
Joe, as we are in the final hour of our shift today, and Brett and I are thinking about food in downtown Flagstaff, from your experience, where should we go eat?
Oh, in Flagstaff, I mean, the easy choice is always Pizza Clutta. I mean, like I'm a big pizza fan. Like I'm from New York. Pizza, like my heart is like 62% made of pizza. So I'm
you got a
very picky
Slurpee.
about it. But Pizza Clutta, I think about best pizza in Arizona. It's up there for sure. Mama Burger, also very solid. I would say those two places. If we're talking burgers, Mama Burger, or if you just want to go ahead and test our theory, go to McDonald's, slam some burgers on your run, and come back, 'cause I'm curious about that.
I think Eliza's got a Slurpee. That's good fuel. I wonder if it's Flota flavored.
Brett TJ Gardner says the shoe knowledge alone that I'm learning during this stream is worth the price of admission.
Hey, that's very appreciated, and it's so fascinating. I mean, fortunately, I have a pretty good eye on, I can look at a blurry shoe and like probably tell you what it is. I think I spend way too much time thinking about shoes.
And we do have Sarah O leaving the Jerome aid station here.
Sarah has switched into the classic first generation Nike Zagama, which I've seen more people rocking Zagamas than I expected for this race.
Yeah.
Like a higher percentage of people wearing Zagamas at Cocodona than perhaps any other race that I've seen.
And perhaps credit to her sister Melissa, who's spreading the gospel as a field experience rep out there in the trenches, educating the market about Nike Trail.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's weird that I'm gonna like use the term grassroots marketing around a company like Nike, but yeah, having those reps and those people in the local community like can heavily influence the shoe culture there.
Well, and then Sarah works for the brand as well.
Yeah, they're both Nike employees.
Yep. And I think they're both. Are they wearing the same color scheme of the same shoe?
So Melissa's actually wearing a top secret shoe.
Ah.
Sarah was wearing that top secret shoe yesterday, but Sarah's now, I'm pretty sure it's a regular Zagama, but Melissa's got something special on.
We're going to send it back to our women's leader over at Dead Horse Ranch.
Eliza LaPierre.
How good does that little icy look? Like, if you could have any flavor of icy during a race, what would it be, and what flavor do we think she has? I should unmute here.
Baja Blast.
So,
what flavor is this?
yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's,
I'm a fan.
Strawberry, passion fruit, guava.
Strawberry, passion fruit, guava, something.
That's incredible. I love the
100%
tropical
organic.
fruit medley.
100% organic.
Okay, minus points for being organic. Slurpees should be all about refined sugars.
Maverick.
I went to the Taco
Product
Bell
placement.
Cantina in Las Vegas, the one right on the Strip, and they do like those big 3-foot long cups, and you
Okay.
can get Baja Blast Slurpee with tequila in it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so check that out, I guess. One of my favorite Slurpee flavors of all time, though, is Cherry Coke,
Yes.
which that might have been like a 7-Eleven special, but like I would finish runs all the time and just like grab a big Cherry Coke smoothie. That's actually one of the recovery secrets of David Laney. He is a Slurpee fiend. He drinks so many Slurpees.
I remember last year at Cocodona, Mike McKnight, famous for being low carb athlete and everything like that, but he was sharing a story when I was chatting with him coming
Yeah, so
into
it looks
Sedona.
like
He was kind of
in the time that Versteeg took that nap, Killian created a 9-mile gap. So that was the work that Killian created that Versteeg is going to have to make up. That doesn't seem that bad to me.
I mean, yeah, 9 miles can disappear. In,
Yeah,
9 miles can
you.
disappear in 8 miles in this race.
It's about 13.1 miles. Time for the next one.
And what's the, is it
See what Eliza's grabbing.
I got an
from
elevation chart over there. It's about 1,000 feet, I think, over that grade. Oh, climbing? What's up, guys?
Piece of cake.
Where do we go? When we,
It's out the same way you came in, but just hang a right. Yep. Let me go. I'll go get that elevation chart. so you can see.
Aid Station Fireball sent me over some statistics that we had been asking earlier. There's like some of the fastest closes in the race, and Liam was able to grab 2021's Sedona to Flagstaff, which was about 95 or 96 miles, and the fastest split from Sedona to Flagstaff was Peter Mortimer in 2021, who did it in 28:48. Michael Versteeg did it that year in 30:51. On the ladies' side, Maggie Guterl was the fastest at 35:38. He's compiling 2022 right now. So we've only ever had one sub-30 from Sedona to Flag.
Yeah. Peter Mortimer, I bet we can find that on his Strava too. It'd be fun to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that year specifically, and Pete has talked about it a little bit from time to time, how he was just doing all he could to chase down Dax Hawk that year, who was in second, and like it felt like no matter what he did, that gap never got any closer until he ultimately got to Fort Tuthill, and he could see him. Then they kind of battled back and forth to Walnut Canyon before Peter finally passed him, and then those two were so close that that last 50K or so, Pete was running to catch Dax and then kind of running scared up and over Eldon. And it also makes sense that, that last 100 mile having a fast time comes from like a Flagstaff resident, just because I think that once they get to Fort Tuttle, those last 35 to 40 miles, they're going to know those trails so well. It was probably going to be in the dark for the race leaders most of the time. So, interesting note. Shout out to Liam for that.
Shout out Aid Station Fireball.
I'll grab them and stuff at the.
Oh yeah, Peter Mortimer and I we battled for the middle miles of Western States last year before he proceeded to put many hours on me over the last 50K of the race.
What did he do at Western States last year?
20 hours and 1 minute.
It's great. It's a great run.
The little petal advances right back here. Is that the only lamp you have then, the petal?
One more? One more?
Yep.
Yeah, this is a different one.
So
I'm gonna save it for.
after
Thank
Dead
you.
Horse Ranch,
No.
the next aid station is Deer Pass,
Okay, guys.
which is 135 to 148. So what's that? 13 miles.
Big pasty?
Yeah, I'm gonna get tasted.
Pretty
All
long
right,
stretch.
You're gonna get us.
So we have women's race leader Eliza Lapierre leaving the Dead Horse Ranch aid
Thank
station,
you.
making their way to the Deer Pass aid station. On the menu at Deer Pass is hot dogs, quesadillas, fruit, and pancakes.
Looking like she's in good spirits.
Yep.
Yep.
Moving well, walking out. I mean, we just saw. Well, oh, so that's actually interesting. I wonder if anyone's told her that, like, Michael Versteeg is not that far in front of her anymore because of
Yes, I
Versteeg's
just
sleep.
told her.
Oh, great.
Michael
Okay, cool.
Versteeg's not that far.
And he looked much more lopsided starting out.
I wonder how a runner processes that information,
I think it's
halfway
just
through the
like
race. It's just like, okay.
good to know. If I catch him, I catch him. If not, I don't. I
Yeah.
mean, you got to do you. But
Yep.
like at the same time, like it would be nice if I caught this person. I'm not actively going to try to, at least not yet.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see the Eliza maybe hunting down the Versteeg. I would love to see that storyline play out for sure.
Joe, in your interview with Eliza, what were some of the takeaways you had? Like, what resonated with you?
I think the biggest takeaway from her is, here is one thing that just fired me up when I heard it. So she said in the interview that someone told her, and shame this person for saying it, but also at the same time awesome for motivating. But like told Eliza, I don't remember the exact wording, but it was somewhere around like, it's over for you. It's like past the prime or something like that. And Eliza said that she took that and wanted to come out in Cocodona and show that, she's got a lot of fight left. And I think, she has that deeper why to show the longevity in the sport, but also, as you can see her picking up and moving fast, like she's showing it, like she's showing that she's strong and she can move. And so I think when you have that combination of what I see athletes of like this goodness of like, I'm grateful for the sport. I want to do this for me. And you kind of have this internal motivation. Some people say, things around external motivation can be, whatever, not as good. But sometimes like in those moments, like when you're in a race, I know like for me, like when I've been in a race and you have that moment where you're so beat and you need a little bit of that dark energy, right? Like that person who told you couldn't do it, or that person who told you weren't in there, having a little bit of that drop in that moment can send you in there. And so when she said that, I got chills because I know that she's going to be thinking about that out in the race. And when she needs to kick it up, she's going to have that extra fuel that some people might not have. And I think that stood out to me. And I think it's going to be a weapon for her as we get later into the race, as she's chasing that top spot for sure.
Watching Eliza run out of the Dead Horse aid station right now, She has one of the more, I would say, like, normal-looking running strides we've seen so far. It doesn't look like I've run 138 miles type running stride. It looks pretty good. Like, we're pretty even biomechanics. It's interesting how, like, over the course of the race, it seems like everyone's arm carriage actually always gets a little bit lower.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's the case, but everyone's arms start up higher and then get low. And, like, maybe it's just a classic case of Ricky Bobby of, like, I don't know what to do with my hands. Maybe that's just what happens. You're like, the car drove real fast. I just got in. We're just driving. Ricky, put your hands down. So that's the best theory I can think of for why everyone's arms just start getting lower over the course of a race like this. But that's really the only thing, looking at kind of quick cadence, good foot strike. We're not just shuffling, we're not overly pulling, overstriding, anything like that. So just kind of based off of that, I'm thinking two things. One, Eliza's paced herself really well, still has a lot of running left in her. And two, Eliza did not neglect the strength work over the winter that all runners do not want to do because it's not running and it's boring, but this is why it's important.
She is in my top 3 most purposeful looking runners right now. It's her, it's Sarah O, and it's Mike McKnight.
Yeah, and of the 3 that you just mentioned, she's leading. Of that 3.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
You can even tell, like, the way that she's running and then doing some power hiking, that there is intention in those steps. And, like, she's power hiking with a purpose. You can just see in the way that she's moving and the way that she's carrying herself forward. And Finn, like, to go back to your earlier question, you can tell how intentional, like, nothing is left up to chance with Eliza, which is so cool. And I think when you're so meticulous like this in a 250-mile race, you come in so well prepared. And that's why I think we see her doing so strong here.
One thing I wonder about, especially with the impact of, like, the cameras in these live streams where you see Eliza running 130 plus miles into a 250-mile race, I wonder what impact that has on fellow athletes that are watching this live stream right now, and the way if they sign up, how they approach the race in subsequent years is like, oh, Eliza's running right here. I can run at mile 130. Maybe I should even be running, and it's possible. So, I always wonder, like, with people that did this race or have done 200 milers, like, pre-live stream, did they just default to assume that, like, you hike this at this mile no matter what? Does this, photo evidence right here help shape the strategy for competitors in years to come?
It's almost like I remember, Finn, you mentioned once on single track, you're like, is this, like, with the live streaming, is it going to be the normalization of watching game film for trail running? Like,
Hannah Allgood, yeah, for sure. Yeah, she was like, in the lead up for Black Canyon, I watched the last 2 or 3 years of Black Canyon live streams and followed the women's race and got a sense for, what an aid station intro and outro should look like, how I should be taking this climb or that climb, where moves are made. Great point. Yeah.
It's also one of the better ways to preview the course if you don't have the opportunity to get out there and run on it. Like, you can watch, 90 hours of kind of course preview by looking back at the previous live streams. And, that's something that did not exist just a handful of years ago.
Yep. Yeah, Cole Crosby says it's not just speed walking at this mile, and I agree. But even when she's speed walking, she's alternating. This is so cool.
Kevin Goldberg says the only extra weight I carry is the expectations of my fans.
Might be the comment of the day so far.
Out of the chat in the race.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Do we have confirmation that this is indeed Kevin Goldberg?
It's Kevin Goldberg.
Wow.
He did this last year, and if you look closely at the
He's got enough batteries to keep this thing going.
at the photo in his icon for YouTube, it is him, I believe, holding a fish, or maybe it's him with his dog. One of the two. I can't tell.
Amazing.
It's really little, but it's definitely him.
Amazing. Kevin, it's an honor to have you here with us.
He checked in on trail last year from, I think he was up near Flagstaff at that point.
It's incredible.
Have a second. We're going to send it to a little bit of a drone shot for where runners are heading here.
Ooh, look at that.
Ooh.
I want that.
Man.
And
Yeah.
so this is where most of these lead runners will be coming into the Sedona aid station late tonight, early tomorrow morning. And this is why they call it Red Rock Country.
Images courtesy of Aravaipa Corporation.
Joe, we're winding down into the last 30 minutes of our shift here on the commentary. It's been such a joy to have you here. Any other topics we should cover before we sign off for the day that have been on your mind around this race or around the sport in general?
You know, maybe speaking about the beauty that we just saw, right, going into Sedona. I mean, as you know, whether you've seen it on this live stream for the first time, whether you've seen it in person, it is such a beautiful, beautiful place. But I also think it's an extremely pivotal part in this race too, as well, right? So we're a little later onto it. We're getting, past the heat, and Sedona can be hot too. A little milder temps on the course. But as I'm looking at the elevation profile as well, right after that Sedona aid station, you have a pretty solid climb coming out of there. Yeah. And, that's a part where that fatigue sets in. So I think that Sedona part, do you think, you two, I mean, obviously still, we're talking sub 180 miles at this point, but do you think we're going to see a lot of movement and shifts in that big climb coming out of Sedona?
Before you guys answer that, I just want to give the viewing audience a little bit of perspective here. So that was what you just saw is the overhead shot of the new aid station location in Sedona. Mm-hmm. So we moved aid station locations to Posse Grounds Park here, and that's kind of what you're looking at. So
is that the most beautiful skate park in the world? I think that's what we're looking at.
I just hijacked Joe's question. Sorry.
No.
Oh my gosh.
That house too, right by the skate park, man.
No way. Is that someone's house? Because the skate park's attached to it.
Someone owns a skate park, only in Sedona.
Dude, dude, this is cool.
Oh, we got eyes. That's amazing.
Because I think, that's where the aid station is at, right? Like right next to the skate park. That is, yeah.
Popping alley before getting out of the aid station.
Yeah, I mean, if we had to just take guesses, like of some of the profiles that we've been talking about in this race, like who do we just go ahead and assume could drop into this bowl? Like who's a good skater in this race?
Nick Garmeyer.
K-Money.
K-Money for sure.
And actually, I want to say Kevin was. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon here.
So I immediately defaulted to Michael Versteeg because of the way he butt slid down that rail a couple hours ago. I'm like, okay, he's clearly got like the style points and the creativity there. So I'm feeling like Versteeg's probably a good skater.
Well, if we can judge based on Kevin's, what music do you think is on Kevin's iPod?
K-Money.
K-Money.
I mean, I've probably only artists in the Young Money ecosystem, I would probably say.
He writes, I have a healthy dose of early 2000s pop punk with a smattering of 90s acoustic, alternative, hardcore, classic, rock, and pop EDM.
So he is a fan of Goldfinger, which means he's played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which means K-Money is the best skater in the field.
Spot on.
Wow. I couldn't have taken what you said and twisted it anymore.
We've gotten to the source.
Getting older all the time, feeling younger in my mind.
Yeah, Sedona is a beautiful place. Wow.
lot of people saying they
TG2K2
go.
asks if we're still funding the blimp.
The blimp funding is on hold for today because we're actually putting our focus towards donation for Girls on the Run. It's the link that's pinned in the chat. Any donations that go directly into the chat as well are also going to get pushed towards Girls on the Run, and that's actually a great cause to be donating towards, perhaps more than the blimp, as much as I hate to admit. So if you're just like saving your dollars for the blimp, just send it to Girls on the Run.
Let them flow free for Girls on the Run.
Yes.
And for just to chime in here, I know the Goldberg clan is in the chat. We do have Isabella still over at Jerome. She is waiting on the crowd favorite Kevin to come into Jerome. So we will have eyes on Mr. Goldberg as he comes in. So if he's still in the chat, maybe if he can pick it up a little bit so that we can see him, sooner rather than later, right?
Absolutely. Kick it in. Yeah, I would actually love to echo what Sarah Newberry said. Shout out to the Free Trail radio podcast with Ryan Thrower and Hannah Allgood.
Yes.
They have unlocked so many memories listening to some of their episodes on some of their playlists that they've curated and then talked about. It's a really fun vibe that they've got going over there with that podcast.
It's excellent.
Okay, we have an update. There's someone who says a blimp is only $279K for a week. Someone said, and yeah, I mean, I appreciate getting the rental costs, but I mean, we're really looking to buy one here at Aravaipa. It's just easier to own it because then you could be the one renting it out.
Yep.
Continuing to get amazing drone shots of Sedona, just overlooking the beauty there. I mean, what an incredible place to live.
Joe, have you run there before?
Oh yeah, I've ran in Sedona probably less times than I think about, or less times than I want to, at least, because it is just pure beauty. And no matter what the conditions are in terms of if your legs are hurting or if it's hot, you can always look up and see those red rocks and just feel a certain way, which is so interesting because what I always think about this section at Cocodona is I talked with Andrew Glaze, and I don't remember exactly if this was first year or second year he ran it. And in the chat, if you know, let me know. But I remember he told me that one of the biggest downing moments for him of Cocodona was he got to Sedona and it was dark. And he couldn't enjoy the red rocks and everything like that. And I feel like that is such a mood shift. If you head into Cocodona in the dark, you miss out on, that ability to maybe take your mind off the suffering and look at the red rocks. So I think it's an edge to get to Sedona when it's nice and bright out there and you get to enjoy the sights and everything, because man, if you get there and you get that dark, it can be a tough thing right before that climb too. But if you get there right at the right moment, I mean, these are mountains that will just make you cry if you're running in them. I've known I've had tears on just beauty out there running, and it is just a place to be. So the runners are in for a real treat going through Sedona on here if they make it through the daytime. If they make it through the night, my thoughts and prayers with you for sure.
Good thing about going through there in the night is it won't be as hot. I guess that's the silver lining of going through Sedona during the night, if you have to. And that was one thing I know that Sarah O had talked about in the difference between year 1 and year 2 for her, because year 2 was on a different course with a different start time. So she came through at night in year 2, so last year, where she suffered quite a bit through the day in Sedona on year 1. So it can make for an entirely different experience too. But you don't get the beauty, but maybe you don't get cooked as much, although the temperatures aren't as hot as they were in the 2021 year.
Yeah, Temps look a little milder for Sedona this year, which is nice. I'm pulling up the forecast. So today, high of 76. Tomorrow, also high of 76, but 49 as the low. I know, I think in previous years, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, but it would get close to the 90s at some part, correct?
Yeah, there has been, like the first year especially, got really hot. They thought about changing the name to Cocodona, just because people were getting fried out there. Yeah, a little bit milder temps this year, but yeah, gonna be getting somewhat chilly in the next few days. So yeah, those maybe advantage playing into the thru hiker crew
Yes.
of figuring out how to deal with inclement weather on the fly.
Couple, Brett, I think it'd be fun. Joe, I think it'd be fun to make some bold predictions about where this race is at 12 p.m. tomorrow when we hop on the broadcast again. Like, where is Josh Perry? Where is Sarah O? We see Mike McKnight in 30th place right now. Where is Mike McKnight when we re-enter the broadcast at 12 p.m. tomorrow?
That's good. We did actually make our way
Yeah.
too early predictions when you were gone. But that was just like a full, like, Joe had said, like, he's like, I'm pretty sure, like, Joe had said by the end of the race, there will absolutely be at least one lady in the overall podium. And I said I just wouldn't put it past Eliza to win the whole thing, just the way that she's been looking. But yeah, one of the other questions was like, does Mike McKnight, does he run himself onto the podium from 40 miles back after day one?
Yeah.
Finn, what do you think? What's your way too early prediction?
My way too early prediction is he does not.
Garmire has been raging all day today. He's moved up to 13th place. So what is he? He's overtaken 15, 17 people today.
Yeah. I'm a big Josh Perry fan in the thru hiking tribe mix. I think that it'll be fun to compare Jeff Garmire and Josh Perry, and I'll put my money on Josh
Yeah,
But-
Josh Perry has been moving up like steady all day.
I think the prediction I'll make for 12 p.m. tomorrow is that by 12 p.m. tomorrow, Eliza LaPierre is in second place.
Do we think Killian Korth continues to run away from this field? Do you think that the gamble of pushing off the sleep is going to pay off? Because it has in the past for some previous race winners. Joe, what do you think? You over under on the gambling sleep strategy?
I'm just gonna go with like the experience that I've heard from just speaking with athletes. I think the lack of sleep, I think the risk reward too favors into the risk than the reward.
We got
I think when you see guys like
Sorry to interrupt you, Joe, but we got a Mika Thews sighting and a Mike Groenwegen sighting at the Dead Horse aid station right now. That's what we're seeing.
Wow.
Looks like Mike is brushing his teeth.
Great move, as
Great
you would
move.
say.
Great move. Yep. Not a bold move. That's a smart move. They've been working together all day. Into like different strategies in terms of like what they're wearing, what they're packing, etc. But they have chosen to become allies for who knows how long. They're both running really well.
Yeah, I would say even just looking at Mika now, I would say my way too early prediction is that at 4 p.m. tomorrow, we're going to see Mika in second place overall.
Overall.
Mika in second.
Mika in second overall.
Wow. That's
I
cool.
would say Mika in second overall tomorrow. It's a bold take, but it's interesting. I was chatting with, again, the person who I'll be pacing this weekend, Aaron Fleischer, who has loads of experience at the 200s. You two met him at Javelina too as well. He was saying Like, he was telling me all about Mika. He knows her a little bit more than I do. And even just looking at her results and how she races, I think she's going to be one that's going to lean into that experience, getting into the later hours of this race. And I think she could be one of those that I mentioned, the at least one female on the podium.
Forever to run.
Do we know if Mika has slept yet?
Not chilling whatsoever.
I have to check.
Mike has changed shirts.
I'm not sure if Mika.
Yes. The Wet Bandits singlet is history. We're now opting for a t-shirt. We've added sleeves.
The only thing about Eliza is that, you know, she's going to probably sleep in the next 3 to 4 hours if she's following Coop's standard advice on when to take that first nap, when to take that first sleep. And I don't know how, I mean, Coop also advises the 90 to 120 minute window. So when she does go to sleep, maybe she loses somewhere in the window of 5 to 6 miles on whatever gap she has in ahead and behind her. That's something to keep in mind. That's what Versteeg lost on Killian Court. It was about 6 miles in the time that he slept.
So stressful to go to sleep from first place. Like,
Do have a an Ultrafly Kev sighting here. Ultrafly Kev on Instagram, Kevin Goldberg.
oh, Nike's going to be suing his ass for the Ultrafly name pretty soon.
There's probably some dots or underscores in the Instagram handle.
No, swoosh, it's Ultrafly.
And we'll see if Isabella can keep him in like the left 2/3 of her shot, just so that our picture-in-picture isn't covering it up. There we go. That's perfect. We'll see him in just a minute coming
You
around.
guys see them? The 2 little dots?
Coming around.
The 2
yeah,
little
but
dots
you
over
can,
the U.
You can start to see them starting to make their way around the turn of the road there. So we'll see them in just a minute or two.
Man, look at that road. That is a nice road.
It's a beautiful road. Quick shout out to Kelly in the chat.
Nice
it looks like
downhill.
there have been 50 plus donors who contributed to Girls on the Run, raised just about $2,000. It's not too late to donate. So if you want to push that number up a bit more, if you want to be the 51st donor, now is a great time.
Shout out to Kelly
There he
for
is,
joining
coming.
me on commentary this morning.
There he is, folks. The people's runner. Everyone's been waiting for you.
A legend.
Still
Good, how are
rocking
you
the
doing?
Hoka bucket hat.
Does he have his phone out in the live chat right now?
The phone is stowed away.
Oh, that was your favorite section? What? Yeah, that's what I said.
Kevin Goldberg, the people's champion. We heard that all the money that gets donated towards the blimp, he's going to match it.
Oh, yeah. Goldberg is a big blimp advocate, we hear.
Yeah, just getting my steps in, filming people, filming all the lead runners. Hill repeats on this? Yeah, doing hill repeats on this hill. It's been fun. Hi, nice to meet you, Melanie. Oh, it's the People's Runner's wife? All right, there's another celebrity right there.
I have a name.
No, let's go with the People's Runner's wife. That sums it up.
People's runner's wife. A lot of people in the chats, hopes and dreams just got shattered learning this.
Oh, heartbreaker now. That's what they're saying on the live stream. Sorry, ladies. Kevin's taken.
I don't have my wedding ring on.
My favorite thing about
So how
Kevin is
hot was it?
every time you see him, he's just got a big smile on his face.
Yeah.
Lay down in the river.
That's important. That's
You can-
important for a race. This
You can still smile
Okay.
at mile 120 in a race.
Yeah, we're having a good time. This is how rocky that trail
I was chatting
Really rocking.
chatting with someone who came across Kevin in the later miles of Cocodona last year, and they said right before the Eldon Summit, he was like, "Let's go summit Eldon. It's gonna be amazing. Like it's gonna be so fun. Just so stoked to summit it. 200 plus miles in." And that's the energy you just love to see in these races. You can see it with this smile and good energy. I mean, like, man, how could you not just love that? So
As the
shout out
chat would say, that's big Goldberg energy.
BGE.
Goldberg energy.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're going to swap to our drone shot from Deer Pass here for a minute, and then we will catch back up with Kevin in the Jerome aid station. It looks like we have eyes on our race leader, possibly.
Been getting some awesome donations into the chat towards Girls on the Run. So awesome to see. Optimistic prominence. $20. Let's go, Sarah. Oh. Hey, Joe, my computer finally told me how many hours of the race Joe McConaughey hiked last year. And much to my surprise, it's actually, I guess, less than I thought it would be. And of course, like as you go down the field, that hike number is going to go up. But Joe hiked for roughly 40% of the race and actually ran for about 60%.
Wow. I
Yeah.
would have definitely lost the over under on that.
I
sure.
really thought it was going to be well over 50% hiking. And I think, Joe's probably in the minority for a stat like that, but it ended up being like 25 hours, and this is pulling data just right off Strava. So it's like 25 hours hike time, 30 hours run time, 4 hours stoppage time, or very, very slow moving. 228,461 steps.
And fact check me if I'm wrong, but didn't he only sleep somewhere around like it was
30 minutes.
very 30 minutes, very, very minimal, which is just so interesting.
Absolutely.
That through hiker culture, man.
Joe, what is next for you in your summer racing schedule?
Oh man, well, I'm still licking my wounds after Canyons and Black Canyon after a 0 for 2 on racing a solid 100K. So I'm now focusing my efforts on going back to the 100-miler, and I'm kind of retooling a bit and focus on building some kind of just some base back and come at Javelina 100 later this year in October and go for that golden ticket. So that's going to be the focus on the summer, is just whip that course as many times as possible, get it right, get my 100-miler fitness in shape, and swing for the fences again at Javelina, because I think if there's going to be one ticket race I can nail, that's going to be the one. So that's the focus for me. Not as crazy as these Cocodonans out here, but I mean, they're inspiring me so much to get back out there for sure.
Love it.
That's awesome. Yeah, we're excited to follow the training.
What about you?
What's up with you, Brett? What's your next thing?
I got nothing at the moment. I don't know. Maybe some things are in the works, but yeah, I'm training for no apparent reason right now. Mostly just because I like running. So that's all I got. That's all I got actually. There's 0 races on my calendar.
Well, Brett has been inspiring me, Joe. I've actually upped my mileage the last couple of weeks in part because of him, and there's a couple guys in the Salt Lake City scene and girls that have just been inspiring me. I'm going to do the Tushers 70K in late July. That's another great Aravaipa race. I think actually, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the Tushers race series is the most underrated Aravaipa running series in their catalog of races. Matt's about to comment.
I was just letting people know that we've got Goldberg back at Jerome eating all the foods, and if Isabella can unmute on her end, we'll be able to listen in, getting maybe a little bit of a massage as well here.
Eating while horizontal.
And no, I wouldn't
With
have
the
any
smile.
argument with you, Finn. Tusher's a good one.
He's like eating while doing a sit-up. Like,
Got to keep that core engaged.
no, you don't.
Yeah, so Joe, I'll do Tusher's 70K in late July, and then the big focus for me is going to be the Run Rabbit Run 100 in mid-September. Yeah.
Ooh, let's go. Well, first of all, you're in for a treat with Tushers. I've never done it, but I've seen the pictures and know plenty of people who has. And I heard that race is just epic. And man, awesome to see you going after the triple R. That is so first, man. I'm stoked to follow your training. And Brett, always stoked to see what you're doing out there on the trails. And know you're bringing a lot of inspiration to me to hopefully run a good race like you last year at Javelina for sure.
Yeah. Yep. 8 months later, I'm still riding that high. No
love
races
it. You
signed
got
up.
it.
Like, I'm just gonna ride that one off into the sunset. That's for sure.
I know that
You
Brett
got
is a hot coaching commodity right now because he just coached Cole Watson to a win at the Canyons 100K. But I'm gonna see if he can coach a nobody like me for these next couple months. We'll see what happens.
We're taking Finn to the
Let's
promised
go.
land.
Have a bunch of blood on my face?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been putting it all over. Yeah. Good.
Mingo said.
What do you say? Do I have blood on my
So have
face?
you slept?
So we've got
Have you slept?
Kevin's coach in the chat. That's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah, I feel pretty good.
Look great. Blood on your face. Look.
Nicodemus. So, I mean, Nicodemus De La Rosa, is that correct? It's got it, yeah.
Yeah. I've been talking to him too.
I guess this is a question for Nicodemus, but what were the parting words to Kevin before this race, and what was your advice for the approach?
He just looks so casual right now.
Looks great.
Like, this is the most relaxed person I think we've seen at this aid station. I would say, like
He's definitely
Nick.
the most fun.
like we're posing for some magazine.
Nick, you have anything you want to say to Kevin?
See, Nick, we're all on the edge of our seats here.
Bueller? Anybody?
Bueller.
Did we lose Nick?
So maybe, Brett, we can talk about this in tomorrow's live stream, but I just received a link to Michael Versteeg's race report from the 2022 Cocodona. The title is,
Oh my gosh.
What a Time to Not Be Unalive. A not so appropriate musing on the Cocodona 250. I think I'm going to give this a read later tonight, and we can debrief this tomorrow.
All right, I'm down for that.
It might need filtered.
We got the response from Nick. So Jade Bellsberg, which I believe is Nick's partner, is right. It's in that account, but Nick says, great question. Something along the lines of relaxed muscle is the fast muscle.
Ooh,
And-
I like
end
that.
quote. And let me tell you, when we're thinking about relaxed muscle, I mean, look at this guy. He is all good vibes and easy going. So he's taking that coach's advice to heart and exercising it well.
I love that advice.
So good.
Relaxed muscle is the fast muscle.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you see a lot of the top runners in the world. Like, they make it look so easy, and it's because they're not straining. They're relaxed. Got to be fluid.
Yeah, that's great.
I think I saw a can of Liquid Death there in the corner at with Kevin's crew.
And it looks like we're going to send it to Dead Horse for just a minute. It looks like Mika might be getting her things potentially ready to head back out on trail in just a minute.
Yep, the pack is loaded. I think, what are we going for? Is that a pancake taco?
And we'll go to Troy on the drone as...
Oh, that was just a regular hot dog. My mistake.
Well, Joe, thank you so much for hanging with us for these last 3 hours. It's been such a pleasure, and hopefully we can do it again. Yeah, thanks for everything you did with the pre-race interviews, and we'll give you a shout-out for folks that are not already tuned into the Everyday Ultra podcast. Go check it out, Apple, Spotify, wherever you download your content. And, yeah, thanks for hyping this race up. Huge service to the community.
Yeah, go listen to the Joe's Cocodona 250 pre-race interviews. They're definitely still absolutely a worthwhile listen because this race is not over yet, and there are some things that you will absolutely learn about some of the runners in this race.
Well, thank you too so much. I appreciate the love and shout outs. And I told this to Finn yesterday, and Brett, I'll pass this on to you as well. It's an honor to be on with running commentating savants at this point. I've always just appreciated everything that you two have done on these live streams. So to be on here hanging with you two is just truly an honor. And for anyone who does listen to Everyday Ultra, if you love the show, also check out Single Track as well. I mean, some of the content that Finn and Brett are putting out on the pre-race stuff, the long run archives, the interviews, I mean, it's just amazing. Please check them out too. It is my favorite show by far.
Hey, appreciate you, man. And yeah, we'll this is not the last time. It's probably the first time we'll be doing this together. So stoked to do it again soon.
Love it, man. Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Thanks again for having me on, everyone. Appreciate you too, Brett, Finn, Matt, everybody watching in. And let's continue to enjoy this race.
I think we're going to be making a transition here in a moment. I'm sure producer Matt will have an update on what the schedule looks like from a commentary standpoint the rest of the day. But Brett and I are going to be signing off here. It's been a pleasure to be with you these last 6 hours. We'll see you again at 12 p.m. Pacific. Brett, any final thoughts before we transition here?
Again, I'm so excited to just see where we head in terms of the race and how people move throughout the night. Like we said yesterday, and some people were saying in the chat, like the dark McKnight makes his moves when the sun goes down. That was 100% proven true last night.
Yes.
And that's absolutely going to be so fascinating to see over the second night as well. One of the main things that we're going to need to be paying attention to and we'll be getting updates on is what are the sleep situations looking like for some of these leaders. Again, Dead Horse Ranch aid station. We got tacos, burritos, potato soup, oatmeal.
And that looks like maybe Greer coming into Dead Horse there.
We got a Greer.
Or
is that in? That's out.
That is right? Out.
That's out of Dead Horse.
So that looks like Greer is out of Dead Horse Ranch aid station, and Mika and Mike are about to head out.
So that means Michael Greer just overtook Mike and Mika at that aid station.
I believe so, but I'll try to get confirmation on that.
Yeah, we'll see if the trackers update, but if that's the case, that's a 2-spot jump up to 4th overall.
And while we switch commentators, folks, we'll be bringing on Chris Warden for the wonderful Aravaipa After Dark, and he will be joined by chef extraordinaire himself. I guess he runs as well, Mr. Pete Mortimer, your 2021 second place finisher. So he'll be joining on the live stream here as well. But while we switch our commentary things over, we will have a little word from some of our sponsors.
My name is Eric Sensman. I'm an ultra runner based in Flagstaff, Arizona, and this is where I do the bulk of my training. Buffalo Park is iconic in Flagstaff for really people of all walks of life, not just runners. It's just a central place that allows you to access all these different trails and areas north of town. Buffalo Park's an iconic meeting point for runners and walkers and visitors alike. Because the trails are so accessible and so prevalent in Flagstaff, it makes it really easy to go for a run, be in the woods, get out of town, but be able to very quickly come back and finish in town and meet up with your friends, go to a brewery, get a beer. It just feels like the town has evolved to adapting to and welcoming in runners and outdoors people as it's grown. I hope I can stay in Flagstaff forever.
And we are back. Shout out to Destination Flagstaff for their support of this live stream. We've got Kevin Goldberg, fan favorite, heading out of the Dead Horse Ranch aid station. Do him and his pacer have like not exact matches, but they both have interestingly patterned shirts. Let's see if we can.
It looks like they're headed to the same party.
Yeah, but it's a very unique party, you know.
It's definitely outdoors on the West Coast, possibly in Hawaii. Yeah, they're definitely headed to the same party out on the West Coast somewhere.
No, we will. Don't worry. Fret not, my my live stream companions. We will play the Flota commercial probably multiple times during this stream. But we wanted to make sure the people got to see Kevin one last time before he heads out of this aid station here.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin is I just want to know, like, why does Kevin always look so happy?
Because I love you guys.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. We love the big Goldberg energy and the big smile that we always get to see. So we appreciate the positive energy you're always bringing out there, man.
Thank you.
And we do have Chris Warden and Pete Mortimer on the commentary desk now. So they're going to be bringing the incredible coverage. Pete is asking if we can swear. Not to out Pete or anything, but just so you know, Pete, we've had Mike Versteeg hot mic'd on this live stream today,
And we're still here to live it to tell the tale.
Yeah, I think as long as your grandma wouldn't spank you for it or something like that, then you're probably okay.
Hey, Aravaipa After Dark is just starting. Let's not get into the heavy stuff until later. Folks, thanks for tuning in with us this afternoon or evening, depending on where you're at in the world. I'm Chris Warden. This is Aravaipa After Dark, and we're here basically at about the halfway point of the Cocodona 250. And with me is a friend / mentor of mine, and I'm so excited to do this. We spent some time on the broadcast last year. Pete Mortimer. Pete, welcome to the Cocodona broadcast.
Thanks for having me back. I love doing this. I love the race. I love everything about it. So I'm happy to be here and happy to add a little input and hopefully some laughs.
Yeah, the reasons why I brought you on here are numerous. Number one, we've been friends for a while. Number two, I value your expertise in terms of running in general and your experience on this course in particular. Also, your success here at Cocodona. The fact that you are going to be spending a lot of time out there helping to take care of runners. These are all things that I want to talk about here tonight. So what are your thoughts so far about what we've seen here on the course here in the 2023 version of Cocodona 250?
Well, it seems to me just much faster, first of all. I'm glad, a lot of these first timers that maybe have done the course before got to experience that first section. Maybe not quite as tough as that first year, but it's still all the vertical and all those miles. So, and there was still, quite a little bit of carnage out there. So I'm really happy watching everyone's pace. Everyone seems to have hit that low point and it seems to have moved on for the most part. You know, I've talked to some of my athletes that are doing this race, and as well as a couple of friends, and they've all everyone experiences that first climb out and is just, you know, wrecked. So getting those calories down and reassessing, getting some sleep in, it seems to be what's powering a lot of these back of the packers forward right now. And I think, you know, we're seeing a lot of people that were moving quite slow early on that are starting to pick up the pace quite a bit.
Absolutely. Notably, Mike McKnight is somebody who's been talked about. We talked about him this morning. Finn and Brett and Joe Corcione had really done some detailed analysis on what he had been doing over the course of the day, because he did not have a great day one.
Yeah.
At all. He had some issues with his back. He got a little bit misdirected on course. So it's good to see that he has seemingly recovered to this point, and he's been coming back strong. One of the things, comparing this versus your 2021 year, it seems like it's potentially cooler this year. I don't know. I mean, you know, I wasn't out on the course that year. You were. Does it seem like maybe the runners have a little bit more friendly temperatures as they're making their way north?
Oh, absolutely. You know, again, that first section, there's nothing you can really do. I mean, by Phoenix standards, it wasn't that quite as hot, and there was a plethora of water crossings on the way up. So I was fortunate enough, or unfortunate, however you categorize it, but I did the training run this year with a group of runners and saw firsthand how much water was actually back there from Black Canyon all the way up to Crown King, and it was remarkable. I'd never seen so much. So I think that kind of helped a lot of those people kind of get through. And then, of course, you know, the cooler sections moving on. I mean, you still have the exposure part of it, but I think it's just going to help everyone's race. I think the battle for some of these runners as they get a little further north is maybe they're not used to the cold temperatures and dealing with that at night, especially after several days in the sun.
All right. You mentioned also, of course, you know, you're my coach, but you also have some athletes that are running in the Cocodona 250, and I don't know about other events this weekend. Who are you keeping an eye on out there as far as the people you're coaching?
Aaron Barber, he's moving quite well. Again, he had I thought I saw him on the screen earlier, but he had a little bit of rough patch last night, got some calories down, and he seems to be moving quite well now. And then Brian Booth and Roy Quinn are both moving quite well now after, you know, that first section, both of them took it a little bit slower. This is Roy's first attempt, and this is Brian's second attempt. So, but I've watched Brian during his training, and he's put in the work, and he's never felt so strong. So I'm confident. I mean, you know, again, everyone's got their own sort of race that they're doing, no matter what speed, front or back of the pack, and or whatever they're doing, you know, for their own personal gain. So it's really great to see these guys kind of dig deep early on, and then just kind of, you know.
I think I actually met Roy at Mogollon Monster. I think he ran it last year, and he made it in under the gun last year. He's definitely a grinder.
Oh,
so
he is, yeah.
The fact that he was able to finish a rough, rugged hard rock qualifier shows that he's got the baseline to be successful in a race such as this. I mean, he's not looking to go out there and contend for the top of the pack, but he's definitely, you know, looking to finish in his best way possible.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, all three of them have put in the work, and the you know, I give them sort of a daunting training plan. I mean, there's a big build up to it, but you know, by the time they get through that last, you know, big part of their training block, you know, I think they kind of, the light bulb goes on. It's like, okay, this is where all the work has started to pay off.
Absolutely. So right now the runners are. Some of them have reached the halfway point. Not many, though. It looks like if we were to take a peek, maybe about 10 runners have actually hit that 125-plus mile mark here, and basically that would just be exiting the Jerome aid station. They're 37 miles in. When you're this far into a race, when you're 37 miles in or 125 miles in, knowing that you're probably not even halfway done or maybe around halfway done, you know, what's your mindset? I mean, you've already come so far, but then you have so much to do.
Yeah. For me personally, it's, you know, hundreds to me, it's a little bit more constraining because of that time cutoff. Once I hit that 100-mile mark, it's just like everything flies out the window. It just doesn't matter anymore. That is just a focus of days. So try not to hit that first 100 miles like in the same speed that I'm doing in a 100-mile race. But yeah, I mean, you just you have to treat it one day at a time. And I think, now this will be the third year. So, we can kind of have some expectations on where we should see these runners at what times, and based off of, different athletes and, and other people that you may know your strengths versus theirs. And so you may be able to say, okay, I think I can expect myself to hit Mingus Mountain by this time, but, you've got guys like, Versteeg that take naps during the day so they don't have to worry about the sun so much and then crank at night. And so that's, you got to wonder where their mindset is as far as, the rest, because you have to get rest.
Well, when you ran this race in 2021, as was mentioned earlier by Finn and Brett, they came to the realization that you had the fastest split on the second half of the race, basically, that you had which is kind of interesting because if you think about it, one of the most, lasting visuals from that race is from the film Inaugural Year. And within 5 minutes of the start of the film, we see you at one of your low points of the race when your stomach had kind of turned on you to keep it, to keep it clean. What made it possible for you to turn your fortunes around so drastically to the point where there was a moment where you were in basically a chase situation in the last few miles, and I'd love to talk about that a little bit later as well.
So I just shared miles with Versteeg early on, and we had done a training run together about a month before, and so we were kind of chatting about how we're going to treat the day. And as we were going through that canyon, and Mike's like, I want to get the F out of here. And I was like, yeah, that sounds great, but I think I'm going to hang back a bit. And that's what I did. And I still ended up suffering on my way up, just a little bit slower. It paid for him to just kind of push forward. The guy knows the course so well and the terrain so well, and he's a bit of a minimalist. So, he's really, really fluid with that. But for me, it was about, this is just day one. The sun's going to beat down on you day after day. And I think there was a few runners out there that year that really didn't, take the time to back off and treat, all the dehydration that we had. They may have felt good for like one, at one aid station, but then like as soon as the night set in, that's really started to hit them. And then living out here, I'm just kind of used to the running in the heat and managing and maintaining, and you have to keep that core cool, and or you take naps in the day like Mike does.
Yeah, that's one of the things about his the way he approaches these 200-mile races, Cocodona in particular, that is noticeable for somebody who is somewhat of a newbie, perhaps, to the 200-mile discipline. You mentioned your time out here. You've lived both here in Flagstaff for some years, and prior to that, you lived down in the valley in Phoenix. While it is both, basically two cities separated by a stretch of I-17 about 125 miles long, they're quite different in terms of how they offer benefits to train. So could you discuss about how, the positives that you gathered from, whether you're training in the desert or you're training in the high elevation, and how similar are they? I know that some people do say that, one can kind of, cover for the other. Is that true?
To an extent, yeah. I think in this year, when you're running from like baseline, like, basically Phoenix, Black Canyon and then up, you have plenty of time to acclimate. You're going to have, your first taste of elevation at Crown King, which is 7,000 base, and then you're going to drop down. But over the course of the time, you're moving so slow, your body can really take the time to acclimate as you're progressing forward. You may run into an instance maybe going up Eldon as you get up to like 9,300 feet. But other than that, I think the biggest thing for here is like the heat adaptation is really key. I've lived in the Phoenix for 14 years and then up here, and I much prefer it up here in Flagstaff. But sometimes, I run some of these hotter races, and I tell myself that the mountains have made me soft. But we have ample opportunity to get our heat training and running down in Sedona or in the canyon. But this year has not been one of those years for heat training. I had my experience with that last weekend at Canyons.
Yeah.
Just no heat training and then just being thrown to the wolves. But
yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to bring that up. Obviously, you just ran Canyons last weekend, as did Andrew Glaze, which has been mentioned pretty extensively here on the Cocodona live stream. We'll get back to that in just a second. I want to let everybody know who we're watching right now. Right now, we're watching second place female Mika Thews and fourth place male Mike Groenwegen. Is that how we're pronouncing it, or?
That's the way I've been pronouncing it. No one's been correcting me in the chat, so I'm just running with it because I am highly confident that our lovely YouTube chat will correct me when I'm wrong.
They're always so
I have that much
cordial
faith
about
in
it
them.
too.
They're great. So they are my proofreaders in a sense. So
have you ever run with either Micah or Mike before? Have you ever raced against them?
I have not. I don't believe so.
Okay.
I've done a lot of races, and sometimes people are like, "Oh yeah, I share miles with you," and I just maybe it was in a blackout
happens when
zone
you run a
or
lot of
something.
ultras like that. Circling back around to last weekend, you mentioned that Canyons was not a great weekend for you. Can you kind of discuss what happened, and was there anything you could have done to mitigate it?
What ended up actually happening for me was more of an ankle issue. I dealt with the heat pretty well.
Okay.
I slowed down a lot, though I've got some battle scars on my neck from my ice bandana that kept me cool all week or all day long. But yeah, I ended up rolling my ankle and then ripping open a blister on my other foot. So foot care issue, made it to 68, bowed out, which is fine. This was a training race for me. So I have a big race coming up in June that I'm training for. So I got to let the feet heal a little bit, and I'll just be right back out there.
I know which race that is, but which race is that?
I'm doing the Montana Spine Race. It's a 268-mile race across England.
It's a little bit further than this.
Just a scotch.
Just a scotch. I see in the chat, no, I am not evading any questions for Pete's Meats. We've got several hours to hang out together, and we will be pivoting to that in just a few moments. But we're going to be following a couple of storylines tonight. Obviously, we're going to be following the front of the pack. But one of the things that I'm going to try my best to keep an eye on is the back of the pack as well. So the final cutoff has lapsed for the most recent aid station. That was at mile 71.4, I believe, and that is Friendly Pines. Runners had to be out the door by 5 p.m. local time tonight, and I got word that the final runner made it out by 4:55. So right now, everybody is back on the course. However, there is another cutoff while we'll be on the air tonight at 9:30 at Whiskey Row, and that's a big one. Usually, I feel like most of the carnage that happened in year one happened by Whiskey Row. It seemed like the lion's share of the runners that opted not to continue called it a day here at that aid station. As you can see there's still the setup. Thank you to the Prescott area trail runners for taking care of the runners on Whiskey Row. But they've still got a few hours left. If they've left Friendly Pines by 5 p.m., they've really only got to move about 24 to 26-minute miles to get to Whiskey Row. I have not actually run that stretch. Is that something that that maybe some of the back of the packers might find difficulty with?
Personally, I don't think so. I think the biggest, the hardest part of that whole section, getting to Whiskey Row, is the climb to Crown King, and then the climb up to Camp Kippa. So after that, running down Center Highway, and then you've got some single track, flowing into Whiskey Row, and then the road. I think maybe for some people, maybe they, by the time they're already getting down, they could have along that long stretch of road to think about, like, that maybe this isn't what I want to do anymore. And they see civilization, there's bars and food. So, that can always pull you out of it. But I think it's such a runnable section. That's why it's so important to take your time early on.
Yeah, Whiskey Row itself is at mile 78.3, and looking at the race roster, there's really only maybe a dozen runners on the course that still haven't made it yet. And of those, over half of them are less than a mile out. Our back of the pack right now consists of these names. These are the people who are not within a mile of Whiskey Row at this point. Kristen Trapp, bib 185, is about 2 miles out. Kyung Lee, bib 189, is about 2.5 miles out. Shona Career, bib number 163, is about 3.5 miles out. Shauna Green is about 4 miles out. She's bib number 176. And Joseph Haste, bib number 193, is about 6 miles out. So Joseph Haste currently bringing up the rear and probably hanging out with the sweepers, because I know that's kind of one of the things that happens when you're at the back of the pack of an ultra. Speak from experience. Sometimes you have impromptu pacers in the form of the sweepers, and they're not assisting you the same way maybe a normal pacer would, but at the same time, it's nice to have company when you're having a rough time at the back of the pack.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Steve Vanderlinden asking what the cutoff time for the race was officially. It is 125 hours. So the runners have until Saturday at 10 a.m. Were you going to bring something up? Okay. Can we tell you what? Let's throw on a quick ad while we do a quick little adjustment.
Well, has Pete, have you seen the Flota commercial yet?
I caught a glimpse of it last night.
We gotta play the Flota commercial here for Pete.
I thought I'd had a few too many scotches. And
So here it is, the people's favorite commercial. Flota on Instagram now at Drink Flota. So if you're on Instagram, go give them a follow.
Nice.
Here it is.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
And we're back. This is the Fain Ranch aid station. Fain Ranch is about mile 96. The runners have plenty of time before they have to get out of here. Pete, you came through Fain Ranch in 2021.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as bougie as this. I don't know. Where'd they get all the loungers? I mean, I think I had a pop up in a Bud Light. I mean, but I'm glad to see things are progressing out there. That's good.
Extreme Home Makeovers. Looks like they got their hands on the Fain Ranch aid station in the 2 years since you last spent some time out there on the course. Happy for the runners, but I wouldn't blame you if you were a little bit jealous of it. So, hey, Matt, well, before you leave, I got one more question.
Matt has left the room.
How do I get the chat up on this side so I can see it? That's all. Of course, the Fain Ranch aid station is sponsored by Satisfy, so thank you to them for...
That's the one you'll click. These three windows, basically.
Wonderful. That's all I need. Thanks. So we've got, basically a few cameras that we're going to be following around. So this right here is the Fain Ranch cam. We've also got the Whiskey Row static cam. I believe I can jump to as well. If it's not pivoting. We'll see what we can do about that. We might be stuck at Fain Ranch for a little while. We'll see what happens. But one of the things I wanted to do is, there we go. I wanted to talk to you about what you're doing this week here for the runners. Now, we always joke about Pete's Meets, and we can give a little background on what that means, and also how it applies to how you're going to be spending your Cocodona week.
Well, since I'm not running, I'm just kind of running on the sidelines, I guess you say, all over the place. So I have a few runners that I'll be pacing I'll be up at Eldon Aid Station with Julian, and he's kind of the main guru up there that kind of keeps things flowing. And we have both for the past couple days been smoking copious amounts of meat products for the runners, and every year we like to take it up a notch. Right now at the house I have 2 enormous briskets cooking, so hopefully they'll be done maybe sometime tomorrow. But we've got tons of food and lots of vegetarian options as well. But yeah, that's something I've done for years at different aid stations. And the first year at Cocodona, after I finished, I wanted to help out. I wanted to give back, and I did it last year, back again this year. So I really enjoy seeing everyone come through there, and the amount of people that have come up to me over the past couple years, just kind of thanking me, makes me feel good. Just like I was able to get them some food, get them back on their feet, so to speak, and then push them down that hill.
Well, I know that one of the people that's helping you with this this week rather is Julian Galuzzi, and
Yep.
he's been texting me pictures and video of various things that he's been throwing together. Some look like some smoked sausage links and some ribs, and
Yep.
I can speak from personal experience, having had dinner at your house last weekend at a small gathering, and damn, these runners are in for a great dinner up at the top of Mount Eldon. I think that's so cool because you decided to do that, basically after running the race yourself for the first time in 2021. You got done with the race, you finished on the podium, and then a few hours later you're trucking up to Mount Eldon at the top when it was windy as hell.
Well, yeah.
And then setting up to grill out for as many runners as you could feed.
Yeah, well, I remember getting up there and just, I'd had, kind of a busy night, so to speak, with Dax out at Walnut Canyon. And when I got up to the top and had some bacon and a White Claw, and I was just kind of looking around, and I almost wanted to just stop right there. I was having, a lot of my friends were up there, and I just wanted to kind of help out and give back. So that's what we're doing again. It takes a whole team up there to do what we do. We don't get a lot of sleep. There's, tensions can run high, especially when the weather is, crazy with the wind. That first year, I think I had loaned like a 20-man tent, and it just got absolutely destroyed. So this year, I think we're in an even different spot. So
yeah, I remember that first year because that after I had come to town on Friday night, I headed up to the Eldon Aid to hang out, and everybody's like, "Oh yeah, you can pitch your tent over here." And after standing around for a few minutes, I was like, "No, I'm sleeping in my car."
Yeah,
there's no way in heck. And it got. I mean, I saw a couple of tents get like completely trashed up there. So, but of course they moved the aid station around. But my one of my memories of Eldon was, seeing some of those runners come in and doing their best, and everybody at the aid station doing their best to keep these runners warm at the top of the mountain. But the wind was just whipping through, and even as they were sitting down, near a fire, they were still, still feeling, or heat lamps. They were still feeling it up there at a very exposed area. So I did not go up there last year. So the new aid station, or where they had put it last year, was a lot less exposed, from what I understand.
it was, but snow situation up there this year had to force us to move a little bit. So I think we're a little further up the road. But yeah, the wind situation last year, I remember Sensman coming in and just the look of God in his eyes. He looked pretty terrified from up there. It gets nuts.
Yeah, it really does up there. I mean, I went for a hike up there this week, and even in a nice, beautiful looking day, it was still pretty nuts as the closer I got to the top. I'm gonna grab a couple of questions. We're gonna maybe play a little bit of maybe some grilling and cooking advice. I had to somebody actually ask something. Let's see here if I can get this up here. Alyssa Roberts asking, what is the ideal, or what's the best bacon White Claw flavor pairing?
Well, White Claw, I'm normally, I like lime and grapefruit. Those are my two favorites. So I guess if I'm going to pair it with a bacon, I go with a nice apple smokewood bacon, and maybe just I would go with the grapefruit just for a little citrus there in the morning. Yeah, it's great. It's a fruit, right?
Yeah, the citrus and salt pairing makes a lot of sense right there.
Yeah, I mean, people eat grapefruit all the time to lose weight. So yeah, I do that. It's a skinny pairing.
Let's see here. No, Ben, there's not a bacon flavored White Claw yet, but you never know what these companies will come out with, because frankly, they've made every other flavor imaginable at this point, whether it be all the different fruit flavors that they have for seltzers versus, like, I mean, look at all the different vodka flavors they have now, and what they've done to whiskeys is, I know you're a whiskey aficionado.
Sure
and
am.
I could hear your body curdle at the idea of me having to take a shot of Fireball after losing a bet last night.
Well, yeah, it's. I brought my own today. It's a slightly bigger bottle than the one Rory brought, and I'll actually show live on how to open the bottle. For Rory, if he's paying attention.
Gangster, are you paying attention? I remember you brought some monkey shoulders to the studio last year as well.
Yep, still looking for that sponsorship. It's my staple. It's good.
That would be a great sponsorship. A lot of synergy there. I mean, it's. I guess there's something about whiskey and trail running that just is almost like a romantic pairing in and of itself.
Yeah, I love it, especially at night. Give me a little nip, warm me up and stuff.
Let's see. No, that's not true, Sarah. I can read the meat questions. I have no problem with that, as long as Pete is willing to talk about his grilling affections and.
It's top secret. I'm just kidding.
It's an old family secret. Pete's Meats commercial next for Satisfy. That would be fun. Think about how artsy their stuff is. I mean, you've seen the commercials they did with Jamil in the past and stuff. And imagine what kind of maybe start with a black and white artsy shot of a guy like in a kitchen and maybe with some classical music in the background, throwing a rub on a brisket or a rack of ribs and then go from there.
Yeah.
Like I could see a Satisfy commercial with Pete Mortimer in his element in the kitchen and then going out and running, like maybe while you throw it in the smoker and then all of a sudden it switches to you running off into the distance. There's the commercial right there.
I like it. We
could have a lot of fun with that. We're going to do a quick little wrap around here. We've got coverage at a few different aid stations. Oh, actually, you know what? I am going to pivot to the drone shot we have right here.
Oh, I recognize that junkyard well.
And so if for those that are unfamiliar, where are we looking at?
So that looks like the drop down from from the aid station there. So there's, I'm trying to see.
From which?
So originally, I don't know if it's changed, but originally in Jerome, they had you take, leaving the aid station, you go around on that fire road.
Yeah.
But then you drop down into it just looks like this old mechanical junkyard with this douchebag grade full of like mufflers and glass at mile, I don't know, whatever it was. I was just swearing Jamil's name at that point. I was like, what is this? Make sure you have your tetanus shot.
So yeah, this is actually looks like the start line for the Sedona Canyons 125 right there. So they did have to move the aid station. That I appreciate the reminder in that. But yeah, that's what the runners will be looking at as they are starting their day tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. We know obviously there are going to be a lot of local and regulars that are going to be out there. But have you taken a look at the race roster? Haven't made any predictions or prognostications? I know that there is one runner that you know very well on the men's side that is probably the prohibitive favorite.
Yeah, I mean, my money's on Jeff, I think. So he just always runs so smart. He knows trails very well. Good friend of mine, so I'm always rooting for him. And he's another guy too. I mean, a lot of these, it's still an extra 25 miles over that 100.
Yeah.
And that last, 20 miles is, there's a lot of runnable stuff, but you still have the Eldon climb. So I think he'll crank at that point. As soon as he gets to Tut Hill, I think he's just going to turn on the jets.
He's confident enough in doing a 125 mile race. Now, granted, this is also, an elite among elites, but I was asking him if he'd like to come on sometime this week. He's like, yeah, Friday morning's good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's starting a 100-miler tomorrow, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'll come by the studio. Where's it at? So I think that he is arguably the favorite on the men's side. On the women's side, I'm not as familiar with many of the names, but I do know I don't have the roster in front of me. I can't remember her name, but it's a woman who has got extensive experience and a very robust resume. Let me see if I can pull it up in our. So yeah, these runners will be starting tomorrow from the Sedona Canyon's finish line, which is just outside of Jerome. And let's see, live TV, folks, nothing like it. Denise Barraza. Denise Barraza is got an extensive resume. And I believe she's based out of Colorado, but she's raced UTMB. She's finished in the top 5 at Moab, finished second at Hurt in 2020, a race that you're familiar with as well.
Slightly, yeah.
So, yeah, if, so somebody who has experience at top 5, top 10 finishes at Run Rabbit Run, Black Canyon. So, Denise, I would have to say, is among the short list of runners on the women's side that I would expect to have great success starting tomorrow morning. We're going to try and take a peek around. So, yeah, this is the area where they're going to start. I'm going to see if I've got any other sort of feeds that I can pivot around to. But, yeah, if you've got any questions with regards to running or anything else. Of course, Pete is also a coach. Oh, here we go. Matt Emerson asking, would you recommend Javelina or Sedona Canyon for a first 100-miler?
Oh, well,
keep in mind, Matt Emerson is actually based out of Scottsdale. So the weather, if you want to take that into consideration.
Yeah, I actually I know Matt because we were in the same trade together for a long time. I actually work for the company he used to work for right now.
That's right. I think he told me that.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I mean, for your first 100, Javelina is a great way to go because of the support and, but as far as kind of mountain races go, I'm more of a point-to-point guy, so I like the Sedona. But if it was my first 100, and Javelina was my first 100, so I would definitely go with that one.
Javelina is a very complicated beast for me personally. Like, I've DNF'd it twice, and both times getting past the 100K mark and then the wheels falling off very rapidly thereafter. The problem I have with Javelina is probably different than most, and the thing that I learned when I ran my first trail 100 last year was that I do much better when I don't have any distractions and I don't know anybody. Javelina, if you're a local, it's a lot of fun. It absolutely is. It's a party.
Definitely.
But that's also a bit of an issue sometimes because you're in every aid station. People know you and people are celebrating your effort and they're so excited because you're, going out there and doing great things, and then they keep on they're getting more and more I guess into the party atmosphere, how shall we say?
Sure.
And you're getting deeper and deeper into the pain cave. It's a very unique dichotomy to have to deal with when you're out there on in that situation.
Yeah, you definitely have to stave off some of the partying, especially if it's your first one. It really is. The atmosphere is so great, and there's so much support. And one of the nice things I like about Javelina is it's really easy to pick up a pacer if you need one. It's just like there's just people hanging out all weekend, like looking to run with anybody. So, if you're kind of in dire straits, or your pacer didn't show for whatever reason, or you need help, there's just so many people there to get you through it. But the heat is definitely a factor for a lot of people. And again, not taking care of yourself during the day, that's going to make for a rough night.
One of the things that you're known for those that follow you on Instagram, first of all, what is your Instagram handle?
PJ Mortimer. It's not very original. It's my first two initials, the last name. And
but TJ Gardner brings something up. You train here in the San Francisco Peaks out in the outskirts of Flagstaff. And even though I can see Eldon from your back porch, that's not where you do a lot of your damage. And TJ advises people, if you want to see what windy really looks like, check out some of Pete's winter Humphreys ascents.
Yeah.
So for those who are not familiar with the physical geography of Flagstaff and the surrounding area, Humphreys Peak is the highest summit in all of Arizona. And Pete climbs it how often?
Well, my goal is to do it 52 times in a year. So 1 a week average. Last year, I think I got 40. So not quite 52, but getting there. This year, I started off great with one at the beginning of the year, and then we just had so much snow. And I actually tried going up a few weeks ago and in snowshoes, and it was a miserable mistake. So I decided to wait a few more weeks. The trail is just awful right now.
Yeah, one of the things that you've had to deal with up here in the high country is a ridiculous amount of snow. I mean, the stories that people have shared talking about, either being stranded here in town or being stranded out of town and unable to get back in. Was this the worst winter that you've encountered since you moved to the Flagstaff area?
Definitely. I think it's one of our record snowfall years for sure. 5 years ago when I came up here, it was another big year, but this one I think takes the cake.
Alyssa has a question, kind of appealing to your expertise, talking about acclimatization for this race specifically, training in real climate versus sauna versus none. What has worked or not worked for Coca finishers? As you're the only Coca finisher in the room, I think that I got to ask you on that one.
Yeah, I think, sauna can kind of get you in the right mindset for it, I think, but again, things like this, it's not just the heat, it's exposure. We just don't have shade. There's no shade in that first section of the race until you hit the Pines and Crown King, and then there's limited shade from the Bradshaws until you get to Camp Kippa, and then going down, it's by the time you're going down, I mean, you're either going to be going at night and then freezing your butt off because of the high elevation, or you're going to just be wrecked if you haven't taken care of yourself, sunscreen, layers, and that sort of thing. So I really think it's more just heat management and just regular heat training more than anything. And again, heat training is one of those things that really you just need to do just a couple weeks before. I don't think it's really worth it to do it for prolonged periods of time.
John asking your best moment on the course when you ran Cocodona.
Oh, let me think about that one.
Because I have something that I still need to ask you about with regard to your run at Cocodona. So,
I think walking in and seeing Dax at Fort Tuthill was one of the best, just because I chased him all day long and he was always like a mile or two ahead of me, and it just every single turn, I expected to see him and he was never there. So it drives you mad when you're running. I had my pacer Nick with me, and we just kept going and going and going. No one else in sight for just hours, and I'm like, you start to think that like is this real, or especially day 3 into the race.
So your pursuit of Dax was one of the most dramatic portions of the race last year, and I really want to get into that a little bit. So what's it like when you're 240 miles into a race, 240 or more miles into a race, and you finally caught the person you're trying to chase down? I mean, is it kind of just like this gamesmanship, or is it a grunt, or is it like you're having fun? I want to find out what it was like for you when you actually caught Dax, and like what the interaction was like there.
So the first interaction was when I walked into the aid station and saw him, but I hadn't known how long he had been sitting there, if he was getting ready to go, and as exciting as it was just I have to take care of myself first. So, but as I was doing that, I was kind of actively looking across the room to see what was going on, and checking it out. And I shared miles early on with Dax, and he's like a really great guy, super strong runner. And after he left the aid station, I started just kind of counting the minutes. I'm like, still take your time. I knew at that point that I knew the course well, the terrain well, and it just behooved me just to take those few extra moments and reassess. I didn't want to go out too soon and blow my load, so to speak. This is after dark, right?
After dark, yep.
Okay. All right. But yeah, I didn't actually catch him until Walnut Canyon, right at the turn from Fossil. What's it called? Not Fossil Creek. For some reason, I can't think of his name right now. It'll come to me. Ben, what's it called? He'll tell me. So I saw his light in the middle of the night, and that's when I knew. I'm like, okay, it's game on, and I started chasing. But it was one of those things that, like, again, after the entire day before, like trying to find him every single turn, I wouldn't see a light. And I'm like, God, how is this guy moving so fast? And he was doing the same. He was selling my light, and he was just trucking. But then, after several miles through Walnut Canyon, finally caught up to him, and we took a little walk together, and we were both in the same boat at that point. You just traveled the same distance, just a little bit of a different adventure.
Yeah, it's just obviously one of you was you were in diametrically opposed spots from the sound of things at that point. It sounds like you were, really revving up, and Dax was, just having a more difficult time holding on. And so that's why I was really curious. I mean, you're obviously competing, but the camaraderie in this sport is undeniable.
Sure.
Like, it's not like you're, going to try and I mean, sometimes there's gamesmanship. Sure, you're going to have fun with that. But for the most part, I feel like it's the kind of thing where, oh man, he's passed me, but damn, he looks good.
Yeah.
I would assume that's how I would approach it if I were in his situation.
Well, I think with Dax, the big thing for him is he hadn't slept. He made it to Walnut Canyon without sleeping. And I mean, that is a long way to go. So, at that point, he did what he had to do, and he took his nap and stuff and finished strong.
Who do we have here on? Is that McKnight?
Yep. Looks like
nice. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, and we have eyes on McKnight. We'll flip back to that in a little bit. But yeah, again, we are at the Sedona Canyons 125 start line. Yeah, this is the live. That's the feed. So, what?
There's too many monitors in here.
Yeah,
it's confusing.
As we mentioned before, we have definitely a litany of screens to follow here in the Cocodona 250 studios. Oh, wait, I thought you were going to show...
Oh, yeah. Here, you want to do it? Here. I don't know if the camera is so... This is how you open a bottle, Rory.
Rory was struggling a little bit with the Maker's Mark yesterday. The funniest part about that was that he handed it over to me, and it was no problem. I literally just twisted the cap
twist off.
Yeah. So, oh man, that is fragrant.
Yeah. I brought you a glass too, Chris, so we can get in on this,
We'll see. I might partake in a drink with you later, but I don't know if it'll be whiskey. It might be something else entirely. I have a delivery en route, but I can't really talk about it. We're going to... And I'm just going to leave it at that. Folks, here at the Cocodona 250, we are just hanging out, taking in some great aerial visuals. We're going to hop around from aid station to aid station as best we can, and we'll have follow footage of some runners along the way as well.
And we will have, sorry to interrupt there, Chris,
Sure.
we will have some footage from the Whiskey Row aid station, as that cutoff is at 9:30 tonight. So we have both a static cam out there, or we did. That static cam might be gone, but we do have a volunteer filmer out at Whiskey Row, so we'll be able to check in on some of our final finishers.
We have cameras on the course where we have cameras. We can't magically make them appear, and we'll do our best to make sure that we can wrap them around as much as possible.
Yeah, Rebecca in the chat, big Garmire fan. We don't have any camera feeds down at the Jerome aid station anymore, so we will see runners when we see them based on where our cameras are.
There are certain things
we
you
appreciate y'all.
can maybe come after us about, one of them is not a lack of Garmire love. I think that Jeff Garmire is renowned and appreciated by all of us here in the Cocodona live stream. I mean, first of all, the few minutes that we had him on the air earlier talking about the
I'll say this, Jeff has a live stream link. So Jeff and his crew, the people, if you're listening, the people want you.
Yeah, Jeff, you can call in anytime. We'd be happy to have you back on, for sure. I mean, there's definitely nothing against Jeff Garmire whatsoever. I have had so much fun hanging out with him at Jackpot and at across the years, and now he's a teammate of yours.
Yep.
So obviously you had the Aravaipa Racing Team retreat a few weeks ago. Was that your first chance to get some time with Jeff, or did you maybe get to know him at Cocodona, or where did you first get to know Garmire?
This is a funny story. Well, I met Jeff at Barkley a couple years ago. Yeah, he was right in front of me when we were marching uphill at the very beginning of the race, and I realized I didn't have my bib, and I started frantically searching through my pack and trying to figure out. At that moment I didn't know who he was, and I was like panicking. I'm like, hey man, do you have a list of bib numbers or anything? I was trying to get whatever information I could, and he was freaking out, and that was kind of it. I didn't see him, and then I went on a training race with Jamil and him, and ran into him in the parking lot. We ran together the last section of the race before the first year. And he's like, hey, do you remember me? And I was like, I felt so bad because he was like, I was freaking out. And, because I was giving him anxiety. We're already at the Barkley at 2 a.m, going uphill in the rain. And, I'm panicking about my bib, and he's just panicking about just trying to stay alive out there. So, but he's a great guy. Best dressed, always best dressed.
He has always got a unique uniform or outfit or kit, no matter what kind of race he's doing. And as I had mentioned, talking about him in other segments during our live stream with people, he was known as, a rugged thru hiker, AZT, FKT chaser type of thing. And then he started doing these flat fixed time races and started just crushing them.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing to see how varied he is. I've never seen him do anything shorter, but I have no doubt that if he were to go out and do a 50K or a 25K, that he could go out and crush it.
Oh, absolutely. And
plus, is it just me, or has he gotten really muscular over the last few months? He looks like he's been lifting a ton of weights.
Beefcake.
Yeah. I saw him sitting in an aid station earlier, and I was like, man, I don't remember his arms being that big, and I've seen a lot of them over the last few months. But
Jeff's got the guns out.
Yeah.
I love it.
It looks like we have at Fane Ranch Aid Station. I see that bib in the corner, bib number 175. That's an easy thing to see. Peter Bennett out of Texas is made it to Fane Ranch. We'll see if we can get names on some of those other runners as well. Taking in the relaxation is at Fane Ranch, as Pete had noted, it wasn't that way back in my day because Satisfy Running has spared no expense in making that a luxurious point on the course. Now, the problem is that are some of these runners going to become so enamored of it that it's hard for them to depart?
I don't know if those chairs recline. I mean, why would you want to leave? They look so nice, comfortable.
Yeah, it looks like the VIP club at a lounge, or maybe the patio of a nice restaurant where you just spent $120 on a piece of meat. I mean, it's it looks very comfortable and inviting, and the fact that these runners have access to this 100 miles in is, I'm sure, going to be both a blessing and a curse for them as they got to get up and go sometime.
That's right. They got big climb ahead of them. That's really the second big climb of the race.
And that's Mingus, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. For those that have not done Mingus Mountain, it is very daunting, especially depending on which side you go up. Of course, you've raced man against horse, and I did man against horse. Is it the same climb that you do, that single track that's basically non-existent, from side to side for man against horse, or do you approach it from a different angle?
It's a different trail. There's like a little bit that's shared and then it veers off.
Okay.
But for the actual climb is different.
In any event, it is a huge jump,
Right.
from the base of the climb, because Mingus does have a pretty large amount of prominence out there. So
I think that, after there's so much runnable miles right before this, after leaving Prescott and going through the Dells, I think it's kind of a welcome sight, though, just to get in some hiking miles.
Sure.
So
do you feel when you're doing like a 200 like this that you're almost like forced to run when it's runnable, or do you stick to it when you know that you've just got to kind of take it easy and downshift?
It depends. I always seem to do really well when it's single track. You get on some of these really long stretches, and it's the same reason why I hate running on the roads. You're just staring, down a perspective, and it's. I think that when I'm doing that, I tend to say, okay, I'm going to run to that, and then I'm going to walk for the next quarter mile or whatever it is to break it up. Whereas on single track, you're bobbing and weaving, and there's just so much more to look at. So it's. It's just a way of tricking the brain, I guess.
Sidebar. So there is an account in the chat that refers to you actually by name, Browning and Mortimer's Cow.
Yeah, who is that? I was trying to figure out who that was yesterday.
For those that might not be familiar with Browning and Mortimer's Cow or the story behind the name Browning and Mortimer's Cow, can you expand upon that?
Yeah, so Jeff and I, we like our meat, and we thought it would be fun to go in on a local butcher. So we bought I think it was like a half a cow and split it. But at the time leading up to it, they couldn't find our cow. He was roaming somewhere out in the I think it was Schultz area we were frustrated because we were just trying to get our meat going, and he's off.
So they lost your cow.
Yeah. It was just. I mean, there was so much snow. It was just. It is what it is. You just gotta wait till, it comes back to the pasture. I guess that's how they do things out here.
Did they ever find your cow?
Oh yeah, Kiki is in my freezer. The remnants. That's Browning Mortimer's cow. That's change your name to Kiki. So. Says right there on the label, Kiki.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You named it?
I didn't name it.
Oh.
Yep.
It had a name when Pete got it.
Yeah. Never forget.
Now its name is Tuesday Dinner.
That's right.
You can see the runners here at Satisfy Fane Ranch aid station. I saw another bib number there, 171. So given our propers, I believe that's Fan Yang on the right-hand side. I know that Fan has run some Aravaipa races in the past, so I recognize him. Not sure about these other runners that are there right now. I'm going to see, just follow on our tracker. If you're interested in following in specific runners on the course, we do our best to follow everybody along the way, but there is an easier way to do it. If you go to the live stream, if you're on the live stream page, as you obviously are, just below the video window, there is a link to cocodona.com/live where you can actually see the runners on the course via their GPS tracking. Now, there are going to be times where the GPS tracking is not 100% accurate, or you might see somebody off the trail by a quarter of a mile or something like that. It's no cause for worry in most cases, as we have Race Command, who is whose job this week is almost entirely to monitor the runners as they make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff. Having run this race, we did have a couple of people over the last couple of years who had missed turns or gone off in a different direction. Did any of that pose a potential difficulty for you at the 2021 version? Did you ever realize, oh crap, I might have gone the wrong way, or there was a potential for it?
The first section going up, there's definitely a couple turns, and even when I did the training run a month or so ago, I was following the route. There was a lot of overgrown sections there, so I made sure to let Steve know about the course markings. I'm sure they were very, very diligent with that. you know, it pays to just have your phone and some battery, and you have the GPS on you. I mean, just you have to use it on something like this, on a scale this way. And you know, talking about Dax earlier, that was one of the things that actually held him up when he was around the Walnut Canyon area. I think after he left the aid station, because his phone, from what I remember him telling me, his phone died, and he was walking down the street and then or down the fire road, trying to figure out where to go, and some lady came out with a car and she gave him a charger, and he was walking right next to her charging his phone down the road just so he could figure out where he needed to go. So it's one of those things. You need to have your phone on you, have an extra battery, and most international races all require this anyway. So it's no one's asking you to navigate with a map and compass. But you got to know where you're going.
Yeah, we have a couple of people. I see your comments in the chat, and I can neither confirm nor deny what is happening at the front of the race, but we'll at least take a look at it here. We'll see if we can flip to. Are we able to bring up the iPod or the iPad here? Okay, as you basically see me scroll around the great state of Arizona. Okay, so we're going to scroll up to the very front. It looks like Killian Korth is our overall leader still, and Killian has actually hit Deer Pass at mile 149.
Yep.
Killian is...
He hit that, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
He hit that a little bit ago, and I'm told he did actually take a nap there as well. So he's about to, from what I'm told, he's up and moving again and is probably getting ready to head on his way. But he did get there quite a while ago and is resting. He was about 40 minutes ahead of Michael Versteeg's split to Deer Pass, but Versteeg had napped at Dead Horse Ranch versus Killian napping at Deer Pass.
And that's one of the things that we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. It's one of those things you have to take into consideration when you're doing a race or even trying to figure out who's in what place, because you know, if somebody hasn't slept and they're 4 miles behind somebody else who has slept, or vice versa, rather, the person who's behind has slept, whereas the person in front hasn't, you have to figure out how to handicap that difference.
Yep, absolutely.
Our overall second place. So I want to zoom in on this actually, because I'm gonna approach this in a certain way. So Eliza LaPierre is at mile 140.8, and she pinged just now. Now, Michael Versteeg is at mile 140.3, but pinged 3 minutes ago. So it looks like Eliza has just passed Versteeg potentially. We'll see, and we'll follow the pings obviously as things go. But Eliza has had an excellent second day out here on the course. I believe that she was around 4th or 5th as we went to bed last night, and has definitely made some moves here on day 2.
Yeah, she's been in, I think, 3rd overall most of the day, and she definitely looked quite a bit stronger than Mike Versteeg when they both respectively left Dead Horse Ranch. So I'm not wholly surprised that she's made the pass. She has also not slept yet, whereas Versteeg has now slept twice. He slept at Mingus and at Dead Horse. So we'll see if that plays a factor, but right now it doesn't seem like he's moving super well, so he may be kind of going through something there.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a hobble as he was leaving Dead Horse. That just could be, you know, he's just stiff, just waking up, just get moving. But you know, on the other hand, we'll see once we get some footage out there on that section, maybe we can see how he's trucking.
And right now is that okay? So in second place is Versteeg, as we mentioned, and in third place, since I was on this morning, this is definitely a change. Michael Greer has moved up to third place. That must have been a fairly recent development. Third male, rather, yes. On the women's side, our second place is still Mika Twos, and how far back is she? 138 to 140, so basically about 2 miles back from Eliza. And our third place female, former race leader and Flagstaff native Sarah Ostaszewski, who is about 4 miles back from them. You know, it's it's obviously important to see, who's in first, second, third, and it's not immaterial, but it's also still so early. I
Absolutely.
mean, you were at one point multiple miles back of Dax and literally closed the gap within the last 50 miles.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember, but I think when I came into Jerome, I was sitting in 5th place or something like that. So, but yeah, I think Sarah went out a little. Maybe she went out a little hot, but I think she's kind of dialed it back. She looked in great spirits earlier, and I'm pulling for her as a friend and teammate.
Yeah.
And I know her 3rd year doing it.
Yeah, I have to admit,
I just really want her to get it.
I was not surprised she went out hot because I remember the last time I saw her race, a rough and rugged race was Mogollon, and she led that wire to wire last year. I mean, she went out like fast, and I thought actually that was potentially a little bit dangerous, but she was ready to go. Is that Sarah right there that we've got on the screen?
We have Sarah at Dead Horse Ranch here. She just got in, and it sounded like possibly Kevin Goldberg might also be at or near Dead Horse Ranch as well. So,
of course, Dead Horse Ranch is mile 135. It is an all-access station, meaning they've got sleep stations, crew access, medical, I believe drop bags as well. They've got a lot of things that they can access at that point. Although when you're someone like Sarah who's run this race before, and not only has she run this race before, her crew has all crewed this race before, and her pacers have all, run these trails. I would assume that at this point she's got this race down to a science.
Yeah, she knows these trails so well. She's trained so hard this year, put in the time and effort. That's our buddy Morgan. Looks like he's gonna pace her there, and he's a great person to have with you because he could just keep the conversation going and make you laugh. So, shout out to my buddy Morgan from Peak Trail Runners.
Do you like a pacer that keeps you engaged from a socialization standpoint, or do you want somebody to just shut up and follow alongside you?
I love to chat. I love to share music with people, and especially at night. That's kind of when it gets quiet, that's when I start like nodding off.
Mm-hmm. So I know for a fact because we did it last weekend. You saw more of the trail than I did. We went out to Walnut Canyon and did a bit of an out and back last, I guess about 10 days ago. What did you see in terms of the conditions of the trail at Walnut Canyon? What are these runners going to be facing? Is it going to be a slog? Is it fine? Is it clear? I mean, there was a little bit of snow on the ground where I got to, but what did you see out there that they might have to be concerned about?
So I did some recon from basically Fisher Point is the area I was trying to think of earlier. Right now, the water down there is flowing like crazy. There's not normally any water down there, and there's this little cave down there that was about halfway full. There's so much water, but you don't have to worry about that because basically as soon as you get to that point, you're going up the mountain. And mountain, I use that. It's just kind of loosely. It's a small climb until you hit the rim, and that is super flowy trails, beautiful, buffed out, maybe a couple patches of snow if there's anything left. But yeah, it's so runnable.
So you think that they might be able to pick up the pace between basically the midpoint of Walnut Canyon and the base of Eldon? You think that they'll be able to make up some time, or
absolutely, yeah. I mean, that was one of the sections I made up a lot of time the year I did it, and once you get into after you're leaving Tut Hill, all those trails leading up to Fisher Point is pretty flat. Very, as long as you're navigating well, it's very easy to, click away the miles, and then after getting above onto the rim, same thing up to Walnut Canyon, but then you have this daunting mountain ahead of you.
Yeah, Eldon it's simply brutal. I climbed it last weekend because my coach told me to, and it was definitely as rough and rugged as I remember because I haven't done it in about 8-9 years. I lost the trail a couple times because people have kind of bushwhacked their own little paths up there, which was a little bit confusing. So I did go, on a couple of little out and back adventures where I, scratched my legs up real nice. But but yeah, I mean, think about the fact that you did it in 2021, but these runners, 100 miles from now, in their case, are going to have to climb this, this very, imposing, hard peak, and it's steep. I mean, it's straight up the side of the mountain there. There's no.
It's like 2,300 feet roughly, and 2.6 miles to the top, and from 7,000 to 9,300 feet. You don't go quite to the top, but to Sunset and over, far enough. But yeah, it is very bouldery, and the trail gets washed out and destroyed by the weather each year. They're consistently doing trail maintenance on it, and I have a love-hate relationship with that mountain. I don't mind going up it, but I hate coming down the Lookout Trail. So thankfully they'll be going down the road. Look at that sunset.
It's beautiful. Is that out of Jerome again, or?
No, this is Dead Horse Ranch. We're waiting on Deer Pass, rather. Sorry. We're waiting on our leader to just finish packing up a few last-minute things, and then he will be heading out. He did nap here at Deer Pass, so I know that was a question in the chat, so wanted to address that. And then Ben in the chat, we did just talk about Eliza making the pass on Michael Versteeg, so we appreciate you tuning in nonetheless.
I actually did see in the background at a Dead Horse, I did see Christopher St. Jean up there on the viewfinders. So
formerly Van Life Chris, that's what we call him.
Oh, really? Okay. Look, so apparently we have stories to tell.
Van Life Chris, but now he's formerly Van Life Chris. I think he bought a house. So.
Oh, so he's currently running 5th male, and it looks like 8th overall.
Yeah, and he's done some big races. I think he's done Kodiak and or maybe the Bear. He's.
So have you run with or trained with Chris before?
I've done some runs with him. Again, he's local here. He's done running with Peak Trail Runners, but he's done a few 100-milers, so he's no slouch. Absolutely, he's great.
So how do they call? I mean, I guess it's pretty obvious or pretty self-evident. Call him Chris Van Life.
Van Life Chris. Yeah.
Oh, Van Life Chris.
Yeah. Well, when I met him, he was living in his van, but he's got a house now.
so now he's House Life Chris.
Yeah, House Life Chris, yeah.
And he and you met him through the community here in Flagstaff?
Yep. I think through Peak Trail Runners, our Wednesday group, that Rory and Morgan and Austin.
Yeah, Rory was talking about. Of course, Rory has not lived up here as long as you. He's been up here a few years, but I remember when he lived down in the valley and mentioned he was heading up here, and I was hoping that he would acclimate and handle entering the Flagstaff community. It sounds like he's thriving here, and he's very happy here.
And we do have an aerial shot of Jerome. You know, the people ask for things in the chat. We find a way to deliver here. So you can see parking spaces are filling up there at the Jerome aid station as more and more crews are coming in. A little bit different vibe probably at this aid station as well, Pete, compared to the year you ran it. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot more cars for sure. Yeah, I think I just remember coming in and picking up my Pacer Tyler, and I think I had maybe it was a rum and coke or something, and then proceeded to run through that shitty junkyard.
Man, you got no love for that section, do you?
No, not really. I mean, you're going down and you're like, mufflers going by your ankles, and yeah.
But it is, I mean, Jerome itself is such a beautiful town. I love going there. On the way home from Flag, I actually did slide through Jerome, and I wasn't going to, but then, of course, I saw it off in the distance. Like, it's only 4 miles from where I'm at right now, down in Cottonwood, and just went up the road, grabbed a parking spot, hit one of the tasting rooms, and just sat there and looked out at the expanse. I mean, looking east from Jerome, you can see so far, and these runners are being able to soak all that in. I hope they enjoy it as much as I do, because Jerome is truly a visual masterpiece when you're there. If you've never been to Arizona and you're coming out here, if you're able to make it work, take a day trip to Jerome because it's absolutely stunning.
It's like an Italian mountain town. Very small, winding streets. They've got wineries around. I know Maynard from Tool has pumped in a lot of money into that area and down into the Clarkdale and Cottonwood area with his wineries and now restaurants down there. So like I first moved to the States in 1987, and one of the first places I ever visited actually was Cottonwood.
Oh, okay.
And Flagstaff, and I have these memories. I was like probably 8 years old at the time, and it's completely. I mean, every town changes, but like what it has become, even over just the last 6-7 years, is just truly remarkable.
I think the wine growing industry has definitely had a huge impact on the Verde Valley and the surrounding areas such as Jerome, Cottonwood, Cornville. I mean, it is a really amazing place to go for a day trip or for a weekend. And you made an interesting point there that I didn't even think about. Having not done a ton of international travel, I've only been to a couple other countries and none in Europe. Based on what limited knowledge I know, a European village is an apt comparison for Jerome in terms of the infrastructure, with it being very narrow streets, kind of winding. I mean, there's only so much they can do to keep that area fresh, as far as because some of those sidewalks are a little bit crumbly, but they really can't do a lot with it because they're kind of snug. Everything is so snug in Jerome.
Yeah. Well, and it's one of the things I loved about living in Italy is you can have the the oldest looking building, and then you go inside and it's absolutely immaculate. So I think Jerome is one of those things that looks kind of old on the outside, and then you go in some of these places and it's beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, there's Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah.
Yep, Sarah's just leaving Dead Horse Ranch.
And who's her pacer?
Morgan.
Smorgasbord on
right.
Instagram. Shout out to Morgan.
Yeah, I love those two. We did a bunch of training runs together this year, so.
Running Water put in some miles in honor of these folks. What did you miss? You missed some running. It seems like, and I'm going to double check back at the runner tracking. Of course, everybody else can check the runner tracking as well. But near as we can tell, Eliza LaPierre has passed Mike Versteeg for second overall here at the Cocodona 250, about 138, 140 miles into the race. We'll obviously be following them as we get into the night. As you can see, last year's third place finisher and current third place female, Sarah Ostaszewski, on your screen. Where is she living? She's living Dead Horse, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
That looks like the Lime Kiln Trail. Very, very, very gradual, ascent over the next 13 miles, I think it is. Super runnable. Again, these are the miles that Versteeg prefers to do at night. It's really hot out there in Cottonwood. Cottonwood's in this basin, so it's generally only about 10 degrees cooler than it is in Phoenix. But they get a lot of humidity down there because of the Verde, so you get a little bit more, hence the Verde Valley.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that section is so flowy.
So if she's departing Dead Horse at just about 7:20 p.m. our time here in Arizona, she's probably going to be making it at to or close to Sedona by about midnight here if she's able to keep a steady pace, which is really hauling at this point. But she's moving very well from the looks of things. Looks like we might have lost our cam up there. We'll see if we can grab another view somewhere on the course. I just love this shot. So this is what it looks like when you're sitting in a cafe, whether you're sitting at Haunted Hamburger or you're sitting at one of the winery tasting rooms with an outward-facing window. That's Jerome right there, and it's and you can't quite tell from this shot, but off in the distance you can start to see the Red Rock formations that basically tell you, which behind which wall rock Sedona is behind. It's
Yep.
an absolutely beautiful area. You head down to Sedona on fair occasion, don't you? Coming down from Flagstaff.
Yeah, it's for us. It's our winter retreat, I guess you could say. About 30 to 40-minute drive. It's not too bad. It's the driest miles that we can get. We did well this year was kind of they got a lot of snow this year. But yeah, it's where we go in the winter for sure, and even for like some heat training in the summer, it's great. Just a quick trip.
I see our friend Andre Lee is in the chat, excited to run Sedona Canyons 125 tomorrow. And I think he's trying to reserve himself a meal from the looks of things. If we can pull his comment up. Looks like he's looking for a meal specific to his dietary preferences in a veggie burger.
Yeah, we got those.
Good, got it covered.
We got spring rolls and veggie burgers and veggie bites, that sort of thing. So, yeah, we got things for everybody up there on Eldon.
Is this because I know some of the other names that are heading up there? Is this a certain organization that is kind of going up there as a group?
As far as like running groups,
yeah.
So yeah, there's a few of us up there that are part of the Hash House Harriers, a drinking club with a running problem. But yeah, we get a real mix up there for sure.
So I guess how many people are going to be? Are you in charge of the aid station, or is it Julian, or is it
Julian? Yeah, Julian and Claire and then myself. But I have to leave on Friday to go to New York, so I'm.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's kind of a busy week for me.
It's a busy year for you.
Yeah.
Every time I turn around, you're traveling. You're either running canyons, or you're hanging out at the top Eldon, or you're traveling to New York. Obviously, you're going to be you ran Tarware 100 mile this year in New Zealand, and then you're heading back to your ancestral home to run 268 miles across England.
Ram Party as well, a week from Friday. So.
Wow.
50-miler.
So if you're looking to catch Pete in person, the worst place you can possibly look is his hometown of Flagstaff.
Just try it home. Yeah. I'm never there.
Who do we have here? They are actually making their way down Whiskey Row.
We're just checking in. Our good friend Simon is out in downtown Prescott. He's going to be helping follow in some of these final finishers as they approach the Whiskey Row aid station. The cutoff for this aid station is 9:30 p.m. tonight. So, we love bringing you the front of the pack coverage and these fast guys like Pete Mortimer, but we also like bringing you the inspiring stories of these mid and back of the packers as well. So we're going to do our best to spread the love as best we can.
I think they'll probably have more exciting stories than mine. It gets kind of lonely up there sometimes.
Well, I remember one of the more memorable coverage segments we had during the inaugural Cocodona was when Jen Laughlin was sweeping into Whiskey Row, where it was the cutoff on night 2. And I'm sure I'll be able to pull the name up fairly quickly, but there was a runner who had come out here, and it was kind of a humbling / inspiring. Stan Berry from Oklahoma. I remember Stan is he's in his 60s, and he knew he wasn't going to make it as he was heading towards Whiskey Row, and Jen was with him, and Stan was still bound and determined to finish his day strong and finish his race strong, even though he was going to miss the cutoff. And Stan's wife and daughter were in the chat, and we were kind of playing a game of telephone with them, and he was like, well, I'll be home sooner than I thought, hon. And it was like, oh, damn, this is really powerful stuff. I mean, it was inspiring, heartbreaking, but, it's the kind of fill your cup stuff that, that makes this coverage worthwhile and why I love doing it. There's great stories, and I want to stress to people that, while we've got the elites in the front of the packers on the course, we are going to spend, potentially an inordinate amount of time, covering the front of the packers. But we have 5 days of coverage.
Yeah.
If we do our job correctly and we play our cards right, as many people as possible are going to get their moment in the sun.
Plus
we just had Kyung Lee there in the purple jacket on the left. I'm not 100% sure on the two here. If we can get bibs.
That is Kyung Lee right there.
Yeah, on the left.
Yeah.
I'm unsure who these other two are. People.
That's a. Actually, let me take
the one in front. I think was a pacer, but
yeah.
I'm not sure about her.
Let's. I can find Kyung on the map and perhaps
we'll try and get that for you. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
Pete.
We're all working together as a team of coverage. Yeah. We are doing our best to follow everybody we can on the course. It gets a little bit hectic at this point, as I was alluding to, but as time goes on, we'll definitely have the ability to, follow more runners along the way. I think that was that Kristen Trapp possibly? She was right around, or Monica Winnett, possibly one of those two. We'll see.
And we do have another Michael McKnight sighting here. Again, the footage is going to be a little grainy, but I know that we've had a lot of Mike McKnight fans asking how he's doing, and it looks like he is mounting himself a comeback. And so this is a section that I don't believe you would have run in the race, Pete, but I'm sure you're familiar with, because I think that this is coming down Mingus still and approaching kind of the open mines above Jerome here in a little bit. So I know that you, Pete, were out filming a little bit last year in this area, so I know that you're familiar with kind of where they're at. But
that was a nice change from our year, because the route that we had to go down there was just like minefield of boulders.
Well, Jamil, having done it the first year, I think agrees with you, and that's probably part of why the change happened. There is, and the city of Jerome also appreciates the coming into Jerome
absolutely
this way and avoiding more of the residential areas a little bit. So
and it puts you right onto the fire road where they do the Jerome Hill climb every year as well too. So which leads straight down to the aid station. It's great.
I think that the other runner, I'm fairly positive that was Kristen Trapp that was with Kyung Lee coming out of Whiskey Row.
Awesome. And yeah, as we get that Whiskey Row feedback up, we'll make sure that we're checking back in over there as well. But for the time being, let's go ahead. We've got a high aerial shot above Deer Pass here as well.
Yeah, we should get these aerial shots while we still can before the
it's going to get dark soon,
fades.
so we should enjoy it. But we should have Eliza LaPierre coming in next as your women's race leader, second overall. And then we think it will be Mike Versteeg following her. But
anything can happen at this point.
Anything can happen. And to quote the great Kevin Garnett, anything is possible.
There are plenty of other ways you could quote Kevin Garnett that are not quite so so proper. One of the things also that I wanted to touch upon is that a friend of the Aravaipa family, Kelly Teeslink, was in here earlier today telling us about her efforts and support as I believe she's the regional director for Northern Arizona Girls on the Run.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Well, you can donate directly to Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona by the link at the top of the chat. Our goal for today was $2,500, and I believe that we're just about there because between the Super Chat donations that came in and the donations on the actual Girls on the Run fundraiser, it looks like our goal was $2,500, and we're just about there.
Yeah, which is awesome. I think last year we got $1,700 the day that Kelly was on, so it's amazing to see just how supportive everyone is in the live chat. You know, we banter back and forth all the time, but just know that we appreciate you all immensely. And like I said before, Girls on the Run is something that's an organization that Aravaipa is super passionate about, but as a father with two young daughters, something that I'm super passionate about as well. So, we greatly appreciate everything you all have done and continue to do, and we're going to send it to
So somebody was actually saying
Jerome.
that Michael Versteeg has veered off course. I disagree. The course, if anything, has veered off Mike Versteeg.
But wouldn't that be something if this year the man who knows this section of the course from Prescott to Sedona better than probably anyone has gotten off course. He's gotten off course one confirmed time between Whiskey Row and Mingus, but if he got off a second time,
that would be
unbelievable, insane.
Yeah, I think it's probably, if anything, it's got to be like the subtle changes in the course, because it's always like, I've already noticed a few myself. I'm like, oh, they did this different. I know there were some changes at Munns this year as well from last year's.
Yeah,
I'm told they're not going on the single track anymore. I think they're going to go up the road.
Well, in 2021, did you even go through Munns?
No.
That's what I thought.
Oh, because they came up the
Kasner.
Is it the Kasner mountain climb, and then they go up the Kasner grade.
Kasner Canyon now.
Yeah. So
which is better.
Yeah. Well, I think that was the other big takeaway from Jamil in year one was I don't think he loved the dusty Jeep road that you had to take to get over to Kasner, and then the climb was nice, but it's not nearly as nice as going up through Kasner Canyon.
Well, the fire forced a decision, and I think that was great because that section was brutal. Plus the fire road going onto Woody Mountain Road and stuff, it just goes on forever and ever.
Yeah.
It's, so I think plus a little extra water crossing, that's nice.
Yeah, well, I remember on last year's live stream, Brianna Grigsby, Aravaipa Racing Team member, she was in a bit of a tough spot at one point, but she was just sitting in, Oak Creek?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She was just hanging out after just suffering through the heat of Sedona.
This year, I'm sure they're sick of all the water.
Can't blame her in that regard, though. I mean, if there's a place where you can kind of relax and literally soak, I mean,
absolutely,
it's probably a bit of a just a refresher both physically and mentally, taking that break. And I mean, I've never done 250 miles, but even during 100K, even Black Canyon, when you hit those water crossings around mile 32 to 36, oh yeah, I'm sitting down like full, butt on the, bed of the creek to kind of just let that water flow over my legs to both refresh and rejuvenate.
Yeah, mental reset. Anytime you're in a canyon and it's hot, that's the best thing you can do. Just kind of wake you up and then move on.
Let's see here. I mean the discourse in the chat is really quite concerned about Mike Versteeg. Maybe I'm just a little bit less concerned simply because I'm more apt to believe that that there's a pinging issue rather than a Versteeg issue, but you never know. I mean, we'll obviously see how this unfolds. I know that Race Command is definitely on it. As I mentioned, they're following everybody pretty darn closely. I'm just going to go down. I'm going to refresh my feed and go down the line and give you a status report of what I've got and where, both with the leaderboard as well as some of the more prominent names that I see as I go down the line. Your top five right now, on the men's side, it's Killian Korth at 148.6 miles. Michael Greer just under 8 miles back at 140.9. Mike Versteeg at 140.9 as well. But based on their angles, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on. According to this, Greer has passed Versteeg, but we'll have more clarity as the night goes on. In fourth place, Mike Groenewegen, who was running in fourth place for a lot of the day until recently, currently at 139.9, which means he's a mile back of the podium. And who we saw for a brief time a little bit earlier at Dead Horse, Chris St. Jean, or as Pete called him, Van Life Chris?
Now he's House Life Chris.
House Life Chris, yes. Formerly known as Van Life Chris at 134.7 miles. On the women's side, your top five are Eliza LaPierre at 142.4, running second overall. Mika Thews at 139.9 miles, running fifth overall. And Sarah Ostaszewski in third place on the women's side at 135.8, seventh place overall. Going further down, Josh Perry, through hiker with nothing on his ultra sign-up, a man of mystery, an international man of mystery, being from the UK, is currently in 9th place overall, 6th male at 134.4.
Dark horse.
Yeah, I picked Josh, and one of the things about Josh is that he was really laying back yesterday. He was taking it real conservatively, and now he's moved his way into the top 10 overall. There's a guy, I think that he might have a fan or two in the chat. Kevin Goldberg, bib number 100, running 10th overall, 7th male, currently at 131 miles. I'm going to go down a little bit further. Jeff Garmeyer at 127 miles. Dominic Grossman at 124.7 miles. Dawn Greenwald, 2021 runner-up, is at 122 miles. Michael McKnight, popular athlete and accomplished 200-mile wizard, currently at about 121.6 miles. Two-time finisher from Tucson, Brian Janzik, is at 121.3. Crowd favorite Chad Wright is at 120.9. Jimmy Strayhorn, a veteran of the Desert Solstice race, 16-hour 100-miler, stout runner in his own right, at 118.8. Sally McRae at 117.1. Of course, we know that Sally has a huge cheering section in our chat. Kerry Henderson at 114.6. International runner Leo Fung, 114.3. Your runner, Aaron Barber, is currently at 111.5 miles. Is this about where you expected to see him at this point, or?
I'm super proud of Aaron. He did his first 100-miler at Mogollon last year, and he trained again for that one. Trained so hard for it, and struggled a little bit at the end, but that's to be expected on a course like that. And,
yeah. I remember seeing him actually at Buck Springs, and he looked chill. And that's 50 miles into the race. You're seeing right now on screen bib number 102. That is Monica Winnett, I believe. Monica is, I believe, another international runner, if I remember correctly, from Canada, from Ontario. Looking happy and composed as she makes her way down the iconic Whiskey Row in downtown Prescott, Arizona. Back up towards the front of the pack, we're going to keep on running down some names, basically go through the notable names maybe in the first 100 miles, or that are 100 miles in. I see Prescott runner Carol Northrup at 111.4, Megan McCarty at 108.8, Andrew Glaze, another crowd favorite, at 108.8 as well. That's mile 108. I wonder if that's them, because there's several people there. I wonder if that's a Mingus Mountain ping right there, because Mingus Mountain says 110, but it could be Mingus Mountain if there's that many people. One of the things about the race last year in the coverage, at one point Mingus Mountain was packed with people. I mean, it was absolutely packed. So many people hit it at the same time that it was something to behold. Looking at a few more names, former Aravaipa racing team member Desiree Clark, another dark horse, I think we could say.
She's such a strong runner. She's
yeah.
good. I love Des.
She's
great.
At 107.2. And we'll see if we've got any more recognizable names that have hit the 100-mile mark. Another fan favorite, Jose Sosa. Jose's out of San Diego, correct? I think that, yeah. Jose has a vocal fan base as well at 102.1. And I think that's about it for our notable names that have hit the 100-mile mark. You mentioned another one of your runners, actually, and I glossed over that. I apologize. Brian Burton, you said, right?
Booth.
Oh, Brian Booth.
Yeah.
Let's see. Brian
Booth.
Booth.
He's a little further back, I think, so.
Okay.
Taking his time, but.
Let's. As far as the runners that you're coaching, are they pretty much where you expected them to be? Brian Booth at mile 85.2.
Yeah. So I think for, Brian, it's, after going into his race last year, and it's like the nerves of like not getting through the race. And I mean, he's had such a phenomenal training year.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just doing the right thing. He's just taking it slow. I mean, he's done all the right things, with his efforts. So I think he's going to do well. I think that, like most of the people that first day, it's hard to kind of keep some of those calories down with the heat, and a lot of people just were feeling either nauseous or just couldn't really keep some stuff down. They get a little sleep under them, get a little food under them, and then they wake up. I mean, even Aaron, when he woke up, he didn't feel that great, and then he started cranking. So
when you talk about waking up, that brings, of course, up the topic of sleeping during a 250-mile race. What did you do well, first of all, what was your plan going in? I guess this is how I want to phrase this. What was your plan going into Cocodona as far as your sleep strategy? And then how did you end up sleeping, and did you follow your original plan?
So I was really kind of going off my other 200-milers, and as far as sleeping goes, my first one, I just slept 2.5 hours. I think it was 3.5 hours. And then my second one at Bigfoot, I slept 2.5 hours. And then at Cocodona, I slept for an hour and 40 minutes.
The entire race?
Yep.
That's amazing.
I took 2 20-minute naps and then an hour-long nap, basically.
Did you take them basically when you felt you needed to take them, or did you have predetermined times where you were going to put yourself down for a little bit?
It's really just trying to get through the first night. For me, it's when the sun hits my eyes, I'm up. I have to get moving. So I really wanted to take my nap at night when I get some at least a decent REM sleep, and then move on. Same thing for day 2, and then when I got, I think, into Sedona, I took an hour, but at that point I knew what my body needed, and then that was it after that. So
okay.
But yeah, everyone's different, and even in my next one, I'll be trying to cut that down even further. So
yeah. Where did I see? Oh yeah, Boomer. We know about Versteeg. We are definitely, following that situation. We know that his tracker is off course. If there are 215 runners that we need to be concerned about in the race as to whether or not they could be self-sufficient if they happen to go off course, I would say that there's 214 that I would worry about more than Mike Versteeg.
Yeah.
So
not to be. Oh look, one just arrived. Not to be. Negative Nelly or anything, but okay, floating this theory. So say Mike left Dead Horse and he wasn't feeling up to snuff, and if he wanted a bailout point, that is the trail that you take, because there's he knows these trails better than anybody.
So that's a cut back to 89A.
Yeah, I mean there's a long way going up, but if for whatever reason, if he felt like I'm done. Maybe.
Was also, I thought he was joking at the time, but he was going out about his hip.
Yeah.
And so maybe he was joking about that, but maybe it is a little tight and stiff.
I was watching the video. He was hobbling a little bit, and even when they were falling down, he still had a slight limp. I mean, that's things that you can kind of shake off, but who knows? I'm not trying to put a negative or
I think
stir the pot a little bit. But
here's the thing, Pete. This is something that you would know a lot more than the rest of us. And the fact that you brought that nugget of information for those that are just tuning in, that was an excellent point.
I'm going to interrupt. I did just get confirmation from our drone pilot who's out on course that he is walking out. Wait, no. Never mind.
False alarm.
False alarm.
All right. So yeah,
this is unconfirmed.
But what you were saying was that in the case of Mike Versteeg, because he knows these trails like the back of his hand, the odds of him being lost are nil. And if he is heading down towards 89A, which it appears that he is, it's with some purpose, and it's probably not positive purpose.
I find it hard to believe that he could get lost on Limekiln. It's just so easy to follow. I mean, even at night. I mean, and again, for a guy who knows the area so well, I don't
so
think
that is something. Yeah, we've been watching his tracker, but we're definitely going to follow pretty closely here over the next few minutes and hour or so to see if it is the case. Because I'm not going to call it, but it is entirely possible that Mike Versteeg has potentially had to make some tough decisions out here on course. Are we going to take a quick break right here while we set something up?
Give me 1 second here. We are going to take a quick break here. Actually, first what we're going to do is we're going to do this on camera, Chris. Then we're going to take a quick break before we get into the fun. So let's bring it to the studio here. We put out the bat signal. And,
we have a great friend here.
And we got a great friend,
come
Rob
sit
Martin.
Behind us, Rob.
Yeah, come on.
Welcome in.
Who?
First of all, this is Rob Martin. He's awesome. Rob did a ton of work last year filming in the Sedona aid station. He's going to be doing some filming at Fort Tuttle this year, and he's running Eldon Crest 36. So, and he's coached by last year's winner of the Cocodona 250, Joe McConaughey. So he's got some good advice in his back pocket. But I got word that we might be able to get our hands on a highly valuable commodity here, and Rob was kind enough to meet our pickup point, almost like some sort of like undercover illicit operation.
I just wanted to see that was real. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, you and me both.
And so we're gonna take it to a quick ad break here. We will end the ad break with the Flota commercial, but first, let's get a word from our good friends at Speedland.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring. Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
So we're back. And the last 24 to 36 hours have been an adventure with regards to Flota. Let's, for those just tuning in, we were given a commercial by Satisfy Running to promote Cocodona, as well as, starring Mike Versteeg. And it was a commercial for a beverage, and we started to wonder, is this real or is this just very crafty marketing? And as we couldn't find anything about it online, we just assumed that it wasn't real.
I'm trying to figure out if he's wearing a shirt or if this is just the hair going all the way down to this, like, all the way down.
I think it's a fringy Satisfy crop top at this point.
That he wore in the commercial.
Yeah.
So
it's good.
It turns out that Flota is indeed a thing, and they were serving it out at Fain Ranch. So we have connections, and we were able to get a case of Flota up here to the studio, courtesy of our friend Rob Martin. And so we're just gonna do it. Ready?
All right. Yes. Let's do it.
1, 2, 3.
Pinky out.
Cheers.
Cheers.
These are 40 ounces for those at home.
there goes my keto diet.
So what you expect out of a flat soda?
So they said it is flat soda. That's exactly what it is. There is nothing surprising about it whatsoever.
Yep.
It's not bad.
I mean,
it's
I wouldn't say it's great.
It's what we thought it was going to be in all reality.
You gotta get on this. You gotta do it.
There we go. Brent Hornig just came in. Rob, what do you think?
It tastes like flat soda.
Yeah, again, but like I said, it's not bad. It's
No, and especially for a sponsor, it's fantastic.
Rob knows the game.
I think I taste the guar gum.
All right, Brett.
Do we have an official nutrition label on it?
No.
Wait, actually, let me be right back. I gotta
Not
go
to be
find.
sold in
I gotta
the
find a
United
wine
States.
glass.
I have glasses here.
In the streamer, I was like, I have to find a wine glass.
Oh. So,
it's good.
So this is Flota. It's exactly what it tells you it is.
Yep.
I think that's the most amazing part about it is that it's simply, Flota, for those of us that couldn't put it together the first couple times we heard the name, flat soda.
Yep. We're
And
hyping this
hold
up
on one second.
really well.
I'm gonna send it back to Brett in a second, but we do not have confirmation on whether Versteeg is bailing or not. But I know that he'd been in talks with Race Command about the potential of polling, but has not made anything official. So he could be just a GPS ping. He could be lost and coming back on course. He could be going to find a quiet tree to nap under. Probably not finding a quiet tree over there, but once we do get any sort of confirmation on anything, we will let you know. But
You gotta let it open up.
Yeah, I was letting it breathe.
Do we need an aerator? Is there one over here? This is a very fancy house.
I didn't see an aerator, but we opened it up. It's been about a minute. We're letting it breathe, and now we'll pour, a nice tastings amount.
I have to go to the bathroom now.
So first initial, I thought it was gonna be purple. And that's interesting. Matt thought it was going to be clear. I thought it was going to be purple because, well, I was about to say most sodas match their labels, but Coke's not red. Never mind. Okay. I'm getting hints of cola. I'm getting hints of cola.
Oh yeah, look at that swell.
Ooh, yeah, the cassis, black pepper,
Currants.
currant, yeah, currant. Let's check the age.
Notes of caramel color.
Notes of worn leather, a little bit of tobacco spice. This is a rather young Flota because I can see there's a good sized water line around the very top of the rim. Okay, we're ready. Let's give it. Wow. It's a little bit sweeter, a little more fruit forward than I thought it was going to be, which generally talks to its youth in regards to, when it was bottled and how long it's been cellared for.
I think that's the market. Is the youth.
Yeah, it's the youth. But overall, it's
maybe a hint of sandal in there somewhere.
yes, a little bit of sandal. Was that topo?
Earthy.
Topo?
Very earthy.
Some topo in there. Yeah, really, really well done. It's complex, but you don't get lost in it. Yeah, I would buy this at my local dining establishment. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't
Sell
realize
at a
you had
premium.
training as a sommelier.
Yeah, that's one of my many hobbies.
Well, I hope actually, knowing this now about you, that you get a chance to maybe head down through Jerome or Cottonwood on your way.
We were talking about the wine culture a little bit through Jerome and Cottonwood.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Well, Brett, thanks for joining us and giving us your expert opinion. Cheers to all of you.
Cheers, everybody.
And shout out to Floda and our wonderful sponsors at Satisfy. We appreciate them. Now we got to try to not drink the whole case probably in one night so that we can save some fun for everyone as we're watching. We'll see if we can get a bib number here, but we're watching runners come into downtown Prescott to Whiskey Row.
Yeah, and also, Matt, I think we probably need to address the elephant in the room as far as Mike Versteeg's tracker is moving quite quickly down Highway 89.
Oh, okay.
So current speed 28.1 miles per hour.
Yeah, so that probably means it's about as official as possible. However, I will say I refuse to confirm anything until Race Command tells me I can confirm it.
Fair.
So, however, I will, on a personal note, agree probably with what the live chat is thinking. But again, we will confirm it 100% once we get a note to note from Race Command. But that would be the guess. And like you said, Pete, like if you were looking for an out,
I mean,
that would be the place, right? Because you've got connectivity. And thanks so much, Rob Martin, for indulging us and coming on air here.
Yeah, there's such a large stretch. If he had kept on course, he would just had to get to the aid station. If he had already made that decision, the quickest route would have been that trail that he took down to the 89. So.
Yeah, well, and I believe he had said maybe prior to the race that he hasn't run since February.
Yep.
That seems very on brand, though.
Yeah, it's not out of the realm, you know what I mean, for him. And you have to listen to your body with these things as well. So he knows what he's. Mike's a beast. He can do whatever he sees fit, and you have to make that call at times. Live to run another day.
Yeah, I'm sorry to see his day draw to a close, but at the same time, I'm glad that he is being prudent in regards to the situation. He knows that there are other races down the line.
Absolutely.
I want to I want to highlight who we've got on the screen right now. I believe that is bib number 176, Shauna Green, one of our back of the packers right now, having just made it to Whiskey Row. In good shape, about 90 minutes ahead of the cutoff. So congratulations to Shauna Green. Her Cocodona is going to continue. The runners that have not yet hit Whiskey Row have to be there by 9:30 tonight. But for Shauna, she is going to be able to continue. There are a couple of cutoffs coming up over the next 12 hours. You've got.
She's soaking in. She's in good spirits. That's a really great sign.
That's a happy place to be.
Yeah,
Whiskey Row.
Yeah.
It's a fun area. It's historic. It's charming, and now it's a place where she can actually take a break, recharge, reset, and prepare for the remaining 170 miles.
Yep.
This is Whiskey Row once again. Our few back of the packers that have not hit Whiskey Row yet have to be there within the next 90 minutes, and that is a ever shorter list as Shauna was one of the final 2 or 3 people on our runner tracking. So we're in good shape. It looks like only potentially one runner might be out of Whiskey Row at that point, and that would be Joseph Haste from Indiana. We'll see bib number 193 if he is still making his way to Whiskey Row. I'm sure that what will happen is that we'll have a sweep, and we'll be able to ensure that he's obviously in safe shape.
I just gave my Flota my first sip over here off screen.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nice. Like it's flattened to perfection. Like sometimes it's too flat, sometimes it's not flat enough. Sometimes you get some ice cube melt in with the flatness. It's not bad.
I think you need to just leave it out in the sun for a little bit and see how it really tastes.
Looks like we have another runner hitting Whiskey Row. I guess we did have a couple more that were still out there. That is Shinoa Career, bib number 163. The distinct hairstyle there.
All smiles.
Carrying a heavy pack there, though.
Yeah.
But I'm not familiar with her background. We'll see. That's one of the beautiful things about covering this race is we can grab information about runners on the internets and
Strava stock.
Oh yeah, there's Strava stalking. There's Ultra Sign Up. Makes things so much. Oh my goodness.
She's got a little bit of a lineup. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Infinitus 888K coming up later this month. Vol State 500K Screwed in July, as well as Tahoe 200 a week later.
Yeah.
Bigfoot 200 in August. Barkley Fall Classic. Backyard in September. 2 weeks after Barkley.
She's doing the Triple Crown. Moab.
Yeah,
as
Moab
well.
240.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing the Triple Crown.
She knows what she's doing.
Yeah. Well, she's got finishes at Vol State.
Brilliant.
And also
it's done quite well as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Congratulations to her for coming in ahead of the cutoff. I see, is that Sean hanging out in the aid station there? Sean, and that's Paula Olson, I believe, in the Cocodona hoodie there. Thank you to them for being there to take care of runners at Whiskey Row. What's it feel like when you get? I mean, you got to Whiskey Row. You had to have gotten there late, like early in the morning, probably about 2 or 3 in the morning, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there a lot of energy still at that point, or was it pretty quiet and somber?
Very quiet and somber. I was a little bummed that the bars had shut down. So yeah, it had to been like after 2, but I didn't spend a whole lot of time there. I kind of got out and picked up my pacer, Jordy, at the time, and took
I love Jordy. He's great.
He is, and now he's doing these crazy things.
Yeah, Jordy's been doing some big mileage races himself. I know that he did having 100 last year and Coldwater, I believe, as well.
Yeah, he's paced me at Bigfoot 200s and here, and I've paced him at to his first 100K finish and 100-mile in Javelina. Yeah, he's turning into quite the beast.
He's pretty quiet, though, because I actually asked him if he'd be interested in coming onto a live stream sometime, and he's like, no.
Yeah. No, he's not. He's like hands off for that stuff.
Apparently, you're getting a message here. Let's say it helped. Pete meets crisis. Pete, look at your phone. Uh-oh.
No, I don't know. I've got lots of text messages.
Larry and Homer.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, it's
hopefully
the brisket at home.
I was going to say the brisket isn't burning, is it?
No, it's my son. I have him watching the grill for me, making sure he's spritzing on the hour.
That's crucial. That's one thing I didn't realize that was going on while we were out on our run, that Cisco was graciously making sure that the ribs were handled with some TLC while we were out getting our miles in.
It's a team effort, always.
It absolutely is. And that's one of the cool things, to kind of circle back about, what you're doing this week. You're going to be up there with a team, dare I say an army, up atop Mount Eldon with some of the Hash House Harriers to take care of these runners, to feed them, not only to feed them, but to feed them a hell of a meal. I mean, they're going to have barbecue options, both meat-based and plant-based for those with dietary preference. It's going to be a great spread for them. And that's one of the cool things about Cocodona as well, is that each aid station largely has, its own thematic menu as well. I mean, I know that I believe one aid station last year actually had like was it chicken and waffles or something like that they did. I mean, are you kidding? Like, that's awesome.
Yeah,
like,
it is great. I mean,
you know,
it sounds messy, but yeah.
But it sounds like something that would hit the spot. I mean,
no, absolutely.
You know, in the middle of a 200-mile race.
Yeah.
So.
One of the things we're trying to do this year is obviously with the addition of the extra races is try to make things as easy as possible. So Julian and I have floated the idea of putting out a menu with a phone number on the way up Eldon, and so you could text in your order. I don't know if Julian's on the chat right now, if you can confirm.
Yeah,
he's
on there.
If you got that down, but that's kind of one of the things it's going to be a big influx. I'm sure the Eldon Crest people are not going to be wanting to hang around for ribs and everything.
I think that I absolutely would.
Maybe the back of the packers, but the front runners probably not as much.
That's fair.
As compared to like the Sedona 125, who Jordy, I forgot to mention, is running that as well.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. I think anything we can to help kind of expedite. We've cut up like ribs into small, like individually wrapped, so you can kind of grab it and go if you need to. We don't. I think we have burgers, but we're kind of really just trying to make things as portable and easy as for everything as possible. So if people want to get out of there, they can and move on down the hill.
Yeah, because there's, let's be honest. Sometimes barbecue can be a little bit messy.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's good that you're going to have all sorts of options for the runners out there.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to hear about it. I know that we'll be having filmers. We'll probably have a static cam up there, so we'll be able to hopefully soak in some of the ambiance and the experience.
Yeah.
You know, and that's one of the things that I know means a lot to you, is to be out there on the trail, and even when you're not running it, and but you still want to be a part of what's going on out there because it's such a positive energy and feeling.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And on top of Eldon, it's just
Yeah.
like if you get some good weather, it's brilliant.
And if you get some windy weather, it can be an adventure.
Well, then you're just hightailing it down the mountain.
And just to keep the chat updated, right now we have camera feeds at Mingus Mountain, Fane Ranch, Sedona, and at Whiskey Row. So those are where our camera feeds currently are. If we get anything from Deer Pass, I'll try to bring it to you, but that was a drone pilot that we had out there at Deer Pass a bit earlier, and it is awfully dark. So he is likely not out there still.
It's awfully Aravaipa after dark.
Yep. Yeah. But we will keep you posted with any information we get in. And we will have camera feeds just outside Sedona, kind of on the trails that lead people into Sedona proper. So we'll be on the lookout for our leaders over there whenever they get there.
The realization that somebody has when they realize they've been dancing with their butt to the camera.
She had quite the shimmy.
But to recap and highlight the back of the pack here real quick, we're now down to, I believe, 2 runners that have yet to hit Whiskey Row aid. Shanoa Creer just hit it. I know that Chasing Cutoffs was asking about whether she was in and out. I don't know. I think she might have maybe retreated to a crew vehicle potentially. Obviously, there's a lot of times people will have their crew vehicles just outside of Whiskey Row. I know that last year several runners took their nap basically on that side, even though they do have sleep facilities in the Whiskey Row area. But the 2 that have not yet checked into Whiskey Row are bib number 115, Cassidy Hood, and bib number 193, Joseph Haste. Cassidy is, according to our tracker, at mile 79.9. So that means Cassidy is likely just outside of the aid station and probably just coming around the corner, getting ready to take that right hand and head down Whiskey Row because her tracker is pinging that closely. The other runner, Joseph Haste, is a little bit further back at mile 76.3, but that means maybe 2 miles to go in an hour and a half. So I feel good about his chances as well.
Yeah. Yeah, plenty of time.
It's nice to feel like runners are not going to get swallowed up by the cutoffs here this year. They are pretty generous cutoffs for Cocodona. It's obvious, it doesn't make it necessarily an easy race, but as long as you keep moving, potentially, you've got the capability to finish.
Absolutely, and everything after Whiskey Row is just it's a game changer.
Yeah.
Like if you've done the right things, getting to that point, I mean, it doesn't matter where you are. If you get those calories in and you have at least a little bit of sleep, maybe under your side, the running becomes so just, you could just one foot in front of the other. It's so flat. There's a little bit of traversing across the dells, but other than that, going to like Iron King, is it? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really flat.
I don't know if you were able to catch it this morning, but we had a situation with Sally McRae out at the Dells where we had Jamil following her. We had the drone overhead as she was crossing the Granite Dells. Totally beautiful backdrop and scenery, as well as her camera crews out there doing their job as well. So it was kind of almost like a little media circus, as she was heading, alongside Watson Lake. It was pretty fun to see.
Dells is beautiful. And for those who haven't seen the inaugural year, by Dylan Harris, like I have friends that have never been to Prescott, and they see that shot, as the drone's going over with the mounds of like boulders and everything. It's something so unique and so diverse out there.
What you're seeing now is the top of Mingus Mountain, one of the high points in the earlier stages of the Cocodona 250. Mingus Mountain is northeast of Prescott and Prescott Valley. Basically, what happens is the runners, after they leave Whiskey Row, head through Prescott the rest of the way, head northeast towards Watson Lake, through the Granite Dells, and then through Fane Ranch, which we've seen quite a bit of, and then through some back trails, head up Mingus Mountain, and this is a youth camp that's at the top of Mingus Mountain.
Yeah, there's a bunch of camps, various camps up in the area, and the entire Prescott area actually, like church camps and scout camps and.
Yeah. So the runners actually come tomorrow morning, I believe. It's going to be absolutely bonkers. I remember last year, one of the things that was kind of fun was that there were so many people in the aid station that people were basically like sitting right in front of our camera shot, and they didn't even realize it, nor did they care.
Yeah.
A runner's 110 miles in, and all they just want is some ramen and a bagel and just, and something warm to drink as well. And they didn't care. And it was kind of an intimate moment that we were sharing with these runners that were just, just feeling the wear and tear of 100+ miles.
That's the best, though. It's like you get that raw footage of like kind of what they're going through, and that's one of the things I like about like Scott Ruckus is like his photos and everything is from like the beginning to end, and you just see. I mean, you may just
Those
see
before
two
and
pictures.
afters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see two pictures, and you just like you can almost tell kind of what they went through.
It's like you look at it and you're like, man, he's seen some shit.
No doubt. Serious question from the Chasing Cutoffs podcast. Pete, which English football club do you support? Someone earlier said Liverpool. Say it isn't so.
Yeah, the Reds. Yeah, the LFC. It's the best football club in the world, and you'll never walk alone. Thank you. Enough said.
And the chat just got serious. Folks that are, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I am Chris Warden. This is Pete Mortimer, and this is the Cocodona 250 presented by Aravaipa Running. We're having a lot of fun following these runners, over 200 of them, as they traverse the landscape of Arizona, heading from Black Canyon City, just on the outskirts of North Phoenix, all the way up to Flagstaff, Arizona, traveling through some of the most beautiful single track and back roads imaginable, connecting towns across the state of Arizona. You have runners that are making their way from Crown King to Prescott to Sedona to Muntz Park up to Flagstaff, and they have 120 25 hours to complete this odyssey across the great state of Arizona. And in some cases, they're going to need every last minute. And we're here to follow as many of these runners and their stories as possible. We are trying to get confirmation on what is happening at the front of the pack with Michael Versteeg. I think we're all just kind of waiting for that green light confirmation. It's like we're operating under the belief that his day has probably drawn to a close, but we can't say with 100% verification. So that's why we're kind of keeping away from saying so. There's nothing worse than saying that somebody has dropped when they haven't. I saw that happen at coverage online for a race. It wasn't even a live stream. It was a Twitter feed where somebody said a runner had dropped from a race late, and it was disastrous for the account that tweeted it. And we don't want to be that account.
Well, according to the latest refresh feed, it has him back on trail in second place. So
yeah, but he's at that would put him at is that Deer.
So his tracker is at Deer Pass. So my guess is
he got a
ride to Deer Pass and is dropping off his tracker and
which makes sense. Yeah.
Doing the formal exit, you know.
Yep.
But again, I don't want to confirm that with 100% certainty.
Yeah, we are not
until
the
we
authority
hear from
here.
Race Command.
Yeah, Race Command is.
They're the boss.
Yeah, we are not the boss here. We can read the tracker. We can see the fact that he was going 28 miles an hour up Highway 89, but we're also not the arbiters of whether or not he's dropped out. So as soon as we get that word, we'll confirm it.
Yeah.
If you want to operate under the assumption that he's dropped, I totally understand. I wouldn't argue with you. In fact, I'm inclined to agree. But again, we're not official.
Well, my first 200-mile race, my crew thought I was swimming across Lake Tahoe at one point. So the batteries can go out, in and out, ping in and out. So you have to.
Did they send a boat out to try and find you in the middle of Tahoe?
Pete was carrying the boats and the logs.
Well, you like in a race with Goggins there, or what? To look at our leaderboard now, we're gonna try and figure out what we can. It looks like Killian Korth is still our leader, and if Killian is our leader, the gap that he's opened up, assuming what we're assuming about Michael Versteeg, has just gotten much wider. Killian Korth, currently the first place male at 151 miles. Michael Greer, again operating under assumption, has moved up to second place at 144 miles, 7 miles back of our lead. And Mike Groenwegen is back in third place at 142.3 miles. On our women's side, Eliza LaPierre moves into second place overall at 144.9 miles. Mika Thews is second female at 142.3, and Sarah Ostaszewski is in third place at 138.5. That means the top six are gender balanced. There are 3 men and 3 women in the top six.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing, but that's something you tend to see the longer a race goes. I mean, it's it becomes more balanced, and we all saw what race was that? Was that Moab, where Courtney basically just eviscerated the field, like male or female, by a good 10 hours or something like that?
Oh,
it was one of the Triple Crown races.
Yeah, I've seen it numerous times. I mean, they're stronger than us.
Yeah.
I mean, I say it all the time. They are stronger than us. They just, number one, they put up with their shit. They give birth. They can, like in races like this, they know how to put their head down and get things done. And I can't remember the lady's name in Cape Wrath several years ago that won outright while breastfeeding her child.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So it's in this sort of endurance race. It's no holds barred.
I've had a few questions about the runner tracking when the Sedona Canyons 125 runners enter the fray, and I have an answer for you based on what I'm seeing. So I actually just went to the tracker and I zoomed into the the Jerome aid station area, and you can see that there is a stack of runner tracking, so to speak, hanging out in the aid station, including all of the athletes that are registered for the Sedona Canyons 125. So I believe that I think it looks like the colors for the Sedona Canyons racers will be orange and yellow, and they'll follow the same tracker. And those numbers are actually going to start at bib number 400 and work their way up. I believe 400 through like 650. So that hopefully will be the case for Sedona Canyons, which starts at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning down in Jerome. And some might say that the Sedona Canyons, you get all of the sweet stuff at the second half of the race without having to make that climb up to Crown King.
Yeah. Nothing beats that climb. Like I've done it 3 times now, and I don't know why I keep going back to do it on the training runs, but it's something about sharing it with especially like the Cocodona runners to be, as you could say. But it really opens your eyes.
Yeah,
a lot.
Absolutely. Let's see. Ben Cook had Medic 2 on his fantasy free trail picks. Yeah, Medic 2, I've never seen DNF before, so it's terrible humor. We are at the top of Mingus Mountain right now. Do we have any other potential views? Oh, we've got the Satisfy Fane Ranch. This is going to be one of the aid stations that I believe that this is tomorrow morning at 8:30. All of the runners have to be through Fane Ranch, and that is at mile 97.5. I feel like that would be putting them a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms. I guess it would be 2 days, or just a little bit over 2 days. Yeah, I mean, they would probably have to pick up the pace a little bit from that point in order to get back on track.
Yeah, but the back half, it obviously is harder in a lot of ways because you've got more miles on your legs, but I think that it's also maybe a little bit more forgiving in certain ways as well. You don't have the heat in the same way that you have down in the Sonoran Desert at the start, and you don't have some of those really tough, rugged climbs that you have early on, although you're going to get pretty hot if you're running through the day on the Lime Kiln Trail still. But it is, you can probably make up a little bit of time, but then you still have to also climb Mount Eldon. So
yeah, there's no getting around that part.
The ground service too. I mean, it starts off really hard going up to Crown King. Sedona, like it can get hard in sections, but by the time you get up into the pines, the ground gets cushy. Especially with all the water retention that we've had. I mean, it's soft. If you're wearing like some Fat Boys, you're gonna
sink right in.
It's right. You're gonna just hop along.
I believe I saw a question that I wanted to address in the chat. Kendra asking, assuming there's 8 at 108, lots of folks there for a while now. Yeah, that's where we were just a few minutes ago. Mingus Mountain, the aid station. It's 108, 110, somewhere in there, I guess you could say. Depends on where the runner's tracking pings. But it's the top of Mingus Mountain, northeast of Prescott. I accidentally said northwest earlier, but if you go northwest of Prescott, you will not find Mingus Mountain. But that is one of the major aid stations on the course. That is a crew access. That is a sleep station at the top of Mingus Mountain.
Nice and cool up there, especially right now for those runners. So as you can see on the live feed, we've got some everyone's got their jackets and gloves on, and that's down Prescott area, which is around 5,000 feet. It's not too bad, but as they progress up to Mingus, they're gonna hit 7,000 plus vert up there. So
one of the things I wanted to do a little bit earlier, I had gone through. The runners were given a survey prior to the race, and I didn't have time to do it yesterday because things were hectic, and I didn't have time to do it today because Flota arrived. But I wanted to do a couple of runners' survey answers, and some of them you might know, some of them you might not know. I'm going to start off right now with somebody I know you know. Her name has come up tonight on the coverage. Desiree Clark, running the Cocodona 250, telling us about herself. You might find out something you didn't know.
Okay.
So she's a lifelong runner originally from Pennsylvania who's lived in Arizona for about 6 years. Her husband and she have 2 teenage boys, and their cat Luna rules the house. What inspired her to do Cocodona? She used to swear that she'd never do a 200-miler, and then Aravaipa came up with Cocodona, and she knew she was in trouble. From the moment she moved to Arizona, it felt like home, and it seemed like an awesome possibility to be able to explore some of the coolest places in Arizona by foot. What section was she most excited for? Crown King. I think that I'd be curious to ask her if she still feels that way.
I ran the training run with her this year on it and stuff, and she handled herself just like she does, like extremely well and everything. So, but yeah, she's so positive. She's we did some water crossings together, and she just like hustles up the climbs, and she's just consistently strong. Like every time I've ever seen her run, she's just consistently strong. So
yeah, I think
she'll do well.
When she first started joining the local trail and ultra scene, she had a string of fantastic finishes. I know that she had some injury setbacks for a while as well.
Yep.
And they were kind of lengthy. It was a period of, I think, in excess of a year where she was not able to train at a level that she wanted to.
Yeah.
So when I saw that she was lining up for Cocodona, I was glad to see it because I knew that it meant that she was, in all likelihood, back to full health.
Yeah. Well, and that's one of the things that, like, I think some people, they just see through social media or just through the websites. I mean, like, they put us on there, and, like, we're not – all of us have regular jobs. There's not a lot of money in the sport, and we're just out there trying to, balance, like, work, life, kids, like all the stressors that everyone else is dealing with. So
yeah, that's an excellent point. I mean, even though people might, look at you as an elite or pro runner, you still have a day job.
Yeah. I was in surgery this morning, and as soon as I got out, it was straight to my grill.
I just saw a runner hit the Fain Ranch Aid. That was Luis Leon, bib number 99. Luis is originally from Tucson.
Yep, and then we do have we did just get a feed of runner coming into Whiskey Row as well. This is like the golden hour for
Absolutely.
Whiskey Row is coming right up, and they're running through downtown Prescott. So 193.
That is Joseph Hayes. That is our final runner.
Oh, is it?
We expect to make Whiskey Row tonight.
Yeah,
so,
buddy.
Is this the last runner on course?
That had not hit Whiskey Row yet.
Yes. Okay, so this is unless someone essentially volunteers to not leave the aid station, right? They wouldn't necessarily be timed out. They would be choosing to end their day, kind of. At that point, right? If you hit the aid station with an hour to spare, it seems like most of those runners are going to be continuing on, which is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Joseph has to leave the aid station by 9:30 p.m. tonight, based on where he's pinging and what time he'll get there. I'm thinking that he'll be there probably in about, looks like he's about 0.6 of a mile out. So probably in about 10 to 12 minutes the way he's moving, which will give him just under an hour to compose himself and be ready to leave Whiskey Row. So I'm glad to see that all of our runners have faded the cutoffs here on day 2 to this point. The next cutoff, the next set of cutoffs for the runners will be at Iron King at mile 92, and that will be at 3:30 in the morning. That is a limited aid station. There is no sleep station there. Crew access is available, though. After that, the next cutoff would be at Fain Ranch at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And I got to tell you, the way that they've got Fain Ranch all set up, that might be a tough one to depart because it looks pretty darn comfortable.
And people are in the chat are asking if we can get audio. If Simon can unmute his camera feed on his end, that would be great. And this is definitely our final runner on course because that is the course sweep that is with him. I saw her pulling pin flags there.
I was just going to realize
a second ago.
The person in front of the two of them is actually the pacer because she's dancing, and the person next to Joseph is actually the sweeper because she's got one of those Aravaipa backpacks that those of us have swept courses have had to carry.
That doesn't look like someone that's willing to quit. He's got a little pep in his step.
If
he's
you're running
getting a little
into
jogging,
Prescott.
he looks motivated. Look at him! Look at him go!
He's carrying those poles. He's not leaning on them.
Let's go, Joseph! Yeah,
fantastic.
He's got good arm swing.
Yeah, and it looks like we're
the Cylons got him.
Yeah,
just getting a little audio issue.
The Daleks, yes.
Simon's in, so we'll keep that
I'm
audio
more of a
muted.
Whovian anyways.
As we get to Whiskey Row, we'll have to mute the feed anyway, but just to avoid any audio issues, I'll mute on my end, Simon. So you can leave yourself muted too; it doesn't matter. But we appreciate you being out there, and this will be our final runner coming into Whiskey Row here.
This makes me excited. I mean, to know that everybody made it through day 2 that's still on the course, made it to the cutoffs, that nobody got snapped off by sweeps, really is a great feeling to see and to hear. I mean,
so it looks like these are both course sweeps.
Oh, both of the two people with him. So he actually doesn't have a pacer.
Because you can't pick up a. Oh, you could pick up a pacer at what is it, Friendly Pine or Restorative. Yeah. But yeah,
so we just have a happy sweeper is what you're saying.
Yeah, the sweepers are cheering him on. They're excited. They're going to be getting into the Whiskey Row aid station, without having to tell anyone their day's over. And shout out to the course sweeps, and shout out to Joseph. He's looking really strong. Yeah. Still,
That reminds me, I got a message from a member of the Aravaipa team a little bit earlier. Jen Gustafson, who works in aid station setup and oversight, that we do have a few volunteer slots for several aid stations, Sedona and beyond. So if you're interested in being a part of the Cocodona 250 and you can make it out on the course, we wholeheartedly invite you to head out, or first of all, go to aravaiparunning.com, click on the volunteer choice at the top, or I believe you can actually do it from the Cocodona website as well. So if you go to the Cocodona website, you can see that there's an option to go to volunteer at the top. You can earn race credits to help these runners during this amazing journey from Black Canyon City all the way to downtown Flagstaff. Although tomorrow morning they will be joined by a couple hundred of their closest friends and some friendly strangers.
That's right.
As the start of the Sedona Canyons 125 begins at 7 a.m. local time. Man, he looks good.
Well, and Pete, your co-parent will be towing the starting line tomorrow. Mr. Jeff Browning, Ultra Aspire athlete, I might add, a proud sponsor.
His cow parent?
Yeah, your cow parent.
That's right.
So shout out to Jeff. It's awesome to see how strong Joseph is looking here. Like that's
I'm loving
for him to come in an hour before the cutoff as well.
He's a block and a half away at
strong.
this point. Yeah,
because Blue. It's you're my boy, Blue. You're my boy.
You see, I was thinking like I'm Blue, da da dee da.
Yeah, he of course he's passing the Yavapai County Courthouse up here, and he's going to take a right-hand turn. And Whiskey Row is actually he'll be taking the right-hand turn onto Whiskey Row. And congratulations to him as well as all the other runners who have made it down to Whiskey Row in time to continue their races. I'm operating under the assumption that he is continuing his race because, man, he looks He looks good.
He does look good. He's running for those fireball shots.
Yeah, and we will make sure that we have Simon stay on the stay around the Whiskey Row aid station until all of the runners are out or until the cutoff hits there, just so that we can, keep track of all these people who are making their way through Cocodona. I've said it time and time again. I think that that's one of the most interesting things about this race is whether you win or whether you finish last, like every person has kind of the same or like a similar emotion when you get done, because the traveling this terrain and this course is like an out-of-body experience in a lot of ways. And so it's super awesome to see, all these people who, whether you're taking, 70-something hours or you're taking 124 hours and 59 minutes, like it's so awesome to see. And it's awesome to see.
Thank God it's over.
Yeah.
Oh, he's cheering as he's coming in.
How excited he is to come into the aid station. He is pumped.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah, that inspires me to know that he's got many more miles ahead of him this week.
Well, and with that level of excitement, there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to get out of this aid station.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's so awesome.
Give that man a shot.
Yeah, and the Pacers Day
did you see him a little fist pump and a point to the camera? I love the charisma.
The Pacers may be done for the day, but his is going to continue on, and that's just such a great thing to see. Yes, thank you to the people who have volunteered to this point. And again, for those that are interested in potentially volunteering, you can head to the Cocodona website, cocodona.com/volunteer, and we've got opportunities to volunteer at aid stations. I don't know, do we have all of our filming spots filled?
We always have live stream volunteers open. The more filmers we have out on course at all the different hours, the more diverse and dynamic our coverage can be. So whether you've got time the rest of this week and are in the area, or if you want to, plan your vacation to have an awesome experience next year, come on out, because there's something really special about like being out on course at any point and getting to see these runners. I remember the inaugural year I was able to go out for some of the final finishers when we were off air for the live broadcast, and it's just so cool. And if you've never been to Flagstaff, there's no place like it, anywhere. So
yeah, just if you're out there, like if you're out just spectating, whatever it is, just if you're at the aid station, just ask. Say like, what can I do to help? There's plenty for everybody, and they'll be more than happy and more willing to give you something to do, and you can immerse yourself in the experience.
Oh, yeah, Patty will put you to work. There's no doubt
absolutely.
about that. Mama Curry will definitely leverage an extra pair of hands to take care. I see our final runner to hit Whiskey Row, Joseph, looks like he's getting himself prepped. Looked like he was possibly making a bit of a wardrobe adjustment.
Probably just going to change.
Hey, can we check to see if our filmer has audio now, perhaps? Unless he looked like maybe he was going to go change.
Typically at
Take
Whiskey,
it off, Joseph.
Typically at Whiskey Row. Typically at Whiskey Row, we're going to have music issues.
Yeah, that's a good point, because
I know that was we had one of our streams in year one suffered from that, and so we typically try to keep Whiskey muted, as unfortunate as that is.
Yeah, and that's hopefully something that the viewers can understand. When a lot of times people will ask, can we get some audio at the aid stations? We have to be pretty careful, because certain musical acts are pretty particular. I think it was funny yesterday morning, Ken Rubley was out doing a water station, and he's talking to us, and and we're interviewing with him, and he's like, hey, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to turn around. I'm going to crank up some Metallica. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll mute you because Metallica is pretty particular about their music being pirated.
Take it from a guy who got kicked off Napster back in the day.
That's bringing it back. Yeah, Lars
well,
and
better Metallica than WAP, I guess. But
yeah. Well, and it'd be a shame because that new Metallica's fire.
Oh, I've been listening to it nonstop. It's so good.
It's good
so
stuff.
Good.
We are pivoting to Mingus Mountain, mile 110. Obviously, those are the drop bags for all the runners as they come in. Most of the aid stations you're going to find at Aravaipa races such as this are like a well-oiled machine, and you can speak to experience from this about this particular race. I mean, the runners are not going to have to riffle through those bags themselves to get their stuff. I mean, there are going to be volunteers that are going to help pass out those bags and make sure that these runners are taken care of.
Yeah, hopefully they just remember what number they are at this point, and as long as they can remember that or look down at their bib, they'll be great. Like the volunteers are so great. I mean, when you get into these aid stations, especially at a race like this, it's like the first thing you can do, just have a seat, just like decompress, say what you want, if you like whatever you're feeling, and then we'll take care of you. So
yeah,
like a number of people that will like be rushing around to get you taken care of. So
yeah, sometimes they almost take too good a care of you if they're not careful. Yeah. Now it depends on which race and who's in charge of the aid station. Sometimes you can be a little bit coddled, a little bit made a little bit too comfortable. Maybe they fluff that pillow a little bit too much. But then there are other times where you might be at an aid station with somebody like Patty or J-Lou in charge, where they're going to be like, we love you, but you got to go.
Yeah. Well, I always say beware the chair, but, on a race like this where you're running for multiple days, definitely sit down, definitely take the time to eat some real food. Take the food with you as well, but, get that food in your stomach. And there's countless people that I've seen on top of Eldon over the last couple of years that were like, no, I can't go on. I just got to get out of here. And I'm like, just take the few minutes. And they're in dire straits and get some food in that belly. And then, a year later, they're like, man, that just changed everything. Just changed my race, So.
I see we have a dial in from our friend on the road, Andy Jones-Wilkins, AJW. We wish you were here, buddy. We know you have some family things to take care of, but we do miss you tons. One of my favorite things about yesterday and doing our coverage as the day was drawing later was that AJW was up at Crown King, basically doing that, handing out drop bags to everybody, and seeing him, he had to make a trip out east for personal reasons, but he had volunteered to work at Crown King Aid yesterday. And he was going to actually drive up to Flagstaff to join us for the rest of the week in the live stream, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. But he fulfilled his obligation, fulfilled his volunteer shift at Crown King, and it just felt good to see him out there because I know how much he wanted to be out there.
Yep.
He is not only an ambassador for the sport, he's a fanboy.
Oh, absolutely.
He's just a very vocal fanboy with a wide following.
Yeah. No, he's good. I met Andy at Rob Carr's camp several years ago, and he's great to talk to, and for a guy that's done Western States and so many other big races and with some hip replacements, hats off to him. He's still cranking.
Well, so speaking of that, AJW had definitely had to fight back from some injuries. Speaking to him recently, he actually has started running again.
Yeah.
Genuinely being able to get a mile or two or more even now without any pain. And I can't wait to see it because, as recently as a couple of years ago, he was on the Hard Rock starter list.
Yeah.
I think that even though he jokes about him being a broken down old man, I think he's still got one more act left in his career.
Well, guys like him is what I aspire to be. I always say I'm going to be like old man Mortimer, just curmudgeonly geriatric, going up the mountain. That's where you see me, hopefully in not too far future. And some people in the chat were saying my mic's low. I don't know if it can hear me better now. Testicles 1 2. Yeah.
Is it?
Can you hear me okay?
Is it
Yeah.
him or is it the monkey shoulders?
Yeah, it could be a little bit of both, maybe.
I saw Beast Coast asking when AGW is going to run the Dona. That's something. You know what? Even though he can't be here, we got to see if we can dial him in sometime this week, Matt. See if we can have AGW dial in to talk about, his desire to be a part of this event. I mean, if he wants to run it, by all means. But I just love the fact that since he has relocated back out to the West Coast, because he lived out here back in the late 90s or early 2000s, he's thrown himself into the community, not just as somebody who has done amazing things as a runner, but he originally, prior to some recent medical concerns, he was showing up at the group runs and just hanging out in our quote fun group, where we do 3.5 or maybe a 5K over the course of 55 minutes, and he was just out there soaking it in and meeting everybody. And one of the coolest things is that a lot of these people don't even realize this guy's a flippin' legend.
Yeah,
like he's one of the most prominent American ultra runners of the past 3 decades, and he's just out here shaking hands and high-fiving people while they're doing 14-minute miles through Papago Park.
Well, he's passionate. It's that's that's the type of runner, and like that's what keeps, I think, this environment and like this whole atmosphere is that's I'm not bashing the road running or anything, but the trail running environment is so different, and when you really love it, and it's not about just running the races, it's giving back, it's immersing yourself in everything. And whether it's you're rating the runners for like ultra runner of the year or
so controversial.
I'm not going to touch that one, but no, I mean, he's just one of those guys. He just gets into it just like you do and everything. And, all of us do, I think, on some different level. And I really just, I'm always enamored when I meet people like that, because it's just like those are the people that really keep our sport going, and you just want to pay it forward. And hopefully the people down the line, because it is a small sport, and it's ever growing, and it's getting exponentially bigger each year. And, I feel like, Andy's a little older than I am, but, it's changed immensely from the time that I've been in the sport, and it's going to continue to change. And I worry, I'm like, well, God, I'm going to be like a dying breed soon.
No, you're
but
still
like
crushing it out there.
well, but I mean, like, like looking down the line at how big some of these races are and how fast they fill up and everything. And there's a lot of people coming over from the roadside now that are just shaking up the sport, which is great. Like, which we need this, it's like when, people first started breaking like the mile time. You didn't think it was going to be possible breaking the 4-minute mile. Somebody did it. And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. And then these people are doing it all the time now with these 100K, 100-mile distances, like breaking things that we didn't even think were possible. And, I think, for a guy like AJ who's been around for so long and is still like loving what he does and immersing himself in it, I think it's great.
Yeah, apparently that's a bit of a mutual admiration society, as AJW said he was thrilled when you asked him for a selfie a few years ago at Western States.
Oh, damn right. I was fanboying during that whole race last year, so I think I saw Hal Corner and Scott Jurek at with 9 miles to go, and I totally geeked out. Like all those guys, just these are people I saw in magazines before I was even able to run a marathon.
Oh, absolutely. That's how I feel about, hanging out with AJW and getting to know him on these live streams. It's like I've been reading his column for like 6-7 years, and when I reached out to him, actually, my first time talking to him was prior to Haviland 100 a couple years ago. I was doing some interviews with runners that were registered, and he was registered for the race. And at the time, I let him know that he was the highest place returnee, and he didn't realize that. I was like, oh yeah, you're second place in 2007, is the highest returning male. And we talked, and I had a great interview with him. He ended up actually withdrawing from the race prior to the start, but we kept in touch, and then he ended up moving out to Arizona, and I text with him on a damn near daily basis, and he's just always so full of positivity and support. And I'm going to plug his podcast if you haven't heard it yet, Crack a Brew with AJW. It's excellent. He gets the A-lists of guests.
Yeah.
I mean, like his first 3 episodes were like Walmsley, Courtney, Krupichka.
Yeah.
It's like he has the ability, but he also has the ability to make these people relatable. Like some
absolutely.
of the stories are
Yeah.
fantastic. In fact, my favorite episode of his podcast so far, he's only done like 9 episodes, is that the episode where his son actually turned the tables and interviewed him. And I think it was because there's a story, I don't want to spoil too much, but there's a story where he talked about how he had kind of reached a crossroads in his running career, and I'll leave it at that. But it's a very powerful conversation that he seemed to have with his son regarding how his family and his running career were kind of heading in different directions at the time, and he had to figure out how to reconcile that all. It's a great listen. His whole series, Cracker Brew with AJW, wherever you get your podcasts. Shameless plug for a friend of our community here in Arizona.
He's great. We love you, Andy.
Fane Ranch, mile 96.6. This is actually starting to be a little bit towards the back of the middle here at the Cocodona 250 as runners at the front of the pack are starting to hit that 150-mile mark as eclipsed by Killian Korth at this point. Our Killian Korth, our lead male, our overall leader. Let's see. Our second place male at this point, Michael Greer at mile 146.5. And Mike Groenwegen at third place at mile 144.5. On the women's side, Eliza LaPierre has moved into second place at 146.6. Mika Thews is in second place at 144.5. Mika has been running basically side by side with Mike Groenwegen. Apparently they tend to run/compete/collaborate at many of their races because they are no stranger to the 200-mile discipline, 200-plus mile distances. In third place on the women's side is Sarah Ostaszewski, currently at 140.2 miles. Sarah is trying to break free of third place as she finished there last year. Yeah. Some of our other check. All right. Some of our other runners of note include Christopher St. Jean at mile 138.2. Josh Perry, the UK-based thru hiker at 137.8. Kevin Goldberg, who has an admirer or two in the chat at mile 134.7. Jeff Garmeyer, the Tiger King himself, at mile 131.9. Garmeyer making a little charge here as well. Let's see, where did I leave? Dominic Grossman, miles 127.8. Michael McKnight, another fan favorite in the chat, mile 126.4. 2021 second place finisher Dawn Greenwald at mile 125.5. Sally McRae, another fan favorite, at mile 121.3. And Wes Plate, another very popular, familiar runner at mile 115.6. So that's our leaderboard, as well as some of the more notable names still moving along here at the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, and I think while we have a little lull in the action here, Chris, we're going to take just a couple of minutes to have a word from some of our wonderful brand sponsors. Katula means directly in Tibetan. They were founded upon a simple idea: empower people to go directly where they want to go. 24 years since their founding in Flagstaff, Arizona, their collection of footwear traction, hiking crampons, and gaiter continue to help people go directly. By designing and building exceptional products, they make the outdoors more accessible and rewarding. Learn more about their story and their products at Katula.com. Gnarly has provided Gnarly Fuel 2.0 at aid stations throughout the course. Gnarly Fuel 2.0 is the all-in-one vegan-friendly solution for long days on the trails. Fuel 2.0 is packed with electrolytes and calories to replace what is lost during a long endurance effort. It also has the added bonus of HMB, which is a metabolite that helps prevent muscle degradation, so you can kickstart your recovery during your performance and your workout. Fuel 2.0 is ideal for trail runs and all sorts of alpine adventures, especially for big pushes like the Cocodona 250. You can go and check out Gnarly Nutrition at gognarly.com. Again, that is gognarly.com, and a huge shout out to both of those incredible brand partners. We couldn't produce this live stream and this event without all their support.
And we're back here at the Cocodona 250. It looks like we've got some activity at Fain Ranch, mile 96.6. Several runners. I see a bib. I spy a bib number. Let's find out who that is. Bib number 172. Let's pull it up on our tracker. Oh, boy. Oh, is that Roy? Oh, that's
it's my boy Roy.
Your boy Roy.
Yeah.
Roy Quinn, one of the runners coached by our guest here tonight on Aravaipa After Dark at the Cocodona 250. Pete Mortimer, that is Roy Quinn. As I mentioned, I believe I met Roy at Mogollon Monster last year, and I believe he was a golden hour finisher there. The Mogollon Monster is an absolutely rough and rugged race. Was it? I think it was in 2021.
Okay.
That's when it was. So, but yeah, he was a golden hour finisher there. He's got finishes at Haviland 100, Black Canyon. You know, no stranger to the races here in Arizona, because he's not actually an Arizona resident, is he?
Oceanside.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he's
or
from
San
California.
Diego.
Okay,
area, yeah.
So, looking good at mile 96, 97. Good on you, Roy. Keep it going. So we'll pop it into the studio here real quick.
Matt, you going to get on this?
I am not a whiskey guy. I'm not a brown liquor guy, but you have tried your best to
Win in Rome, Chris. Win in Rome.
That's right.
To encourage me to explore my palate with regard to whiskeys, and I've tried.
Yeah, it's a man strike for sure.
No, swing and a miss.
I feel like you grow up drinking Goldschlager, tequila, and then you kind of move to vodka and beer, whatnot, but then eventually you kind of move on to more distinguished liquors.
I have a pretty impressive vodka collection. Like I have a nice, pretty shelf in my house, and
there's not a lot of difference, though.
Well, that's the thing. You can get a very fancy-looking vodka collection for far less than a fancy-looking whiskey collection.
Yeah.
Because I saw yours, and it's pretty impressive. So this is Monkey Shoulders?
Yeah. So this is a blended Scotch. So my opinion, best bang for buck. You can pick one up for $30 or under.
Okay.
And
actually, I remember. I believe that I was at Trevor's in Scottsdale, and they were actually out of that.
Yeah. So when I first moved to Flagstaff, they had a sale at one of the local gas stations, and they were selling them for like $20. And I was going in and just buying them like crazy because I'm like, you guys know how much this costs, right? But yeah, I think for a Scotch, this is it for just your run of the mill. Like blended Scotch.
It's funny because you mentioned that. I have one bottle of whiskey in my house.
Yeah.
Non-Fireball division, and it is a bottle of Johnny Black.
Okay. Yeah.
And the only reason I picked it up, I picked it up for 1.5 reasons. I picked it up, number one, because I have visitors who will occasionally have whiskey on, once in a while. Number two, it was 60% off of retail, so I only paid like $32 for it.
Yeah.
For a handle of Johnny Black. And so I figured I'd give it a try, and no, it just still didn't hit me. But
so
we'll give this a try.
Are you? I put ice in yours. 'Cause I like a little bit of ice, kind of opens it up. But what's your thought on that? Do you like ice, or do you like it neat?
I would say ice probably would help me actually.
Takes out some of the bite.
Yeah, some of the edge off.
Like
so
I think it opens up the flavors. I guess a true connoisseur would probably, say
well,
I'm wrong,
when you find a true connoisseur to drink with in the house, you let me
That's
know.
Right. Well, this is a step up from what I saw last night. So
yes, cheers.
Cheers, mate. Scotch and Flota.
You know what I love about having Pete on After Dark is the more Scotch he drinks, the more his British accent comes out.
Liam,
And I absolutely love it, Pete.
Look in the chat. You can post that one up from Aid Station Fireball. Liam, a friend of ours, mentions that Peter's accent comes out more and more with each closer listen and each passing beverage.
Well, that's I've heard that before, but I'm not going to say either way.
Amber actually asking what your accent is. Where are you from originally?
I moved around so much. So I was born in London, but I lived on the southern coast of Weymouth, Dorset area, and then Cirencester. And then I have family up in Manchester area, which I'm going to visit this summer. But my dad lives down on the coast still. But yeah, I just have it's a bastardized accent, if you can call it that. It's just kind of.
And talking more about your background, as we can see Fane Ranch out here, I wanted to actually talk about the fact, in the interest of full disclosure for everybody watching, Pete coaches my running, and he helped coach me to my first 100-mile trail finish. I'll call it a miracle worker situation. I mean, it was absolutely stunning. I gave him 10 weeks to get me to the finish of a 100-miler, and I'll be damned, but he did it. I think it still stresses him out to this day, even thinking about it. But the reason I hired you because I really appreciated your approach to running, not only in terms of how you approach it on a daily basis today, but how you ended up to get where you are. You were not a lifelong runner that just happened to slide into an elite level. You have a far different background than most people might expect for how you came into being a high-level trail runner.
Yeah, I mean, I was overweight, and I mean, you can listen to various podcasts to talk about it before, but yeah, I was overweight and going through a hard point in my life, and I really just needed an outlet, and yeah, it was 1 mile at a time because that's about all I could do at the beginning. And then I trained for my first half and my first full, and then kind of fell into it. And even when I started doing the marathons and everything, I mean, I was decently fast because of my height, but I wasn't fast by road standards by any means. And certainly when I got into the trail running distance, I was really humbled by how much I had to slow down. And I was a middle of the pack guy. And I just kind of fell in love with it and dug deep. And I was playing. It was funny when I first started running ultras. I was playing a lot of indoor soccer at the time, and I was playing like 2-3 games a night and then going out the next day and trying to run 30 miles. And at some point I was like, something has to give because I'm just in so much pain doing this. And so eventually everyone was getting injured on our indoor club league. And I'm like, I'm just going to stick with the running. And it's people could say, oh, your natural gait and, your height and all this stuff. It's like, no, it's what you put into it. And I absolutely love it. And I put in a lot of blood, sweat, and beers over the years.
I have to smile when you talk about indoor soccer. I played indoor soccer into my adult years. It was the one sport that I maintained fairly steady, at least into my mid-20s. But occasionally after that, I would play in some indoor tournaments. In my hometown, there was always a turkey shootout tournament that would take place literally Thanksgiving night. And the older that me and my friends got, our old high school buddies, and we'd still try and put together our team for one night. First game of the night, you play 3 games, 4 if you actually won or like advanced into the single elimination. And we would start out and we would be, it'd be like we'd have, 10, 11 guys and, people were like wanting to get on the field as much as possible. By the third game of the night, we would have lost 2 guys because they wouldn't come out of the bar. And we were also realizing that we're old and we're playing against like college guys in the off season. And at that point, we're basically forcing others to go out on the field for us. And we're just getting pasted by, guys 10 years younger than us.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, and I do realize I call it soccer and not football, but that's just every time I say football, everyone gets up in arms. I call it football, jouer foot. Whatever you want to call it, it's calcio.
Well, at least if we were to start talking about, the Chicago Bears or the Arizona Cardinals, would you refer to it as hand egg or
American football?
Okay, that's fair.
Or gridiron in some parts of the world.
Oh, I didn't know that. Of course, you just came back from a a
sabbatical.
British tinted sabbatical.
Yeah, a Brit. Yeah, went to the land of British ancestors over in Australia. So
yeah, they have Australian football over there. That's
it's one of my favorite sports to watch when I'm over there. It's hard to watch over here.
Different from the rugby as well.
Yeah, different from the rugby. Although I am getting into rugby league when I was over there, so I'm starting to understand the sport. But lots of cool sports, but. Yeah, I believe that they call American football gridiron from time to time.
Yeah. On the screen right now is Roy Quinn, bib number 172, one of Pete's runners that he coaches.
Boy, Roy!
Are you in so when you were coaching me at Hennepin last year, we were in contact. Are you in contact with him at all during this race? Or?
Yeah, so we have chat groups.
Okay,
so,
cool.
Yeah,
which is what we did.
Yeah. It's the best way just to keep an idea of what's going on. I mean, there's a crew of this size. There's generally a lot of us moving around, a lot of moving parts. So I try and stay on the back burner somewhat, but give advice. And a race like this too, you get in texts during the day, and
oh, it's wild.
So it's just you got a guy like Goldberg who's following the live stream.
I don't know how he does it. I mean, that's an excellent point, because when I was running, and the only people I talked to were you, my pacer, and my parents, who were crewing me.
Yeah.
I was getting texts like crazy. I answered one text the entire time. It was from my roommate, or my former roommate, and she asked how I was doing. I grabbed my phone, took a picture of my watch, and just kept going. I didn't respond with a word or anything. That was the only time I used my phone to text anything or to go, anywhere outside of our little chat group.
Yeah.
Like, I needed to stay focused. So, that would make sense for, Roy or, another runner to kind of keep the outside noise to a minimum. That's one of the things that's kind of impressive about Kevin Goldberg.
Yeah.
Goldberg was watching the live stream while traversing over Thane Ranch, which is not like the easiest section to just run through without paying any attention. It's
a lot of cow pies.
Deb Hamberlin in the chat said, a lot of potholes or gopher holes that you got to be aware of.
That's right.
Not a trail, so you're kind of just guided by pin flags, I assume, and
Kiki's running around.
Yeah,
our next steer.
DJ Keen in the chat apparently worked in an aid station with you a couple years ago at Coldwater and said you had no accent.
Yeah, probably wasn't drinking. I like, people call me out and stuff on it sometimes, and my friends know me. It's over the years, it's when I first moved to the States, one of the biggest things I wanted to do was fit in, and my accent was just it stuck out like a sore thumb. So for me, a lot of it was kind of mentally learning how to speak American, I guess you could say. And you could say some of the best British actors have amazing American accents, but it doesn't really work the other way around. You can normally tell.
Yeah, if you hear an American actor trying to cop a British accent, it sounds terrible.
Yeah, but
look at half the cast of The Walking Dead.
Oh yeah,
they're all
Exactly.
English heritage, British backgrounds.
I think for me, at that young age, it was sort of a mental thing that I just kind of pushed down or whatever. And if I'm really tired, or I've been drinking and stuff, it's just kind of, or I'm around family. That's another thing. So like anyone else, but.
Well, I'm having a blast hanging out with you here tonight. I was really looking forward to having you in studio here. Of course, this is pretty much the only chance you're going to have this week, because you got your time up at Eldon Aid, where you're going to be taking care of runners, and then of course you're traversing back east, and obviously you're preparing for your own your own adventure race this summer, running with the Spine in England. Beyond that, I know that you don't normally repeat races. Do you ever see yourself coming back to Cocodona?
I've had countless people ask me this year.
It's hard to stay away. It's hard to stay away.
I see the lineups too, and I don't know. This year, I definitely thought about it a little bit more, I think. But next year I'm gonna put in for TDG. So that's kind of I've had this kind of race plan over the last several years. COVID put a little hampering in that, but yeah, I just want to go and do, like, there's plenty of time to, this race is, my backyard. So
it's funny that you mentioned COVID kind of pushing things back a year. Do you think that year actually worked out to your advantage? Because you've come out like since the, beginning of 2021 and had some wild success.
Yeah, I mean,
you were doing well before, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
but it feels like the results that you've had, you look at your Cocodona 2021, your Hurt 2022, your Western States, it seems like you came out of Cocodona where you probably didn't race as much during that year, on a different level. It's all those Humphreys climbs.
Yeah, well, that helps for sure. I think I've gotten older, getting a little bit more patient, smarter about how I run these things. I still think the 100-miler is something I'm like competitively that I'm trying to figure out. And for the really mountainous, tough stuff, like that's more up my alley. And then you get into something like when they had the course change at Tarawera this year, I was like, okay, it's going to be a little bit more runnable. So it's going to be a little bit more out of my element, but I still managed the top 10 there. Yeah, I'm ever learning. It's, I don't pretend like I have it dialed in. I look to guys like, Jeff and Rob and, these guys that have been doing it a long time, AJ. It's just, these guys are what I look for guidance, and for people coming to the sport that, come under my wing for my coaching. That's like, I kind of hope they see the same thing. I've done a lot of races, a lot of different races, seen a lot of different things, made a lot of mistakes and had a lot of good stuff happen, but you just got to put in the time.
You talk about, making mistakes. I mean, we've already talked about your experience at Barkley. I don't want to taking that off to the side. But like, what mistakes did you make over the course of your racing career, and what steps did you, or like when you realized those mistakes, how did you approach correcting them?
I think a lot of it was, I can move at a decent click. Slowing down was definitely harder.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a tall guy. I generally move.
Your stride is very difficult to keep up with, just speaking from personal experience.
Yeah.
You're so comfortable, like you gallop like down single track.
I've certainly the Humphreys climbs have helped over the years, as far as the uphills, because and downhills. I can walk as fast as a lot of people can run now, but one of my idols, Francois, he's got an amazing striding gait. It's like, another tall guy like me. So, yep. And I'd heard from, I think it was Jim at Pacem at Hard Rock, and said he does like a 12-minute walking mile up to like 10,000 feet. So that's something to aspire to, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some of you runners who are, capable of those. Another guy who does that is Anthony Culpepper.
Yeah.
He's very, 12, 13-minute mile walks, when he's in the mountains.
Yeah.
So
I've actually worked on just that a lot this year, with my uphill stuff, is just like the stride and walking and obviously not overstriding, but I got long legs. You got to know how to use them. And,
yeah. Well, you take advantage of the physical gifts that you have.
That's right.
If you didn't learn how to utilize and leverage the fact that you're taller and have long legs, you could be in a really bad situation. So,
yeah. But it's also like reading the terrain, and height has its disadvantages too. Tight turns and everything. You have to learn how to take short steps, just like playing football as a kid. It was. Mm-hmm. Like, the coach is yelling at me, you're overstriding, and the ball's easy to get taken away from you. So you got to learn how to run differently. So, mm-hmm. Everybody's got their things to overcome, but at the end of the day, it's what you put into it, and you just have to keep grinding, and no one, like hardly anyone's going to be a Killian or Jim out there. Those are great guys to look up to, and but there's certain guys that are built with genetics. They're just far beyond us, and I think, but there are a lot of guys that have that like strength and have that perseverance and really put in the time and work, and those guys generally have longevity.
Watching Killian on video is absolutely insane. Oh, I mean, you watch some of his GoPro stuff on Instagram and on Facebook, and he's doing things. He's basically running along like ridges that are knife edge.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah.
Just snow-covered knife edges, where it's like, how does he even know where to step?
Yeah.
Like, the answer is practice. Tons and tons of practice. But
I've watched countless of those videos, and I've been up in similar situations, and I'm like,
can you see yourself doing that?
Nope. I ran across Wales a few years ago, and I was going across Cribgot with it's a knife edge going up the Snowdonia, and I had my GoPro out and was filming, and like, I don't know, quarter mile in or whatever, I almost like went off the side, and I was like, oh, that's enough of that.
Let's see here. We're going to take a quick look. Of course, we're at Fain Ranch right now. The question somebody was asking is that who are we looking at? And my answer is, good question. There are several runners. This is one of those situations where there's a little bit of a log jam at the aid station at Fain Ranch. Fain Ranch is around mile 97. And I'm just going to list off the names that are basically between mile 96.5 and mile 97, just in case there's any sort of ping float or GPS float there. At or around Fain Ranch, possibly coming into your window view, we've got Randy Knight, Christina Vasilashi, Dylan Jones, Michael Carr, Roger Pineapple, Rebecca Walker, Bart Lee, Jessica Turner, El Spacek, Louis Leone, Drew Engel, Elizabeth Kelly, Paul James Johnson, and it says Roy Quinn at mile 96.9, but we know Roy has looks like he's departed Fain Ranch. So
yeah,
you got some solid names. I know that Roger Pineapple has run several 100 miles. I believe he might have actually run Cocodona last year, but I know he's run Haviland 100. Al Spacek is a very accomplished ultra runner as well. And let's see if there's any other names I recognize. Not off the top of my head, but one of the things that I loved about coming to town early, and I walked around town, and I was wearing a Cocodona shirt, basically just kind of low-hanging fruit. If somebody saw it, they might try and engage me in conversation. Not because I was running the race, but because I was covering the race. And so I got to meet a couple of people and talk about their stories. And I was going to share one of the stories that I gathered from a runner that was hanging out at Dark Sky Brewing, just down the street here. His name was Tommy, bib number 168, if I can remember his last name. This is a great story, and I think you'll appreciate it. He's one of the elder statesmen of the race, Tommy Jacobson. He's currently at around mile 99-100, so we just missed him at Fain Ranch. So Tommy Jacobson is 62 years old.
Denmark, is that?
Yeah, he's out of Denmark.
Okay.
And he did the Triple Crown in 2022, and at the age of 62 this year, he is going for, I believe he said his 200-mile finish. And he is, every time he does a 200-miler, he uses it as a fundraiser, and he is trying to raise funds for children so they can go to school in India. He's trying to help improve infrastructure in more remote villages in India, and he's averaged he said on average for the past 3 or 4 years, he's sent about $35,000 per year over to India, just as something to kind of enhance what he's doing. Yeah. I had a great conversation with him, and talking to him about his experiences and what he was looking forward to today and this week. And he was and he and I talked about and I gave him a little bit of advice. Stay covered out there, stay hydrated. However much water you can carry from mile 11 to mile 30, do it, and then add another liter. Yeah. That kind of situation. So I got a chance to talk to him. I talked to a couple other guys that were at the shuttle pickup. That was the night the lights went out at the Fain Ranch. Looks like they might need to pay the electric bill out there.
Gotta cut the budget.
Yeah, I'm wondering how they're powering out there. I'm guessing a generator, right? So
Oh yeah.
generator maybe
Yeah.
went off, but it's not all the power, or our camera feed wouldn't be up. So who
That's
knows?
an
Maybe
excellent
they're
point.
maybe they're letting people sleep. But it sounds like Jose Sosa might be closing in on Mingus. So
All right, Jose.
let's we got a little better lighting here, so let's hang out at Mingus for a little bit here.
So Jose ran in 2021 and came back twice. So now he's going for his third finish.
He finished last year or the first year with a broken ankle.
Yeah, he's a baller.
He finished he went from Sedona to the finish on an ankle that I think was broken.
Yeah, he finished last year he finished in or actually 2 years ago he finished 37th in a time of 107 hours 50 minutes 41 seconds. And last year he finished in 92 hours 14 minutes 46 seconds. And like you said, we were under the understanding that he was basically a one-legged man for a large section of the course.
Do we know how many three-time returners we have?
I can't tell you how many three-time returners there are, but I can tell you how many two-time finishers are in this year, because there are a couple of people who didn't finish one year or the other. I actually have that list right here. Somewhere on my, there we go. So the two-time finisher list includes Jeff Garmeyer, Sarah Ostaszewski, Courtney Boyle, Andrew Glaze, Wes Plate, Brian Janzik, Aaron Flesher, Carl Balloon, and Jose Sosa. Those 9 people are coming back for their third finish.
And hands off to Andrew Glaze, who just ran Canyons 100 right before starting Cocodona.
That's absolutely insane.
Well, I mean, I don't know how many weeks he's on now, but the guy's been running 100-mile weeks
for
or 200-mile weeks for for definitely over a year.
Heads up, apparently somebody else caught it before I did, even though I've been refreshing constantly. Yes, Michael Versteeg is officially listed as a DNF on the Cocodona race roster.
That means we can officially confirm it, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Versteeg has ended his day.
Pour one out for the homies.
Yeah.
Can we get a toast?
Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers to
Mike.
Versteeg. I mean, absolutely amazing athlete and a hell of a personality too.
Absolutely. I like Mike.
I mean, I
He's a
really
great guy.
loved, if you haven't watched Inaugural Year, go watch Inaugural Year. It's, I mean, I know that the afternoon show is partial to the Long Road Home, the Eric Sensman video from last year. But I feel like Inaugural Year is just a bit of a different tale. And,
some people, I've talked to some people and I've asked them there's a Cocodona movie. I'm like, no, I never watched it. And I'm like, but they didn't know about the first year. I was like, oh no, you got to watch the first year first. Watch it in chronological order.
Yeah, and the Sensman video is great. Don't get me wrong, and I'm a huge Sensman fan. I'm
just
a huge mark for him.
Just a different take on it, and a different course, and
Well, they're entirely different stories, right?
Yeah.
The first year, the story is capturing this new experience and telling the general story of what happened during the race, which ended up being absolutely epic.
Yeah.
The second year was watching, one of the more talented ultra runners in the sport move up while still in his prime to this distance and have just this insane kind of journey, and to see, someone so talented struggle and get through those struggles. It was just a much different story, and both are super epic.
Eric's my coach, and when I watched the movie when we released it up here in Flagstaff, it definitely touched me, because that was something that I had been through, and to see him go through it, and again never experiencing that sort of race, and I was out there watching him when he came into Munns Park, and I I kind of laugh because I don't think there's anyone that slept as much as he did. But the
Never
guy
forget on the live stream, he couldn't have been more than 10 miles in, and he was asking Jamil when Jamil was filming him if it was too early to start thinking about sleeping. This was on the way out on the out and back section outside of Prescott.
He slept so much, but he made up so much time. Because he's just a great runner, And but as one of his athletes, it was kind of nice for him, kind of giving it back a little bit, I guess you could say, just to see him go through that. Because until you've run something like this, days on end and had all the ups and downs. I mean, you can have a lot of ups and downs in a 50 or 100, but when you're running on day 2, 3, 4, 5, it's a whole nother beast.
Yeah. We are reviewing the situation, and Race Command has been notified with regard to Mike and Micah. Interestingly, if you look at the tracker, I'll see if I can pull up the current running tracker. We'll flip to that on the iPad here really quick. Let me make sure, Matt, before we go there. Okay, you can go ahead, Matt.
Yeah.
Look where they're at.
Yeah.
And
could be a similar situation.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they're both. I don't know where they're at mentally, physically, or whatever. But basically, that's as somebody had pointed out. That's where Versteeg had basically taken his cut down to the highway. But yeah, as I mentioned, Race Command has been notified, so we'll see if they can get course corrected, and we'll keep an eye on them as well. So we'll bounce back out to the course.
Well, right around, speaking from year one, right around Dead Horse area and stuff, and moving at Sedona, that's when the race starts to change a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's when McKnight had his issue the first year. You get into Sedona, and after 2 days, in the sun and everything, it's a lot. And then you still got lots of climbing, lots more running ahead of you, and it's you start contemplating life.
Yeah, I bet.
Do I want to do this anymore?
Yeah, that's that's a good point. I mean, I've never gone that far, but even in a 100-miler, I've gotten to the point where I thought I was seeing things and questioning my whole existence as well. So, for these runners that are going well above and beyond multiples of what I've ever done or ever want to do, I'm absolutely in amazement that some of them are able to right the ship and keep going. Because there's got to be ultra running in itself is basically an exercise in problem solving.
Yeah.
And I look at ultra running like a game of Jenga. Like the higher you build the tower, the more unstable it gets. And I look at the tower as a parallel to distance. And when you move up to the 50K to the 100K to the 100-mile and then beyond, the higher you build that tower, the more the slightest nudge in the wrong way can potentially be disastrous.
Yeah.
So these runners are, especially those who have never done a race of this distance before, they're going to be encountering a level of problem solving they've probably never had to before.
Well, I don't think the real hallucinations don't really even start till day 3. That's when you start seeing some really weird stuff.
Jorge, I'm going to have to call this one out here, Matt. We followed the last several runners into the Whiskey Row aid station. We are doing our best to follow everybody on the course of this this adventure, Cocodona 250. Trust me, over the course of the next 3 days, we are going to do our best to give everybody their moment in the sun. And one of the best parts of this race, one of the most thoroughly rewarding experiences in terms of this coverage, is Saturday morning. It sounds like it might be Matt and I. It might be Pedro Gomez, Aravaipa Racing team member. And by that point, we're all fried. We'll be completely honest. But it's so emotional and rewarding to watch those last few runners as they're heading down Beaver Street and take the left on Birch and are heading down Cocodona Alley. We follow the front of the pack while the front of the pack is still on the course. During this point, we have more runners to follow. This year might be an interesting dynamic in the interest of full disclosure because we're heading 2 new races.
Yeah.
So come tomorrow morning, we've got a whole new slew of runners out here that are going to be starting the Sedona Canyons 125. I can't wait for that start. The idea of sunrise in Jerome, with a race starting right there, just in the shadow of a very picturesque town next to a junkyard that Pete hates is going to be a whole lot of fun, and I can't wait for that. But I appreciate you tuning in, Jorge. But I feel like we've done our best to try and spotlight everybody. We've been all over the course. We don't even have eyes on the leaders for the most part at this point. We're doing our best to keep an eye on them. We've got, as I mentioned, 6, 7, 8 screens going at any given time. But
I think the other thing too is, without knowing the area, you have to realize that the reception going into just to Prescott is it's dismal. We do our best. The satellite coverage and everything, and you try and do your best what you have, and then you've got nighttime and everything, and you can't see a lot of what's going on at night. But it really isn't until after Whiskey Row that you can kind of start seeing everything that's going on front or back.
Yeah, and the reception in a lot of these areas is going to get better as time goes on.
Absolutely.
Once you get to the high country and you're actually on the Coconino Plateau, with the exception of the stretch of Walnut Canyon, we get pretty good reception out there. Eldon is crystal clear because it's so prominent.
You can smell the meat.
Yeah, by the point you get to Mount Eldon, you're going to be able to smell Pete's meats. What that means for those who are just tuning in, Pete Mortimer here with me, second place finisher in the 2021 Cocodona 250. Pete is going to be chilling and grilling at the top of Mount Eldon, taking care of these runners as they are basically at the home stretch. So when the runners have gotten to Mount Eldon, they've climbed, 40,000 some odd feet to get to that point in the race.
Yep.
And from there, the net vert is what? 0?
Maybe
10.
Tiny little bit of undulation.
Yeah,
but,
if that. Yeah. But they're heading downhill.
You gotta climb out of the social trails back up to Buff Park, baby. That's probably a good.
Oldham, baby.
That's a good 12-foot climb or something.
Old Oldham or easy Oldham.
Yeah, once they actually get to the. Once they actually get to Buffalo Park, it's just so buttery smooth.
I don't think any hill in that race is as tough as when you leave Buffalo Park and you're going up to Beaver Street. that eighth of a mile up that road, just.
Folks, we're here at the top of Mingus Mountain. This is mile 110 of the Cocodona 250. We've got a handful of runners that are hanging out here. Matt, where else do we actually have cameras at this point? Just to kind of audit where we're at.
We have cameras at Mingus, which you're looking at, and at Fain Ranch.
Fain Ranch is at mile 97, 98 for those unfamiliar.
Yep. And at Sedona, which the lights are still off because runners aren't going to be at the Sedona aid station here for quite some time at this point. But those are the 3 locations that we currently have filmers. We will have the Shad Cam. He is sitting on a hill out somewhere around the Sedona airport trails awaiting some of our leaders. So he'll be bringing some of those in. So in the meantime, we've got, great footage from Fain Ranch where, you've got at this point some of your mid to mid back of the pack runners coming in. And then we've got our mid pack runners here, upper mid pack, maybe even at Mingus here. So that's kind of where our coverage is currently focused, is on these 2 static camera feeds of Fain Ranch and Mingus, where again we've got kind of more of that mid to back of the pack runner grouping here.
Yeah, for those that are asking, our current cutoff aid station is at Whiskey Row, mile 78, and we do have, as far as the runner tracker shows, and I'm going to take this with a grain of salt, we do show 2 runners still being there.
I'm getting an update as we speak from Race Command on both that and the runners who were off course. So we're waiting on updates there.
So to, provide some flavor text on that, Shanoa Career and our other current back of the packer, Joseph Haste, made it both to Whiskey Row with not only in time, but with comfortable margins ahead of the cutoff.
Yep.
They have to leave Whiskey Row by 9:55 tonight. Their trackers are still showing there, but we can't be 100% sure. So once we get an update on that, actually, I think I just got an update, and Joseph definitely has pinged elsewhere now. So Joseph has pinged up the street, 1 block over, but I don't think he somehow ended up on Granite Street in Prescott. You would know he was completely off course if he left Whiskey Row and ended up on Granite.
I don't know. I know a good bar down there. It's
Yeah.
good.
Oh, the Park Place?
Yeah.
Yeah, Park Place is fantastic.
That's right.
So, yeah, great pizza, great selection of beverages, but they didn't pay us for a sponsor spot, so we're going to let's see here. And, yeah, we're going to keep eyes.
Just another quick update here. It does look like, based on the tracker, and this may have been said earlier and I missed it, that maybe Michael Greer has overtaken Eliza LaPierre for second overall. Eliza now sitting, based on the tracker again, which could be down to the ping updates, but it looks like maybe Michael Greer has overtaken her. She's still third place overall and leading the ladies' race.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying there. Yeah, Greer has definitely departed Deer Pass. Eliza, we are not quite sure on, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Eliza LaPierre still leading the women's race, but currently showing as second, our third overall.
Yeah.
Mika Thews is actually approaching Deer Pass at this moment, a couple miles out. Sarah Ostaszewski about 3.5 to 4 miles behind Mika, rounding out our women's podium. On the men's side, as we mentioned, Killian Korth, our race leader, still. Michael Greer in second, and Mike Groenewegen back in third. Former race leader and 2021 Cocodona winner Mike Versteeg has withdrawn, and about just before, actually, this point, just before Deer Pass at mile 149, basically, as Pete alluded to, this is the kind of observation that I love having an expert on about. Like, you were able to ascertain from where he was in the course to say, oh, well, if he was going to drop, that's the place to do it, because he knows, he can head down this other trail to 89A, and that's exactly what happened.
There was no way. I was looking at it, I was like, there's no way Mike gets turned around on this. It's just not going to happen.
And if he were turned around, he would have corrected far sooner.
Right.
So that's where we're at right now. Other notable DNFs at this point, I'll take a quick peek at the list. I know that the Jester Eddinghausen's day or week drew to a close yesterday. Also, Pete Kostelnik decided to call it a day at Whiskey Row. I actually texted with him a little bit earlier today, and he just said that he wasn't feeling very well at all. And so that's why Pete, as a veteran of runs ranging from anything
across
up
the
to
U.S.
Yeah, across the country. So Pete is the FKT holder of the run from San Francisco to New York. So if anybody knows that it's not the right day to run, it's most assuredly him.
Yeah.
But Pete, unfortunately, had to call it a day. Pete's training partner, Jimmy Strayhorn, is still out there on course. Have you run with Jimmy before?
I have not, no.
I think that Jimmy's probably a guy that you're going to cross paths with here sooner rather than later. He's out of the Verde Valley, strong runner, 16-hour 100-miler, and he's only 30 years old.
Really?
Yeah, he's really great guy though.
Yeah,
So,
I hope I sometimes I'm like, I haven't run with that person, and then it just.
Well, he hasn't
maybe,
really gone out and done a lot of the trail stuff. Like, he has not run the same.
He also hasn't
terrain.
lived in Arizona all that long.
That's
I
a
think
good
he's
point.
only been here for maybe 2 years tops.
Okay.
He lived in Flagstaff for a little bit before moving down to the Verde Valley. So
Yeah. Well, I run
kind
down
of
there a lot.
disappointed in you, Pete.
I know. I'm disappointed in me.
Yeah, but yeah, no, Jimmy's a great guy. He, I met him at Solstice a couple of years ago, and he's run it a couple times, and I think that he is kind of acclimating to the rougher trail stuff. I know he's got some Oklahoma FKTs, I believe, and also run across the state in the past, but. He is still out the course. I think he's just outside of the top 10 at this point. So.
I'd love to. Yeah, I have to look him up. I run in the Verde Valley quite often, Cottonwood area. So they have some really great trails out there, and Dead Horse has a slew of trails that you can run, but there's a lot of like brand new stuff. They're building, I think, 800 miles of trails around that entire area.
Yeah.
And some of the like stuff on Mingus is just amazing.
One of the runners we've been kind of following that I didn't know anything about prior to this week. I don't know if you're familiar with him at all, but Josh Perry. Josh Perry is a UK runner who has a couple of notable FKTs, including a Pacific Crest Trail FKT and a self-supported Arizona Trail FKT now. Kind of taking the same path that Jeff Garmeyer did,
Sure.
going from the super long FKTs to something nice and short like the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, not a lot on the ultra sign up, right? Just like we
Nothing.
were talking about. Yeah, it's like
Absolutely
dark horse.
zero.
I love meeting guys like that. I mean, even as a local guy running up here as well, there's a lot of guys up here that like you just don't like unless you're local and you kind of know you don't even know they exist, and they're just out destroying like Strava segments, whatever. You're just like, who is this person? And like they're just. I'm just running for fun. They're not interested in the racing scene, everything. There's a lot of people like that all over the world. That's what's great about the racing and like things like this. This sort of race brings out people from all aspects.
Absolutely.
It really, I think the 200-mile distance is as daunting as it may seem. It's very attainable for a lot of people because, people can say, oh, it's a lot of walking and this and that. But, I'm like, you try it. You go out and there's a lot of people, including myself, that go out and like run these things. It's not just walking, and it when you go in days on end, you're balancing all the things, nutrition, sleep, all that, and there's people that are just stronger at you than maybe in the nutrition era or in like the climbing or just biting their lip and just like sucking it up. Than you are, it's just, I really love these races. Just brings people out of the woodwork.
Yeah. One of the people who I felt some of the people kind of trying to handicap / project this race were sleeping on. There are two, I guess two more prominent female runners from Flagstaff in this race. One is obviously Sarah Ostazuski. The other one is Dawn Greenwald.
Yeah, I know Dawn.
And yeah, I know you know Dawn. And that's one of the people that I think that it kind of fits that profile that unless you knew her locally, she doesn't have a lot of big time results, on a larger scale. But she's, acquitted herself extremely well in our local scene. And, when we were going through and looking at, the preview for the women's race, it was like, oh yeah, Dawn finished second here last year in 2021.
Yeah.
I mean, the only person that beat her was Maggie flipping Guterl.
Yeah.
So like, obviously Dawn is, very capable of a hell of a race here this year, and she's I believe she's still in the top 5 or 6 women. So
I met. I really didn't know Dawn that well until the first year, and we were going up towards Camp Kippa, and we shared a bunch of miles together. And we were both like, she was much better spirits than I was, but I was a little bit of a rough patch, just trying to like keep some food down. And we were just like, we work in the same hospital. Like we work in the OR together.
Okay.
Like I showed up to work on Monday and I was like, oh, where's Donna? I'm like, oh yeah, she's running. Forgot she's running.
It's amazing.
But, also she did Barkley this year.
Yeah.
She's done the Fall Classic. She's done Ure 100 and she's a beast.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
She does so. And she's one of those people who's just always such in great spirits, always laughing, joking, and just
she's great.
Yeah, super great to talk to.
Who was that with that super chat donation? Was that Valerie? Thank you very much for your generosity. We really appreciate it. We appreciate everybody who is hanging out with us. And, again, with the super chats, Valerie Ferrario, thank you so much. We're happy to broadcast for everybody, whether you donate something to the super chat or not. Today's donations go to Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. And our goal today to raise money for them was about $2,500, I believe. And I think we've actually, with a donation like that, we've probably eclipsed it. So I'm not amazing for sure, but I'll have to see what Kelly can tell us about that, perhaps. So it's getting to be about 10 o'clock here, or just short of 10 o'clock in Arizona. I'm Chris Warden. This is Pete Mortimer. We are covering the Cocodona 250 presented by Aravaipa Running. You are seeing the Satisfy sponsored Fain Ranch at mile 97. And Pete and I are partaking in a sip of monkey shoulders. It's growing on me.
That's right.
It's absolutely growing on me.
And like I said in the chat earlier, we drink, you drink.
What are you drinking out there? Let us know. Let us fire up in the chat. Let us know what you're sipping on tonight as the night gets a little bit darker out there.
And also another Flagstaff female runner, Carrie Henderson. Can't
Oh,
sleep
yeah.
on her. Yeah.
Carrie
Another good
has
friend of mine.
a top
She's
10
good.
finish
Yeah.
at this race, too.
Yeah.
An Illinoisan.
Yeah.
That's right. From
Can't
DeKalb.
let it pass.
Yeah.
Illinoisan.
Yeah. I met Carrie in the Grand Canyon. I was running rim. I think I was doing it for the first time, rim to rim. And I was just on a Facebook chat, and she was looking for someone to catch a taxi ride with. And then I ended up like running a lot of the canyon with her that day. And I was like, wow, this girl's amazing. She's like so strong. And she was living in Tucson at the time, ends up moving up to Flagstaff. And I've run several times with her, and like she's like, no, I'm not really into the racing thing. And then like I remember one year, I think it was a couple of years ago, I was running Whiskey Basin, and then I ran into her, and I was like, she's killing it. I think she took like second or third that year.
Oh,
or
nice.
Something. So I was like, she's another strong runner. Peak trail runner as well. Could throw that out there. Little plug for Rory.
Of course, Rory was in here last night. And Peak Trail Runners have your run tomorrow night?
Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Yep.
We were getting some response. Oh, go ahead.
1 second. We got Kevin Goldberg saying, good night, fam. See you bright and early. Is Kevin's family going to sleep, or is Kevin having a nap somewhere? So Kevin, you gotta give us more than that. You can't leave us on a cliffhanger like that.
We can't assume that Kevin Goldberg's going to go to sleep. I mean, I don't think that man ever sleeps. His fan base definitely doesn't sleep.
Yeah.
I see we get some responses in regards to what everybody's drinking. Let's just go right down the line here. Adam, let's rate what they're drinking.
All right, here we go.
Adam Mashuri is drinking Redwood Empire Bourbon. That's going to be a you call.
I haven't had that one, so I can't speak for it. But it's a bourbon, and I approve.
Okay. Trail Gangsters, Rory is drinking Vino. Well, we know it's not a screw top.
He's lying.
So how big was the box, Rory? Nathan N's drinking Pendleton whiskey.
Pendleton's good, yeah. I think Rory's drinking Jelly Belly beer. That's what I'm thinking.
meaning it was a natty light that he put Jelly Bellies in.
While eating some ho-hos.
I was very impressed by his Irish getup. He was very patriotic yesterday.
Yeah, he looked good yesterday. Chelsea Danielle, Sunday Pale Ale from Level Crossing Brewery, some good old Salt Lake City, Utah 5% beer.
Nice.
Bridget M, Taco Truck Lager. Not familiar with that one.
I don't know. I like the name, though. Taco Truck Lager.
I actually am a big fan of that name. Yeah. John McKay, currently drinking the San Diego Team Slowdown official beer, Banquet Coors. I mean, if you like Banquet, I'll tip my cap to that. There's no pretense about that whatsoever. It's let's see what else we have. Jan Rice is drinking red wine, but not too much, as she had to drive Andre Lee to the start of Sedona Canyons in the morning.
Excuses.
Amber Myers doesn't drink alcohol, but won't turn down a good Olipop.
Lollipop.
That's the Olipop, the runner's soda, basically.
Oh.
Sponsors of Sidious Mag.
This is the runner's.
It's no Floda, Amber. It's no Floda.
Nobody even took that low-hanging fruit. Nobody said that they were drinking Floda. Then again,
it won't make.
Well, because they couldn't actually be drinking Floda unless they're Kevin Goldberg.
Yeah, we are literally in possession of, I think, the only Floda that's not on the Cocodona course at this point.
Yeah, or at Floda headquarters, I guess.
Yes.
Floda. Oh, also Floda at Drink Floda on Instagram. Go give them a follow. They were at 60 followers before I mentioned it the first time. So
what is
at
it?
Floda.
Here,
Drink Floda on Instagram. Drink Floda.
Drink Floda.
It's got guar gum.
They should have Pete. They should have had you be like a stand-in for Versteeg just during the smiling parts. You're Versteeg's stunt double just to smile.
He's got much more hair in the better body than I do. I love the
Since you hyped them, if they had 60 followers, you basically doubled their following.
120. Let's go.
110, but almost. Yeah. We actually are moving the needle here at the Cocodona 250.
Whistle pig. I like that.
Lindsay
Good one,
Raggett
Jason.
drinking tea, off to teach. Oh, greetings from Leipzig? Oh, watching from Europe. Awesome. Rory slapping the bag. Ryan Emmett, wild strawberry crystal light, watered down. Respect. Travis drinking a unicorn frap. I'm going to just nod and assume
Shout out to earlier on the chat when on the live stream when Finn and Brett were talking about how much they loved the Outhouse challenges with Skylar and Jamil back in the day.
Where's all my basic bitches at? Where's all the White Claw drinkers? Anybody out here?
I think they're all at the aid stations right now, waiting on their runners. Jason Kowaleski drinking, sipping on some Whistle Pig.
I like it.
Bigger Life Adventures, Athletic Brewing IPA. Respect on that one. I actually had Athletic Brewing IPA for the first time on Sunday.
Yeah,
I was pleasantly surprised.
Fun note, Athletic Brewing was like one of the top 10 fastest growing companies in the country this year across all all kind of categories.
And if you don't drink, don't sleep on the Lagunitas Hoppy Refresher. It's
you turned me onto those.
Good.
Those are incredibly not disappointing.
It's beer.
I guess that's the best way to put it.
Water.
It's a beer flavored seltzer, basically. Whiskey Floata, loving the name. I think that's got to be a new one. Weldworks Juicy Bits IPA. See, I'm not an IPA person, but I can appreciate people who like them. Let's see. A couple people drinking Imaginary Floata. Somebody asking what a whiskey and Floata tastes like. I'm
about to tell you. I just saw it. I was like, well, let's see what happens here. It's about as horrible as you expect.
Well, I think you kind of need the fizz for that one.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm not.
I mean, if you're running,
no,
not
you
much
need
of
the
a float
flat guy. I like my hills.
Bob Burke drinking a Dragoon IPA. Venetia drinking Strawberry Cream Dr. Pepper Zero because I don't like to be happy. Oh, be happy, Venetia. We're happy you're here with us. We're hanging out here. I mean, I was talking to Pete during our last commercial break just about how much fun this is to hang out and, number one, connect with an audience. Number two, watch a sport we love and talk about a sport we love. Number three, go off in whatever tangent we damn well feel like.
Yeah.
It's part of the beauty of this. I mean, when you're covering a race that lasts, 125 hours, you're going to go off the road a little bit. So
the first year, I had no idea this was going on. Like, I really didn't. I remember when I was going up Eldon and Nolan was like chasing me with the GoPro. I didn't even know he was with the live stream. I just thought he was just some kid just with the GoPro. I was like, hey, just checking out the race. And so I'm sitting there talking to my son, talking to people and everything. And I didn't realize, we were doing it live. Do it live. But I went back and tried to rewatch a lot of it, and it was great. But it's better to be in the immersive live experience of it and stuff. And so
and I think that we're definitely learning more as we go. I mean, this is our third year doing it. We've gotten more streamlined. The technology has become more favorable for us. I mean, Starlink wasn't part of the equation a couple of years ago. Now it is.
Yeah.
I mean, the video that we're getting now is the best we've ever had, and it's not even close. I mean, we still do get some sketchy, images out on the trails, and we're at the mercy of somebody's cell phone and uploading rates. But at the same time, our coverage, by and large, is far more robust than it's ever been.
Eat your heart out, Western States.
Oh, they're our friends.
We love you, Western
we
States.
love Billy.
But it really
Dylan
did
and Corinne
change.
are awesome.
In my opinion, it changed the game. It just kind of opened up. A lot of these people. This is for a lot of these races. This is a business, right? All these different companies and all these races are running a business, and Jamil and Aravaipa did this thing that was boom. That's never really had been done on this scale before, and now we're doing it, and it's Europe's kind of a different thing. I do like the coverage that I see over there as far as the aerial shots and everything.
It's very slick.
But they also have like GSM networks where you can just hop different networks, for your coverage. Here we're relying on Elon. So
yeah, we definitely have a different a different infrastructure that we deal with over here.
We also run into like a lot of permitting restrictions and airspace restrictions with the FAA for like drone
Drones.
usage and stuff like that. But I'm with you, Pete. I really appreciate a lot of the stuff they're doing. And one of the things, like with live stream coverage, and who knows if it will ever get to this point, but then it's like you look into down the road, like what does that look like for broadcasting rights? How does that money then funnel back to athletes both at the high end of the spear but also at the grassroots level to help get more people involved? And there's just a lot of ways that like the media, and maybe none of that happens too, right? But I think Golden Trail Series has a broadcast partner now for the first time, and so that's kind of historic. And again, maybe none of that happens, but it's still cool to think about like the impact that just the content and media can have on the sport. And like it's not all about just making money, right? Like the reason you spread the sport is so that but
sure.
But it's like the goal should then be to like reinvest that money into the sport in some capacity so that you can impact more people's lives through the sport, because to quote the great Dylan Bowman, trail running will save the world, right? So
not wrong.
I think that's the quote. If I messed that up, I apologize, Debo. But
competition is good. Competition means it's something to strive for, something to better yourself for, and something to like, if you want to make something better, like look at the people who are doing it better than you. Try and create,
Well, who are we going to look at?
Well, never say never.
I'm kidding.
This is just the start.
Comment on an update in the chat. Looks like Mike McKnight is closing in on another group of people.
Ooh, nice.
With him having such a strong run is arguably one of the most impressive, like ultimately if it comes to fruition, right, will end up being one of the most impressive runs I've seen here. Like when he was at Camp Kippa, he was so far behind and was having back issues to where he wanted to get evaluated by the medical staff.
He was laying on that rail and not moving at all.
And for him to like now be just like running, and I get that like the early stages of the race are the harder parts for him, given just, they're not his strong suit. That's exactly what he'd say. But for him to like face those challenges, overcome it, admitting that, he wanted to take his time to get the medical evaluation because he felt like he may just be in his own head making excuses that early in the race. Like, huge shout out to the performance like he's having, to just like have the gumpture to come back. Like when you're not feeling good and you're that far back and it's that early in the race and you've made mistakes that seem like at the time maybe they're insurmountable, to like dig down and just say, I'm going to give it a try anyway and see just what happens. Like, shout out to I think we're calling him the Dark McKnight now.
Yes.
Well, the guy with that much experience as well, and his first 2 years, like obviously didn't go exactly how he had planned.
Last year was good.
Last year was good.
The first year was
not good, but like I think even if you asked him like what his how he felt about last year,
he probably would have wanted to be more competitive with Joe at a bare minimum, right?
But Joe was ridiculous last year. I mean, it was.
Sure. But at the same time, it's he's had a hard time and he's been training really hard dealing with the heat, and that first section obviously hotter exposure. He has that strength. He has that experience. He can sit there and kick back and then pull it forward. Just like a 100-mile race, you can just sit there and wait for people to unfold. We're talking 250 miles days, and you've already seen it while we're sitting here. People are starting to drop. Things are unraveling for a lot of folks. People from the back that you didn't think that were that weren't doing maybe so hot in the beginning, and they're already starting to push and rally. The race changes.
Absolutely. This is last year's race was one where Kevin Goldberg, crowd favorite, basically just kind of inched his way forward for the first couple of days, and before we knew it, we're looking wait a minute, Kevin Goldberg in the top 10?
Yeah.
holy crap, he was like 48th 2 days ago. You know, I mean, it's fun to see that ascension that a lot of these runners will do. And I think that there's a couple of them here this year that we're seeing, particularly on the women's side. I think that Sally McRae, I was kind of wondering what was going on because she was kind of just mid-packing it there for a while. Like, she was outside of the top 10. And I was like, okay, I know she's got a plan for this. But when you don't see things start to happen by even like mile 60, 70, 80, you're kind of like, okay, is it strategy or is it things going sideways? But then, like, over the last couple hours, we've seen her kind of start to push and grind and move her way up into the standings. And now I believe that she's on the precipice of the top 5 on the women's side, which is going to be really exciting. And, you know, she's got a lot of fans out there. I'm selfishly saying I think it's great if Sally is in contention because it's going to keep eyes on this race.
I was chatting with Summer, who was pacing her earlier, and she was saying that she was in good spirits and doing well. So, like, I think she'll like rally and pull it through. Like, day one is just, you could just throw it out the window, I think, for the most part.
Yeah.
Day two, you start to kind of build back, and like a lot of people start to kind of realize, like, okay, for a lot of people that have never even done this distance before, it's like getting over that hurdle of just getting to Prescott, and then they hit that 100-mile mark, and they're like, oh my God, now I'm like, every step that you take is like the longest I've ever done. And people ask me all the time, like, how do you run that for? Or how do you go? I'm like, after like a while, you just like, as long as you're doing all the right things with your body, fuel, taking care of yourself, hydration, your body's just repetition. It will just continue to just keep going and going and going. You know, when I finished my race in 2021, and I finally went and took a nap at my house, Siska, my partner, she was laughing because I was sleeping and my feet were still moving.
That's kind of creepy.
It's muscle memory. It's just like you just keep going, you know. So,
let's see. Looking into the chat, yeah. For those that are not haven't been around for a little while, former winner and former leader Mike Versteeg has dropped out. I cannot confirm what some people are speculating in the chat as far as the type of injury. I had heard different injuries when he was coming into the race, and I'm hearing something different if I were to look at the chat. All I know is that Mike Versteeg has opted to call it a day here at the Cocodona 250. At the time he pulled out, he was in second place, and had been going neck and neck with our current race leader, Killian Korth. But now Killian is, he's got a significant lead on second place Michael Greer. 5 miles. It's significant, but it's not insurmountable. Obviously, the way these runners are moving, that's a 90-minute nap. In some rugged terrain. And on our third place male is Mike Groenwegen at mile 147.5, so basically about 3 miles back of Michael Greer. On the women's side, we have an interesting development potentially happening. Eliza LaPierre had been leading for some time. At our last check was mile 148, but I'm going to slide my tracker as I'm talking here. Eliza LaPierre pinged at mile 148 just a moment ago, and Mika Thus pinged at 147.6
right behind
about 3 minutes ago. So we could be looking at a potential situation where there's movement on the women's side. Now, one of the things to note is that the two of them, their signals and their GPSs are tracking right around the same aid station, which is Deer Pass. So it is entirely possible that at Deer Pass, they do have crew access. There's no sleep stations, but when you're running at that level, you tend to bring your sleep station with you. You know, whether you have some sort of large vehicle rental or something like that, your crew is definitely there to provide that sleep station, so you're not reliant upon the races
or
in most cases.
Yeah, rock on the side of the trail.
That's possible too. I mean, they could be doing it Versteeg style.
Yeah.
That was great. Did you see that yesterday afternoon as he was heading up Senator Highway north of Crown King? He's going, and we've got a drone on him, and all of a sudden, he like goes into this shadowed area, and he doesn't come out the other side in the couple seconds that we anticipated. The drone kind of drops down a little bit, and he's lying down in the shade of a tree and a truck, like in the middle of the highway.
Yeah.
And, he's there for maybe like 4 or 5 minutes and then gets back up and goes about his way. But I've never seen anything like that before. I mean, it's one thing to like go and maybe, like you said, grab a rock on the side of the trail, but he was literally in the middle of Senator Highway and just plopped down on the road. Didn't want to waste a step to actually go off the side.
When you're that tired, you can just put your head down and just a couple winks. That's it.
That's true. Michelle asking if the runners are required to have a crew. Absolutely not. They can do this themselves. Some runners are very good at that. Others, like myself, I mean, I need a crew. I need a pacer. I need I need the village. But there are other people who are adamant that they want to make this a solo endeavor, and I tip my cap to them, but I could not do it myself. I need that added support structure in order to finish, and in this case, like a 250-mile race. I mean, I haven't gone this far, but just to do the thinking. I mean, even doing a 100-miler, I feel like it was an advantage to have other people do the thinking for me, and being out there and actually having to troubleshoot on my own 70, 80 miles in, awake for, 24, 25 hours, it's going to be disastrous.
I like to roll deep with the crew on these races, generally 8 or 9 deep.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen you out there. I mean, you've generally, got a good crew, but at the same time, the results have backed it up.
You got to have, you got to have a person in charge. You got to have, you have a crew chief, and for me, it's more, I like seeing everyone partying and having a good time. And it's kind of, when you're spend hours at a time out there by yourself, it's nice to see a contingent of people out there like supporting you and everything, and sharing a beer with you, and even if it's only for a fleeting few minutes. But yeah, it's 8 or 9 deep. Yeah, trail gangsters, 8 or 9 deep.
On that note, it looks like Greg Secatero has hit Fane Ranch. Greg is digging into his pack. The pack, once it was turned to the camera, I could actually see and say who he was. Greg Secatero at Fane Ranch, mile 96.7 of the Cocodona 250. Looking good, heading down the trail. Roughly about 40% of the way to the finish line up in Flagstaff, about half a mile, 3/4 of a mile from where we're at right now.
Yeah.
Are you going to be, I know you're going to be up on the top of the mountain. Are you going to try and slide down to the finish line at all to catch some of the action? Are you going to?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll be up there cooking, grilling, sleeping. I gotta bop down for work for a little bit. I'll hit the aid station or the finish line, and then I'm going to try and getting in a few pacing, crewing duties over the next day or two. Squeezed in there, not a lot of sleep, but it's fine.
Do you have so you're going to be pacing out there potentially?
Mm-hmm.
Do you already know who you're going to be pacing?
Yeah.
Is it a secret?
No, I'm gonna try and meet up with Brian and or Roy as well.
Oh,
so I think
that's
Aaron's
awesome.
doing quite well, and he's filled out on pacers. So I've been the last 2 days I've been at work in the morning and then smoking meats in the afternoon, and I'm going to be smoking meats all night tonight, no sleep, and straight into the morning tomorrow, a little bit of work, and then quickly, just wait right back on the trails.
Are you looking at this as like some de facto training in terms of sleep deprivation then, getting ready for your...
Absolutely. Yeah, for me, it's like I did it last year as well. I mean, I was literally, I worked Eldon to the point where I was starting to hallucinate. And I was like, I have to go to bed. So
yeah, the Ultra Vision quest is not just for those actually running the race. It also involves those who are actually taking care of the runners that are partaking in the race.
That's a nice crotch shot right there. I like the puffy. I'm telling you, I don't know how you want to leave that aid station. It looks way too comfortable.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, of course, Fane Ranch is sponsored by Satisfy Running. Satisfy, who is bringing us Flota. Flota, solid, exactly what you expect. Floata, if you can't figure out what it means.
Floata, it's not what you expect, but entirely what you expect.
Yeah, we had fun with that. But you can actually see the cans of Floata on the on the table at Fain Ranch. Even the table's fancy. I just realized that.
I know.
It's kind of nice looking piece of.
Looks
It's a
like
nice looking piece of wood right there. Like
one of Charlie Ware made those tables. He's great, Charlie. Yeah,
I've seen some of the work he's done. Charlie Ware, for
yeah.
those not familiar, he's an ultra runner. Had top 10, golden ticket finish at Western States, Black Canyon. He's won multiple golden tickets.
Lives in
Super talented
Prescott
guy.
now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He's on the because he was in Tucson prior to that.
Yeah.
But Charlie also, in addition to being a world-class runner, likes to build things out of wood.
Yeah.
And I've seen some of his handiwork.
It's
excellent.
amazing. Absolutely amazing woodwork. Yeah.
Let's see if we've got some further information on the course.
And I did get an update from Race Command. All runners were out of the Whiskey Row aid station by Cutoff.
All right.
All right. Well
Glad
done.
to hear it. Pat on the back to everybody who has made their way to this point in the Cocodona 250. We don't have, I don't have any sort of confirmation on this, but it seems like the DNF list is pretty light this year in comparison. The condition.
When you try to compare it to year one, I think that
Yeah.
would be the more accurate of the two races to compare it to. But you got to think like they had two extra water kind of drops this year because we moved the Cottonwood aid station from mile 11 to mile 8.
Yeah.
But then Ken Rubley still drove his Jeep with frozen grapes and water and popsicles to mile 11. So they had two stations at mile 8 and 11. And then there was a water drop between there and Lane Mountain, which there was not in year one, where you guys had to go like 20-something miles through the heat with no water.
Let alone the countless water crossings they had, like all the way up.
Well,
yeah, and it's with you also have to think like with the increase in technology, with like you've got more availability of bottles with filtered caps and stuff, so you don't even necessarily have to carry a big filtration system in addition to having access. But I think Jamil said he carried 6 liters with him from
and had to get some away.
Cottonwood to basically up to Crown King, and he said he gave maybe 1 liter away along the way, and that was about it. And so he thought, if you didn't leave with 4 liters this year, that you definitely weren't gonna have enough. I think it was required. To leave with 4 liters. This
speaking with runners that I met in town yesterday at Macy's, they talked about the fact that this is the first time I've ever carried a filter. Oh, is it cumbersome? No, not at all.
Yeah.
And based on what I had seen, prior, filtration systems were pricier and far more cumbersome. Now it's like the right straw or the right glass or bottle can handle all the filtration you need.
Yeah, the first time I started doing these races, it was the option was life straw and getting down into the trenches and sucking out of that tube. But now with the Catodynes and everything out there and Solomon's, like a lot of the filters you can just screw into your like Y tops and everything. It's a no-brainer.
Well, compared to 2021, talking about all the filtration systems. You could have brought a filter out there, but there was nothing to filter.
Oh, yeah. There was
because it was so dry.
Yeah. Nothing.
Okay. The aid stations this year starting to look like a lounge at the Playboy Mansion. They Satisfy took care of the runners this year. I mean, those are some cushy chairs. I would be terrified of a chair like that.
Half would be proud.
I never sat down during my my 100-miler. Like I laid down and somebody was stretching out my my calves, but at no point did I ever sit down in a chair. I was terrified at that idea. Like I knew that if I sat down that it would probably take me far too long to get back up. So
like we saw earlier, and Joe last year as well, string bean. One of the things that I do on these races is, like I said, lay down in a cot, get a massage. My go-to is always icy hot.
Okay.
So I'll get massaged with, just throw some gloves on, massage with icy hot. Itching, burning sensation. It's great.
But if it gets the job done,
it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll usually use the. I've still got this this cup of the chili pepper squirrel's nut butter stuff that I hold in like high regard because it's like one
Born
of the
to
last.
Rub, or
yeah.
Is it Born to Rub?
Born to Rub. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was.
yeah.
But it's like you can't get it anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
So I use it very sparingly, but like when
I
I
have a tub
use
of that still, yeah.
Yeah, like I have like half a tub left, and
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, this will probably last me another maybe 3 or 4 races before I've
That
got
stuff is great because it's got
that heat and the
yeah. Is it the chili pepper in there?
Yep.
And I've put that on before and then not even felt it, and
Mhm.
then the sun. I went out for a run. And
It's like
the sun
yeah,
hit my
sun
back,
activated.
and all of a sudden it was like back's on fire.
Let's see. You can tell that the Aravaipa After Dark moniker is starting to fit here with the chat here at the Cocodona 250. We've still got well in excess of 160 runners on the course. I'm going to try and update the front of the race. Killian is back on the move. Has left the water station at mile 156, and next stop for Killian is Sedona. So he's about 5.5, 6 miles out. I don't think we're going to be on to keep. Are we going to be on? Okay, so we do have somebody on him. Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess we might. You're under no obligation to stay out. Stay in here. I mean, if you want to, we'd love to have you. But yeah, that's. I didn't realize that we did have a filmer that's going to be catching Killian as he is heading to Sedona.
Let's rage, Chris.
I'm down. Take a little bit more of that monkey shoulders. Michael Greer in second place at mile 151.5, and Mike Groenwegen in third place at mile 147.7. Eliza LaPierre in first place on the women's side. It looks like Eliza might have taken a break, but is definitely moving again. One of the cool little things that we have, let me see if I can do this and actually, all right, here we go. So we've got, well, actually, I thought that was on the screen. It's not, but if you go to the runner tracking on the Aravaipa, or for Cocodona 250 rather, the link is right below the video window on YouTube, the cocodona.com/live. If you go there, there is a tab called Race Flow, and it's really cool. Have you seen this, Pete?
Yeah, I was looking at it earlier.
Yeah,
It's quite
basically
impressive.
you can use it to try and determine which runners have been taking breaks and when, because if the chart escalates from left to right, and as the runners go, the y-axis is the mileage covered, and the x-axis is time. So what happens is you can see whenever there's a flat line from left to right, that's where a runner's flat out stopped.
Sure.
And so it's pretty cool. And let's see if I can actually suss out. So Eliza definitely, from the looks of things, took a stop at Deer Pass, and is
That seems to be like consistent amongst most of the runners.
yeah. Although, yeah, Micah just got there, and it looks like Micah is at least undertaking at least a short break. We'll see how long she hangs out there. But Sarah is not far out from that that aid station as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. It looks like our race on the women's side might be tightening up. I have not tracked to see when Sarah took a sleep or when Micah did, or when Mika did, but we'll see if we get that information, and we'll follow that women's race fairly closely. So, Yeah, Sally McRae, obviously, well, arguably the most popular runner amongst our viewers at the Cocodona 250. Sally McRae has been steadily making her way up the standings. I believe that last we checked, she was about 5th or 6th female, and on an upward trajectory. We'll see if she's able to maintain that. I believe that, yeah, of course, as we mentioned, Eliza, Mika, Sarah Ostaszewski in 3rd. 4th place and 5th place women are Dawn Greenwald and Sally McRae, and they look to be within half mile to a mile of one another at this point, both about the halfway point, mile 126, mile 127. So they've left Jerome, and then they're heading out from there, and as time goes on, Sally's going to be, if she's going to move up the standing or move up the placement, she's going to start picking people off. Dawn is going to be someone that's tough to pick off, as we've mentioned before.
Sure.
She is a veteran of this race,
Steady.
and very steady, and also familiar with this terrain. Sally obviously has a nearly unmatched resume, but none of this top 5 on the women's side is there by accident.
No, I would a lot of these folks, I would wait to see when they get out of Kasner Canyon. That's really before Eldon. That's the last big climb that you have.
So when they get to the Coconino Plateau.
Exactly. Yeah. Leaving Sedona, going up, getting to the Munns area. Everything from after that is pretty flat and undulating until you get to Eldon. So
okay,
that'll be the last giant climb out of there. So and that whole if you go up even just Schnabel Road because you can run from the highway there down to Sedona on Schnabel Road, and it's about 13 miles, and it's all downhill.
I heard that rounding the airport at
uphill
Sedona is pretty rough. Is that a section that is not a lot of fun?
I'm sorry, which part?
Around the Sedona airport?
Oh, God, that's the worst.
Can you describe that for us? Because actually our race leader, Killian Korth, is coming up on tabletop. So
that was the part, honestly, for me, that's the part I hated most on the race. I've done it twice. I did it the first time I ever did. I'd never run that section before until Cocodona. But I'd looked at the trails before and kind of know the surrounding areas, and it just went on forever. I ran it at night. That was another thing, and it was right after I think McKnight had dropped, so I was kind of like, okay, I need to keep pushing forward. But that section just goes on forever, and it's just so up and down, and it's a lot of the same. You gotta, especially at night, you got a lot of the same overlooks, those same lights looking over, and you just feel like you feel like you're going in circles over and over. Definitely, to me personally, that's the worst part of the course. It's pretty. Don't get me wrong. If you're looking in the day and everything, but at night it's mind numbing.
Yeah, so you actually have to run the Cocodona course multiple times in order to be able to see it at day and night, and
yeah,
but
that's
see all that's out there.
That's one of the things I love about this race, though, is because everyone has a different experience.
That's a good point.
Yeah, everyone's seeing different, and for the people that, when I ran Walnut Canyon, for example, I didn't really care what was going on. I felt like Dax I don't think he had been to that area, to my knowledge, but that's such a beautiful area to look around and see and, experience. And if you're doing it at night, you're just kind of missing out. But that's the thing with these races. You don't know, you never know where you're going to end up at what time of day.
Yeah. The Sedona area, I mean, if I were to have my choice running it, you obviously want to, I think with Sedona at sunrise or sunset would be the ideal. But, if you're trying to make schedules and you're trying to win the race or trying to compete in the race, you obviously just have to take what the time gives you. So.
Yeah, well, and you're dealing with, the heat and stuff too. So Sedona is generally on the warmer side, a little cooler than Cottonwood, but man, it can get hot in 2021 when we were going over Kasner Mountain. It was pretty funny. We were a little different course back then, but going on those fire roads up and over Kasner. When I finally got to the aid station up there, I think it's Black Tank is what it was at the time. But,
okay.
We pulled up the live tracker and everyone was huddled at the bottom. Like they weren't moving because they knew they're like the sun was going down. They're like, I'm not going up that climb in this heat, and they're just waiting, and it was just awful. But I mean, they've got Kasner Canyon to deal with. It's just bad of a climb, just a lot prettier and a little creek crossing beforehand.
Yeah, the course, for those that aren't familiar, it has made some changes from the 2021 version to the 2023 version. I would say it's probably about 85 to 90% same as the first year, but a couple of significant changes, as we mentioned. Basically, the departure from Sedona has been altered. They used to go north-northwest, and now they actually kind of leg east over towards I-17.
It's a better route, for sure.
And as we mentioned, they actually go through the town of Munns Park, which is I look at Munns Park as if you compare it to, like, Hamptons or Cape Cod, it's like that. It's like the getaway for the people with a lot of money in Arizona. Like every time I've had a coworker who said that they were going to the cabin in Munns Park, or a friend, I knew it wasn't theirs. It was their parents.
A lot of cabins out there. Munns Park is in this kind of, call it like a swell, I guess. They get more snow than Flagstaff or any of the surrounding areas.
Really?
Yeah. It's just like the perfect amount of elevation. So precipitation-wise, they deal with snow and flooding, I think, more than we do. Plus, there's a shitload of awesome spiderweb trails out there, which, up until we had our racing retreat out there, I think 2 years ago, and that really opened my eyes to what's out there. And then we ended up doing the Cocodona last year right after, and running that single track. I think it was pacing Josh Locke through the night last year, and I was like, wow, this is way better.
It's a very dense pine forest area too.
Yeah.
Like right outside of town, it's like you can't, the joke, can't see the forest through the trees. I mean, it's so dense there. It's pretty amazing. It's a very unique area, but yeah, like I said, it's also a pretty high rent district, so to speak, as well. Yeah. If you've ever looked at real estate in Munns Park, your bank account is probably substantially more swollen than mine.
A lot of ATV roads out there too.
That's true.
Well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's real pretty area, and I think again, it was a better choice, better route, and everything. At least they don't have to do that giant out and back this year.
Yeah, so that was one of the things, the 2022 course, people were asking. Obviously we made changes to the course. Originally from Black Canyon City start, in 2021 last year. It had to start in Prescott, and it kind of circled Prescott via the Circle Trail for the most part. I think there was a little bit of deviation there, but I know that they had an out and back section there, and then later an out and back section from Munns Park. It wasn't ideal, but we were dealing with, circumstances far beyond control of Race Command, as there had been some pretty devastating wildfires to the south of Prescott. So, Sally McRae, I'm getting a heads up.
Yes, Sally. Eddie McRae in the chat. Shout out to Eddie, letting us know that Sally was in and out of Jerome. She's going to be on the prowl through the night here. Last we saw from her, she was in typical Sally McRae high spirits. So it'll be interesting to see how things unfold overnight. We are going to try and stay live, and if Chris or Pete need to tap out at any point, I'll be bringing you all home. But we're going to try and stay live until we get Killian into Sedona. He should be just about a mile or two away from our camera operator, Shad, who is out sitting. He told me he's sitting on a hill awaiting the runner out kind of near the airport there. So shout out to Shad. He's probably getting a full starlit night out there. So
have you heard about Shad? Okay, so Shad was one of our follow cam runners last year.
He signed up for a single shift.
Yes.
Okay.
He ended up tallying 83 miles.
Oh.
He
Good on
stayed.
ya.
He just
Yeah.
stayed and stayed. He's like, "Hey, do you need more filmers for this shift?" He's like, "I can hop in." I was like, "Sure, of course." Well, he's a legend.
Let me tell you about the sport of ultra running.
Yeah. Well, Shad introduced himself to me earlier this year, and I was like, man, I couldn't believe that, he started out with us, like you said, to cover one shift. And before I knew it, he was there the entire day. And Saturday morning when Matt and I are just fried, like it was one of the most fun times I've had broadcasting, but at the same time, we were also kind of zombified at this point, a little bit glazed over, and I slept in 2 hours later than I was supposed to. Matt said, all right, we'll be on the air at 6. I come strolling in about 7:55, but Shad was still on the follow at that point, and Shad had been on the follow basically for the last day and a half. And yeah, like I said, he logged 83 miles as a follow filmer in the streets of Flagstaff. This isn't like the single track through Sedona or anything like that, right, Matt? It was basically running up and down Beaver Street.
Yeah, he basically ran from the corner of Forest and Beaver at the hospital down to the finish, and then he would go back, get the next runner. That's what he did for 83 miles. I'm sure that he may have gone up the Switzer Canyon Trail to Buffalo Park once or twice, but
that was the treat.
You don't get much. You don't service through there is spotty for some reason. But yeah,
He's a
just
local
up and down.
legend of Beaver Street.
Well, I don't even think.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can check that.
I don't. Is Shad local? I don't know where Shad is
I
originally
don't know, but
from.
for
I thought,
90 days, he probably was the local legend of that segment.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. 83 miles running up to the hospital and back to Heritage Square. And he was keeping it Cole Crosby was running he ran a 5-something mile to finish because it's all downhill, and he's keeping up.
Well, Cole Crosby, there were a couple of runners that had those.
Morgan Weinberg, another one. She
exactly
she was so ready to be done that she just sprinted in from the hospital. And it's so awesome to see.
Yeah, she was at a 6:15, 6:20 pace to finish the race. She was so done. It was pretty fantastic to witness. Matt, do we have the capability to bring our layovers up for our placement?
Leaderboards.
Yeah, see if we can throw those on there for a few
Sorry,
moments.
and apologize. There may be some just inaccuracies on the leaderboards from time to time. We're pulling data from the tracking system, and sometimes the back end data isn't super great. So that should be pulled up there.
Yeah, so we don't need you talking smack about our back ends. So
yeah. But we've got the men's leaderboard up there.
Isn't this cool?
It's amazing.
Shout out to Andy Klink,
Yes.
Aravaipa Tech Wizard, for
buddy.
putting this together. I know this
Andy.
is something he's been working on for quite some time in terms of trying to build it, and it's all really smooth and operates quite well. So shout out to Andy for putting this together, and hopefully we'll be able to keep tinkering it and making it better for
see, it's dynamic.
future
It actually
races.
switches when the runners switch.
Beautiful thing.
And
Yeah.
we will have, this is something that I don't think you've seen yet, Chris. We'll do the ladies leaderboard first here.
And while we're doing that, I just want to say that Shad is in the chat.
Oh, Shad is in the chat. Yeah, well, because he's sitting on the side of a hill waiting on the lead runner.
And he's from Bozeman, Montana.
That's what I thought. I was going to say, I thought that he was from Bozeman because I think I probably asked him last year. But wasn't he just down for Black Canyon as well? So shout out to Shad.
Sorry, I have to apologize to one of our viewers, Amber. She keeps trying to go to sleep, and every time I start laughing or Pete starts laughing, she wakes back up.
We'll try to keep our laughter to a whisper.
We are here at Mingus Mountain Aid Station.
But just
at mile
covering
110 for the Cocodona 250.
covering the women's leaderboard here, it looks like I don't think that is correct, is it? Has Mika has not overtaken
Let's take a look.
No, it looks like Eliza is out of the aid station, and Mika is still there. So
that's from about
that would have been from a little bit ago when they were both probably around the aid station. Sarah O still in third. Dawn Greenwalt, and we'll work on getting Sally McRae's thing fixed. I don't know if Andy's still up. He is able to fix those, but if not, he will fix that tomorrow. But that's Sally McRae of Huntington Beach. Then Desiree Clark, Alicia Jenkins.
I'm actually tip of the cap to Carol Northrup if she's hanging around that top 10, a local Prescott runner.
Yeah.
Shout out to Carol for doing work here this week.
Yep, and then Carrie Henderson and
Megan McCarty.
Megan McCarty, yeah. And then another one of the cool features that Andy Klink has built in for us here is we can pull up these little bio cards here that show our athlete, where they're from, what race they're in, things like that. But then the real treat, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be tomorrow, when we've got the Sedona Canyons 125 leaderboards and some of the Sedona Canyons athletes, which are currently shown just by bib number. So we're gonna be able to show the love to everyone here.
That's fantastic.
Wow.
I did see that the preset leaderboard had Tony Tadejewski in a podium position for the Sedona Canyons 125. Do you think that's a little bit prescient?
Did he drop? Was he signed up for Cocodona and dropped down?
Yeah, I just got a heads up from his crew / pacer, and she said that he was sliding down to the 125. I think he wanted to go head-to-head with John Marushak.
Yeah, so the rankings are based on bib, so I wonder if he just kept his bib when he dropped down, maybe? Or,
that's possible, because he was bib number 18.
Yeah, or something like that. I'm not exactly sure how they would handle that, but yeah.
Have you ever seen the Key and Peele East-West Conference?
No.
Come on. Of course I have.
That's what we need to do next year.
I was in college,
Step
like
it up
at
a
the
notch.
height of Key and Peele. I've said that. I think I said that to Finn on Twitter once.
We're basically there.
We're basically there.
It's so cool. I love the overlays. Just it's so amazing, so immersive.
And hopefully, those they're things that now that we are able to implement them, that we can keep finding ways to slightly tinker with them to improve them and things like that. So, it's awesome.
You gotta watch that after this.
I have
the fact
to.
the fact that you've never seen it is kind of disappointing. Have you watched any of the Key and Peele sketches?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
watched a few.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd love it. It's a sports guy. You'd love
Yeah,
it.
it's a sports sketch.
Yeah.
Or bit, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of them. They're all funny.
Oh
Yeah.
boy, I feel like I'm about to go down a rabbit hole of immense proportions.
Yeah, probably, and it's gonna be great.
One of the things I'm going to do a little bit of a.
I just saw this comment. Venetia. Wow, that's a dynamic back end. Oh man.
Yeah, we're reaching that point. We're about 41, 42 hours into the race, and while we haven't been on the entire time, we have been on a large portion of it. What time did we sign off last night? About 11:30?
Yeah, it was after 11.
Yeah.
I think it was closer to maybe 11:20, 11:30.
And we answered the bell this morning.
Kind of.
Well, I mean,
we were. The chat will probably let me know how late we were. We wanted to go live at 6:20. Is that Jose?
Yeah, Jose Sosa.
That looked like Jose.
San Diego's finest.
Yeah.
Look at him. Not even waving to the camera, though. I think this is actually on a laptop, so he probably doesn't even know that it's on. But shout out to Jose. So, yeah, we originally wanted to go live at 6 this morning. I think we got started around 6:20, 6:25, just trying to get some things going in the studio here. It took a little bit longer, but
it was the coffee. We didn't get the coffee brewed in time.
But yeah, we'll be on tonight until the race leader comes into Sedona, and then we'll hop off, and we will be bringing you coverage starting at 6 a.m. again tomorrow.
Okay.
And our exit time tomorrow is a little bit flexible, just depending on the expected finish time. If everything holds right now, we'll be looking at a finish time or not a finish time. We'll probably be off the air around 10 p.m. tomorrow night, give or take, just depending on when a good kind of exit point is in terms of key moments. But then we'll be up early to bring in the race leader, because it looks like the race leader is going to be right around maybe a little bit behind Versteeg's time into Sedona from the 2021 year. And I know the courses coming out are quite a bit different, but even just using that as like a guide rail, I think is good. And I believe Versteeg finished. Do you remember off the top of your head what his finish time was, Pete?
72 hours.
So that would have been just over 5 a.m. So I think if we're looking at like a 4, 5, 6 a.m. finish time, that we would probably cut the stream off the night prior and come in, get the men's and women's finishers there. So we will keep you updated throughout the day tomorrow. But for right now, we are, because I know this question just came up in the chat, we're at the Mingus Mountain Aid Station, which is listed as mile 110 on the aid station thing. It's mile 108.8. Which is why we're also, when you
Semantics.
see people on the, when you see a lot of people stopped at mile 108,
they're not just waiting outside the aid station.
They're not just. Well, they might be in their crew vehicle napping or something, but
that's true.
That is this location. They're not just taking a trail nap on the Jeep road that that leads up to Mingus.
No, Rory, no, we're not staying on until the whiskey bottle is gone.
Yes, we are.
Oh boy. Yeah, that thing.
We're working on it. We've put a little dent in it.
Well, I put a couple of little scratches in it.
We're about 125 miles in.
Yeah, that's absolutely an excellent parallel right there. So yeah, we're hanging out here at the Cocodona 250. We're here in the studios in Flagstaff, Arizona. We're just about half to 3/4 of a mile from the finish line itself. And one of the cool things about doing it this year from Flagstaff as opposed to from down at Aravaipa's home studio in Phoenix, Arizona, is that I think we're going to have some flexibility to kind of like shoot back and forth to the finish line, like whether we wanted to run down there or drive down there. I mean, the fact that one of us can like run or drive down there in like 5 or so minutes and be ready to either film, interview, what have you, or anything, that's really exciting. Like, I can't wait. I mean, I've got a headset and a laptop, and I can just bring it down there, potentially put it in front of a runner as they finish, and whoever's here in the studio, be Matt or Finn, Brett, whoever, can actually, conduct an interview right there on the spot.
Yep.
I'm really excited about that. We can have a very dynamic broadcast as the race begins to progress here in Flagstaff.
You know what I just thought of, Pete?
Uh-oh.
I'll pitch this to you as another Flagstaff resident. Heritage Square needs Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Like, what would I wonder? We'll have to bring this to a council meeting, maybe. What would the fundraising cost be for the city to install Wi-Fi in Heritage Square?
And
then maybe during Cocodona we could come and hardwire in and broadcast from the finish line or something.
My bet is it's less than you'd think.
Yeah, it's weird. Like,
it's not a huge area.
There's a lot of other countries you can go to that just have public Wi-Fi everywhere.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Australia, most of their city parks, so you can be like, because we didn't have cell phones when we were there. We just had like our U.S. ones. So it's like we'd go to a park and we could connect to the Wi-Fi.
If you wanted to talk to Matt while he was in Australia, you had to use WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Well, no. Only people who didn't have iPhones had to use WhatsApp. Like, that's not literally all of my other contacts could contact me except for you, Chris.
People?
Yeah.
the green text
but
messages.
I waited a week and a half before I let Chris know that I couldn't get any group chat messages.
Yeah. No, it's really accessible in a lot of places, and like again, I'm in agreement with you. Like it just like I can't believe we're not in a place in today's society where we just can't have like free Wi-Fi everywhere. It's like the internet; it's accessible everywhere.
After my Cocodona recovery, that'll be what I take to the council meeting. It's going to be Heritage Square Wi-Fi and renaming the alley Cocodona Alley at least for 1 week out of the year.
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
I think it should be it should be an easy fix to get
Let's
it
get it
named
on a ballot at
ceremonially.
least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can make the plaque too.
Oh, that's a city council motion. That doesn't even need to go before a ballot.
Here we go. Aaron Swank in the chat. I'll get us back on the rails here. Sarah O is my spirit animal. I think Sarah O is a lot of people's spirit animal if you know her at all.
Well, did you see? Okay, so that Sarah O, that's actually a response from Rory.
Oh, I didn't even see that, Rory. You're a legend. That's awesome.
Bunch of bulls in the trails howling, trying to get past them.
But here's the question: like, are there actual bulls on the trail, or is Sarah hallucinating?
Oh no, there's round cows out there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, she would be on the Lime Kiln Trail heading towards Deer Pass somewhere.
Yeah.
Is that a grazing area?
It's just nothing.
I mean, they're all over that area. Even like Black Canyon, same thing. There's like that whole area out there.
Yep.
Like they just, yeah. But Sarah's a bull. She'll.
Yeah, Sarah will bull right back.
Travis Longcar in the chat. Shout out to Travis. Renaming Buffalo Park to
Stephen
Park.
Yes, I like that one. That's a good one.
Make America have Wi-Fi again. I like that.
Yeah, Rebecca Gilmore in the chat. Shout out to the Aussies, confirming it's everywhere. It is everywhere. Your shopping centers, your parks. I could go basically anywhere and get on Wi-Fi, so I didn't have to spend money on an Australian phone. So. Yeah. It was great, and I remember the same being in the limited time I spent in London.
Yeah.
Really similar experience where it's like you can kind of just connect almost everywhere. So maybe we'll get it together one of these days, Pete.
One day. Come on, Elon.
Will we be able to set up a Starlink right down there, or
down at the finish?
Down at Heritage Square, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see.
Hashtag Starlink for everybody. One day, maybe.
Well, they're going to have Starlink phones soon. Well, not soon, but.
Michelle Benno asking, so are there really bulls, or are they all just going a bit bananas? There are really bulls.
Well, I think Sarah has slept a little bit as well.
Yeah.
So I'm doubting that she's hallucinating.
Well, it's funny that, we're making jokes about it, but it is genuinely a concern when you're running the trails in some of these areas in Arizona.
Sure. I don't know if you were tuned in last night, Pete, but there was report from Race Command that some wild javelinas had taken 4 packs of hamburger buns from one of the aid stations. And I asked multiple times, I was like, is this a bit? Or are you joking? And they were like,
yeah.
No, I'm just telling you what I was told. Be careful out there.
You never know what you're gonna get these races. I was running Run Rabbit last year, and as I was leaving one of the aid stations, I turned around and watched a bear, like 10, 15 feet, just tear across the aid station, like right behind me. It's pretty terrifying. Like when you're just like at night in that moment, you're just like, oh my god, like what's gonna happen? But yeah, like. You don't know how the animals think. Like you don't know what they're going to do.
There was a very talented runner a couple of years ago who was out on a training run on the Black Canyon Trail just outside of Black Canyon City. I think they were actually south of Black Canyon City, perhaps on their way to Table Mesa, and they got railroaded by a bull out there and got pretty severely injured. Thankfully, he seems to have made a full recovery. But, yeah, it happens out there. You really got to respect, we always joke about, everything in the desert can hurt or kill you, but even the cows.
Oh yeah.
And the bulls. I mean, it's not just the rattlesnakes and the cacti and the other critters, but yeah, I mean, a lot of this is grazing land for ranchers, and the Black Canyon Trail in particular, which is the start of the Cocodona 250 and the entirety of the Black Canyon Ultras. That's a throughway for cattle to be moved from north to south, Arizona on a north to south basis.
Don't sleep on the elk either. I mean, I've had my run-ins with them
I've
as
never
well.
run into an elk. So you've run into elk out there.
I think it was about a year ago. I was out with Jeff Browning, Ben Cook, Nick Panisse, and we were out doing a run in the canyon, doing the cowboy loop. Just starting off on the rim trail, having a good time, chatting and whatnot, and then we run into it was a cow. And it was super aggressive, just right on the trail. Started coming at us.
Oh, my God.
And we were just we immediately kind of spread out, fanned out, and just trying to get around. And no matter which direction that we went in, they had us pinned off. It was either off the cliff, this Grand Canyon, or onto the road. But we just kept trying to go around. And hats off to Jeff, because he grew up on a farm. But that guy, he just went right. I mean, I was standing maybe 20 feet away, Jeff's maybe 10, 15 feet away. And he just got he went into super aggressive mode. He's just screaming at this thing. And I'm just we're going to die. We need to get out of here. And he but no matter which way we went. And finally, after fanning out a bit, we all just we have to go the road. The cow's probably got a calf or something, going on, raising its young. But yeah, you're in their territory, and
Absolutely.
You're encroaching. And on a 200-mile race, it's not like you have a ton of people trudging through the trails at one given moment. It's every 10 minutes, and then if it's a breeding ground or they're grazing or whatever, you don't know what you're going to run into.
Absolutely. So Jeff Browning was kind of the hero of the day when it came to dealing with the cattle.
Oh no!
They should.
I was scared on my mind. I was he looked like a cartoon character. He was. To the point where he was. I'd never seen that side of him. I was impressed, but at the same time terrified, because he just went straight up, just eye to eye with this thing, just staring at it, and all I could think is I gotta get the fuck out of here.
I guess that's why they call him Bronco Billy.
He is, yeah. But we were all terrified for the rest of that day forward and stuff from there. And it's from mountain lions to javelina. Javelina will bowl you over.
Oh yeah. Javelina. If you run into enough of them at the wrong time, it's definitely the wrong time.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, gratuitous Kiki reference by Jason.
Don't worry, Kiki's safe in my freezer.
Okay, for clarification, Kiki is... Oh, my goodness. Kiki was...
Browning Mortimer's cow.
Browning Mortimer's cow.
Do you think Drake wrote his hit single... Kiki, do you love me? About your cow?
He got the other half.
Matt, do we have a camera at Dead Horse Ranch? I don't think we do.
No. We have cameras at Mingus. We have cameras at Fane Ranch. This is a nice shot. And we have cameras awaiting at Sedona to not disturb the residents in a lot of these towns when there's not people kind of gonna be there for a while. We're still a little ways away from our first runner.
Sure,
they'll have it dark like this. So
and one of
those are the shots we have until Shad picks up our race leader, which he should see him in less than a mile.
Okay, and that's one of the things about Aravaipa After Dark. I know that we get a little bit silly and we go off on tangents and off the rails. Part of that is because we don't have the same number of dynamic running shots that we normally have during the day. When we're out there and we've got drone pilots giving us that amazing, those amazing overheads that, we just crave. And when we have shots from, running follow cams, like when Jamil's out there and, and picking up people like Sally McRae or, hanging out at mile 17 and interviewing runners literally as they go by. we leverage those. But at night, when we're kind of limited in terms of what we can fly out there in drones, and also in terms of volunteer and employed personnel, we kind of just play around with it. But frankly, we're having fun. We hope you're having fun. We try and make it interactive, and we are doing our best to cover the race and following what's happening, as well as kind of, taking things off in different directions at times as well.
Let's be honest, it's better than following just a blip on the screen.
Yeah. I mean, we could, if you wanted, go to the iPad and just kind of watch the refreshing of the iPad, but I don't think anybody wins in that case. So, of course, here we are at Mingus Mountain. It looks like we've got another couple runners coming in. We'll see. Anytime I can catch a bib out of the corner of my eye, I immediately go to the race tracker and try and figure out who it is, because we have a ton of information about these runners, at least those who filled out the survey. So if you want to get on Aravaipa After Dark, at least have your story told, fill out the runner survey. It improves your odds, and try to keep things to less than 400 words. Otherwise, I might run out of breath while trying to tell your story.
And I know that some people were asking about Andy Glaze maybe a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I don't have an actual update, but if you do go to the Cocodona 250 Instagram account, we did get to check in with him at Mingus Mountain about the Coco Canyon 350 that he's undergoing. And he did get lost for a couple miles before Mingus Mountain, so he's got 2 bonus miles, so he'll end up a little over 350, but he says he's planning to do it again next year. He said he already looked at the calendar. The 2 races should back up to each other again. And he's saying that anyone who also wants to partake in the challenge, if you sign up for both races and do them, you'll get a free custom shirt that he's going to be making for the challenge. So
I guarantee you won't be smiling as great as
yes. No, if you go watch the video, he had a smile on his face the whole time.
Smile or you're doing it wrong.
Are we able to hear on the iPad possibly?
I don't think so, but there are auto-generated captions on the video.
Okay, let's see if we can. Are they getting audio from this video of Andy Glaze? I'm not hearing it in mine, but
They won't get audio on it. Oh, and it looks like the auto-generated captions are off. But if you want to watch it, go ahead and go check it out over at the Cocodona 250 Instagram account.
Of course, you can see all sorts of videos, photos, and content. This is one of my favorite things that I saw was when Michael Versteeg and Killian Korth were the first 2 people to hit the Satisfy aid station, and they just kind of plopped down, having a nice, relaxing moment here.
Yeah.
Well, and we came to find out that this aid station was Versteeg's idea.
I did not realize
so
that.
when we talked with Brees, the founder of Satisfy, he said that this was Mike's idea. So
that's
maybe
cool.
Mike will. Maybe someone in the chat said, "Do you think Mike will be dropping cans of Flota from the Aravaipa blimp?"
I don't think dropping aluminum cans full of liquid is probably the most ideal marketing ploy. But then again,
it's flat. It'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. You're not talking about dropping cans of soda. You're talking about cans of Flota.
Of course, here's a shot of the Granite Dell. Oh, we're back at Mingus Mountain. That's fine. We'll stay in Mingus.
No,
that's okay.
Andy's for those who don't know, Andy's a firefighter, and he pulls in like heavy hours, like at the fire station. That's how he gets a lot of his miles, and it's running around. He gets his mountain miles in too, but I've gotten to know him like briefly over the years, the different races and everything, and like hats off to him for he's just one of those guys. Like again, always smiling, always pushing the limits, and doing what we can.
I see we got a message from Shelby Farrell in the chat.
What is? Sorry.
Oh,
what is Andy's coin phrase? Smile or you're doing it wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
shout out to him. You said we got Shelby Farrell in the chat.
Yeah, Shelby, of course, was pacing. Is she still pacing Sally McRae? I assume so. She's run this race before. She's probably pacing her for like 140 miles or something. But said that Sally got to Jerome as Dawn Greenwald was leaving and flipped it around so fast. Her feet are not pretty, but she's insanely tough and successfully ignoring them. Was there anything that happened? Yeah, I mean, if Sally is at Jerome, that means she's basically about halfway there. Was there anything where you, at the halfway point of the race, were like, "Oh crap, this is going to be something I have to push through already"?
Personally, no. I mean, I was just trying to make some time up. Like when I got there, I mean, McKnight, Dax, Versteeg were all ahead of me at that point. So, and it was like I got there dead heat of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So, I didn't really have the option for like naps or anything. It was like just keep pushing through. But after that section down into Jerome, which is not the same, like anything was better on my feet except for that junkyard.
Pete Mortimer with no love for the junkyard just outside of Jerome.
Let it die.
Going back to some of our runners here, I want to do another a runner profile briefly. We're just kind of doing these as we see fit to kind of break the show up into some nonsensical segments. And
we should have our race leader getting to Shad in just a few moments. I know Shad just turned his camera on and is walking down the trail. So as soon as we get him,
I'll do a quick preview then. Bib number 87, Leo Fung. Leo Fung from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, telling us about himself. He's a lost Canadian trying to make it to Flagstaff for Satchmo's Burnt Ends Saturday special, but I don't have a car. What inspired him to participate in this race? He finished Hard Rock and Western States last year, did the double after doing UTMB in 2018, so he needed some new shenanigans in life. What's the furthest he's run before? He said 155 during a 48-hour run. That was, in fact, the Fat Ox, the inaugural Fat Ox 48-hour. And what section of the course is he most excited for? Walnut Canyon for the Frito Pies. That is Leo Fung, who is out on the course, bib number 87. We'll keep an eye out for Leo as he makes his way through the Cocodona course here this week.
Shout out to Leo. And you said bib 87?
Yeah.
So it looks like he is at mile 122.8, so making his way down to Jerome from Mingus Mountain there.
Yeah, Leo's
so
a
in
beast.
a great spot.
He ran. I actually met him at Mogi on Monster, and he came in the same time as a former Aravaipa Racing Team member, Del Salt. And Del is a fantastic runner. And when she came in with Adam Livingston was her pacer, and Leo was coming in, basically alongside them. And I didn't know who he was, but I met him at the finish because we were all just kind of celebrating Del's finish. And yeah, fantastic athlete. That is Fane Ranch at mile
Angela
97.
Pastana with the request. You request and I deliver over here on the switchboard, we'll call it.
I think I saw something from Sherm.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry,
to
I meant
show
point
that the Cocodona live stream has appeal across all ages. Sherm, I met Sherm and his wife. I think I'd met them before, but we really spent some time getting to know each other at Hard Rock, and they were up there hanging out just like I was. Sherm's wife's second grade class enjoyed 30 minutes of live stream this morning during crafts. I love to hear that, and that's why Aravaipa After Dark is where we hope the sensors are sleeping. We keep things on the level during the daytime in case the kids are listening during arts and crafts time. But yeah, Sherm and his wife are fantastic people. They came down to the Christmas party this past year for Aravaipa Group Trail Run down in Tempe. Wonderful people. Sherm's wife finished Javelin 100 as her first 100-miler this past October, and Sherm was cheering her from afar because unfortunately he couldn't make the trip. Truly inspiring family. So glad to see you're tuning in. Looks like we have a runner or two coming into the Satisfy aid. Our static cam is not quite tilted. We're just kind of filming the cribs area.
The ambiance.
Yes. So these are all chairs that are probably more expensive than my rent. So
And
it's just something to keep in
I
mind.
believe we have our race leader on the shad cam here. I see headlamps, and it looks like I may have to. Oh, yeah, we got it.
Yeah, there's that's Killian Korth in
Yep.
front with his pacer and Shad following back behind. Of course, Shad is an absolute beast of a follow cam filmer. And he is going to follow our race leader, Killian Korth, into Sedona here tonight as it approaches. We're just after the 11 o'clock hour. Our filmer, Shad Burkholz, is fantastic at his job. And great video quality here as well. I'm really excited. And they're in the wilds outside of Sedona, as we talked about earlier.
And so this is a new. I don't know if this exact spot is a new section, but they will be entering Sedona a little bit differently, and the aid station is in a different spot. So we moved from the St. John Vianney aid station, which is what the Sedona aid station had been the first 2 years, and we are now at the Sedona Posse Grounds Park, which, if you were tuned in earlier, you got a nice aerial tour of everything. It's a beautiful aid station, but it is also gonna mean runners are gonna kind of run through town a little bit before connecting some of the more Sedona urban trails, for lack of a better term. But this is still out near the airport, I believe, but it's definitely a different side of the airport than you ran, I think.
Yeah. Less out and back, though. That's great for them.
Yeah.
He's just on the outskirts there.
Diggs asking about bib number 146, Hector Rodriguez, asking if he was in danger of not making the next cutoff. I would find that hard to believe. First of all, Hector's a hell of a runner. Second of all, let's see, he is currently at mile 89, mile 90. So making his way basically from Watson Lake over to Fain Ranch. So the runners have to make Fain Ranch at this point, because Fain Ranch is Fain Ranch is not the next cutoff. Iron King is. I stand corrected at 3:30 a.m. Fain Ranch is at 8:30 a.m. So Hector Rodriguez is in no danger of missing the cutoff unless he literally stops in his tracks. So, because Iron King is mile 92, so Hector is basically a 5K out, and has roughly 4.5 hours to get there. I was surprised to see that comment because I'm a big fan of H-Rod myself and the Southern California Wolfpack contingent.
He started the race last year, yeah?
Yeah. No, Hector, he took it took a day and a half for Jake Jackson to shake him off in the Lone was that the Lone Cactus or Lone Mountain?
I thought it was Lone Cactus.
You ran Lone Mountain, right?
Lone Cactus.
Lone Cactus. So what was it called then?
Lone Mountain? Those
was
the
it Lone Mountain? Okay, because
Lone Cactus was out Wickenburg.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I knew that one was the one where we
Lone Mountain.
Yeah, and then the other one was the one where we did the entire thing online, and it was like either treadmills or people running from home, and Hector and Jake basically went a day and a half doing a mile every 15 minutes.
Olivier LeBlanc was in there too, I think.
It might have been. I know that that you were the final runner at the in-person version of Lone Cactus, but there was also an online aspect of it. It was a little bit confusing for those of us even that were there in person. I'll just say that much.
It was a confusing time.
Yes.
We got some footage there.
Let's see. We are here with Killian Korth, race leader at as he approaches Sedona, which is at mile 160.
It says 163. The mile marker on the map is actually 161.9.
Ah, thank you very much.
So he's changing out the battery in his light there.
We'll see. Maybe we might be able to get some audio.
Got that hashtag Ultra Spire light going on. Is that 800 lumen? Looks good. That light is clutch for these types of races.
And we'll see if we can perhaps bring some audio in from the Shad cam here. You know, Shad, after 2 days, will have logged a handful of miles. I wonder if he's going to break his number last year. Of course, he logged an impressive 83 miles, all in a very short stretch of road in Flagstaff last year, filming for the Cocodona 250. We're grateful for the work that Shad did last year. Between he and Jamil, it was absolutely awesome to have all of the runners followed on Beaver Street on the final waning hours of the race.
Well, he's got a local legend thing to keep up.
Yeah, he's going to come back and
reclaim it, right?
That's right.
Michelle Beno asking if they can have pacers for the whole race. What are the rules for having pacers? They can't have them for the whole race, but I believe they can pick them up at Friendly Pines for the first time, which is mile 71. As far as rules for the pacers, one pacer at a time, no muling. I mean, pretty much common sense. You know, your pacer is there to basically do exactly that and nothing else. Pace you, keep you lucid, keep you entertained, maybe do a little bit of thinking for you along the way. At least that's what I leverage my pacers to do.
Hey, you know, they can be your navigator. You know, that's
as long as they're not helping you move, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, they have the ability to just pull up that phone. I mean, I used it like that first year. I was like, I wanted to know where the runners were in front of me, behind me, and like if like you're concentrating, you're just trying to keep moving like step by step, and they have all the freedom to do that. Like,
yeah,
let them do it.
So yeah, this is not the stretch that you came into Sedona via. That's correct. That's what we're understanding.
You all went around the other side of the airport, didn't you?
Yeah, we almost went. I want to say like almost circumnavigated the whole thing,
Yeah.
and then, like I said, it was the loop that went on forever, and then into the aid station, and then it was like an out and back, and then progressed like into West Sedona, which, you know, it's got a lot of pretty backdrops, but a lot of fire road, a lot of ATVs.
Yeah, I think that was one of the biggest, not biggest complaints, but like biggest things I noticed on the live stream was like there were a lot of ATVs out on that road between Sedona and the climb up Kasner Mountain.
Oh yeah.
And I can imagine it just got really hot and
hot.
really dusty.
So dusty.
That whole
it's
section.
Like the worst Western you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Dusty. Yeah. Yeah, these guys are cruising.
Yeah, still moving really strong right here. And I think at this point in the night, like, this is kind of the most important thing. It's not necessarily about running a lot per se. It's about, you know, consistently moving forward with purpose.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, at this point, too, like, there's such a long stretch, like going from on the Lime Kiln Trail from Dead Horse up, and then especially at night, it looks the same. It's kind of desolate. It's pretty to look at during the day, but at night you're just grinding. So, you know, they're hitting.
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying that like they're about to hit the aid station here shortly. Maybe getting that by the time they get up through Kasner Canyon. I imagine the sun's gonna start like creeping up, and
if they're lucky, they'd get like a nice sunrise as they're climbing up Kasner Canyon.
Yeah. Plus, if you're not like familiar with the area, that Kasner Canyon Trail that goes up parallels Schnebley Road and or the Hangover Trail, which is one of the most beautiful trails that you can do.
Hangover Trail is epic.
It is.
Do we know where Killian Korth's race drew to a close last year? Because of course he attempted the Cocodona 2023 or 2022, but did not finish.
I can find out in just a minute.
Okie doke. But yeah, at this point, he's over 150 miles in, so well past the halfway point, and still making steady progress. And did we say that he hasn't gone down for a rest yet?
I think he had a little nap earlier.
Okay.
He had a nap at Deer Pass.
Yeah.
Digglers, I lose my job every year during Cocodona week. Luckily, I'm able to work remotely, so I actually go into another room here in the studio compound up in Flagstaff, and what I do is I basically close the door behind me, put my head down, and do nothing but work and pay no attention to what is going on in the Cocodona 250. I've also been known to tell a lie from time to time.
McKnight out of Dead Horse and moving forward, so
fantastic.
Yeah, making up some time.
Yeah, Michael McKnight. I mean, yesterday at this time, as we were, following, runners coming into Camp Kippa, when he came in, we were a little bit taken aback at how far back in the standings he was there, and he stayed there a while. Obviously, working through some things that have been well documented at this point, dealing with some prior pain that had resurfaced. And just generally not in a great place, but
I think he missed a turn too.
That's true as well. Absolutely. So to see him moving the way he has, this just shows the resolve of somebody who knows this sport and this discipline within the sport, as well as anybody out there. Michael McKnight has won the Triple Crown of 200s. He's finished second here. He would like to, I'm sure, finish first this year. He's got some work to do. He's got his work cut out for him if he's going to go for it. But I have no doubt that that is his intent, even if he's sitting at 12th, 13th, 15th right now.
Plenty of time still.
Absolutely.
Yeah, anything can happen. And when I saw him on the live stream last night coming into Kippa, he was jovial. He was happy, laughing. Like he didn't seem like he was in like that much of a rush. So that kind of that's good hopes for him. Just you have to be in the mentality that early in the race, even with like little hiccups, like missing a turn or however you're feeling. So, and he chugged his raw milk today, so maybe he's back on the right track.
I thought that people were kidding when they said that.
No, he was all about it.
I didn't realize that. Christopher Kraft, Annie Hughes. I'm not sure how she slept, but I know that String Bean slept less than 40 minutes last year. I was getting intel from the inside of his crew, so I know that whenever he did go down for a nap, I would get a text like a minute or two later, and my man on the inside would tell me, String Bean's going down for 8 minutes. Yeah. String Bean's going down for 10 minutes. I mean, they were down to that level of
Joe was
particularity.
Personally, for me, Joe was really fun last year, because I was out in Jerome filming him, and as he came in, and he's a through hiker experience, obviously with FKTs, and watching the way that his crew works, laying down the aid station, he's a machine. Mm-hmm. He just operates different than us, just like Garmire does and Versteeg does, and I don't come from that sort of running background, but I have such admiration for those guys, because you'd be these guys are doing it day in, day out, and they know how to manage their bodies, the ups and downs and everything, and then a lot of us go into these races maybe haven't done one or two, mm-hmm. and all we have is that prior experience.
Yeah.
These guys just spent countless hours out there and pushing themselves, and no one to rest, no one to take the time. They're very humble about it, and but watching the way that these guys are just it's like watching an F1 race almost. They have their crew come in and everyone's working on them. Everything's so efficient, and they're in and they're out. That's it.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, this is a sport where I think that there's still so much to learn, but even beyond that, the people who have it dialed in, maybe not entirely in terms of maximizing their capacity, but just in terms of in relation to everybody else.
Yep.
Like that's what I think that we're probably still a ways away from figuring out the limits in terms of the quote beyond 100-mile distances and time frames. And but the people who concentrate on it, man, they've got such a leg up if they've got the level of expertise and experience that somebody like McKnight does. Mm-hmm. It's pretty amazing. I mean, obviously, String Bean, has that expertise and experience coming from his background, but he didn't have as many, quote races, in the discipline. But he also had a team of people who had that kind of expertise and experience as well. It was like a brain trust, really, that was helping String Bean with his race last year. Then there are people like Michael Versteeg who were kind of seem like they're freewheeling, but also they're just in a different. They're operating on a different wavelength for sure.
Absolutely.
Look at this great shot of courtesy of Shad out on the road leading into Sedona, or the path leading into Sedona.
Yeah, I was just giving you your update on where Shad ended his run last year. He ended it at Sedona or Jerome last year. So all of this section would
Killian,
be
where Killian is.
Killian. Yeah. My goodness, it's getting late. Yeah, Killian ended his run at Jerome, which was the mile 108 aid station last year. And so there was a comment in the chat, what are course splits like compared to Joe's from last year, or maybe more relevant compared to McKnight? I think it's really hard to compare the splits from last year's course to this year's course. I think that it would be more relevant to compare it to the 2021 course, even though, again, there are differences there. I think that that's probably a much fairer comparison in regards to maybe expected finish time or how he's performing compared to last year, just because last year was a much different course.
Yep.
Especially with like aid stations, even the aid stations that ended up being kind of the same, like Sedona or Jerome as the perfect example. It was mile 108 last year because of the fire reroutes, and it was mile 127 this year. So like splits into Jerome would be quite a bit different. You'd have to do a little bit of math.
It seems
maybe
like
tomorrow.
It seems like the first 160 miles is going to play like the first 160 of the 2021 version. But from here on out, you can take all of those splits and kind of just throw them out, because neither of the versions the last 2 years really line up with what they're going to face from here from Sedona to Flagstaff, correct?
Correct. I would still say that year one is probably more comparable just because the mileages line up a little bit better. Obviously, they're totally different aid stations. But if you compare, when did Pete Mortimer in 2021 reach Fort Tuthill at this mile marker, that's going to be pretty comparable. Not exactly, because the courses are different, but pretty comparable to maybe what some of the runners hit Fort Tuthill in this year. Again, they're going to exit Sedona a different way. They're going to have a different climb up Kasner. They're going to enter Flagstaff differently. But I would say that it's probably just easier to compare to 2021 when you can. But there's not as many data points, really, because there's really no overlap.
Killian is looking, he's moving fairly well. That's for sure. He looks like he's got a nice steady rhythm, but it does look he looks like he's somebody who's 150, 160 miles into the race.
I was just paying attention to that gait too.
Yeah.
Like watching him on the trail, like even whether you're walking or running, you're so comfortable. The second you hit the asphalt, you're just like,
yeah, excellent
FML.
point. Yeah, you know what? That would make, because when he was on the dirt on the single track, he looked like he was trucking right along, and now that he is on the asphalt, he does look like it's a little bit more of a labor for him.
Depending on, his shoe doesn't look like a max cushion shoe, so maybe he's feeling more
like
like
maybe,
the shorter gait, stride, the pumped arms, everything. I mean, he's doing everything right, but like it's amazing how much your gait can change. And like the good thing about when you hit the road is, you don't have to pay attention anymore. Like as far as where your foot placement is, like looking up, looking down, you can just kind of zone out and just check out. But up until that point, it was like I was watching him. It was a lot different. But he's moving. He's trucking.
I saw that we had some Korths in the chat over the course of this evening. Do we know who Killian Korth's pacer is, perhaps? I'd be interested to find out if it's somebody that we might be familiar with. Yeah, I think that Killian just has different colored gaiters. I don't think he's going around with
I was looking at
one gaiter on. He's not
got
doing
reflectors on both sides.
Some sort of Kerry Kittles look for those that remember 1990s Villanova basketball. One long sock, one knee high, one ankle, or maybe it was like wearing one up, one down. Yeah, Aaron, I'm inclined to agree. I believe that we actually saw Killian when he got to Crown King, and we zoomed in on his shoes, if I remember correctly, and he was wearing the Ultra Olympus. I think that's who that was, and
maybe Pete, are you able to identify the shoe from this shot?
Oh man, it's kind of hard to tell from here.
It looks like an Ultra based on the fact that it's got that black interior on the bottom.
They do look like an Ultra, but I can't tell. I mean, they don't look like as much cushioned, but I could be wrong.
Definitely a Brett Hornig question. He's really good at that.
His pacer on the right seems to have a little bit more of a cushioned shoe, just from the angle. But again, it's dark.
But yeah, I'm wondering if Aaron is remembering the way I remembered it, because I thought that there was a moment that the filmer, I think it was Stephen Crawford, was filming and zoomed in, and it was Killian Korth wearing the Ultra Olympus. I'm not positive now, though. It's been a long week, and it's Tuesday. We're about a half hour from midnight here. How does this compare with when the first runners hit, when Versteeg hit, where are we at?
Sedona. Versteeg hit Sedona at 10:59 p.m.
Okay, so we're a little bit behind that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's going to be, my guess he's probably going to be 45 to 60 minutes behind when Mike hit the Sedona aid station. They are in different locations. I think their mile markers are pretty close, though. If anything, I think that this is actually a little bit shorter than where it was in 2021.
Still pretty telling, though. I mean, like with the changes in temperature, like this year, and like you expect everything to be faster. I mean, everyone. I loved that first year. Everyone was throwing out there like the times when everyone thought we were gonna finish, and and then everyone that first day was waiting at Crown King for us. It's like, did they die up there?
Oh yeah, I remember very vividly.
We had Aravaipa staff after the first few runners had come into Crown King. Were hiking water down Lane Mountain for people because there was carnage. Corey Woltering was curled up under a cactus.
To be fair, Corey was wearing a thong.
Yeah.
I remember.
We're getting pretty close to the aid station now that we're getting into like. Once you start to hit proper traffic lights here in Sedona, we know we're getting kind of close here.
I spoke with Pat Votruba last year after he had worked at one of the aid stations earlier on. I want to say it was at it was either a Roster Creek or Camp Kippa, perhaps. And the first, like outside of like maybe 4 or 5 of you that came in early. like everybody else was a full 8 hours after they were expected to be there in terms of in terms of what the volunteer setup had been anticipated. Like they had only taken care of like maybe a handful of runners when his shift was over, and he's like,
And I was mistaken. This aid station is about a half mile further.
Oh.
So the inaugural year Sedona aid station was at mile 161.5 per the track leader's map, and this aid station is at mile 161.9.
Just passing the bashes there.
Jason, what am I correct about? I'm never correct about anything.
That was a good one, Chris.
So apparently there's been a drinking game taking place in the chat, and apparently every time Matt says a certain word or phrase, people have to take a drink.
What is it?
Carnage.
I haven't said carnage that much.
Oh, there you
said
go.
it again.
Drink. Last year it was Goldberg. Anytime brought up Goldberg.
Well, but I had to bring up Goldberg, otherwise his fan club in the chat wouldn't let me live it down.
It was huge.
His fan
they
base.
Were huge. They were huge. They were vocal, but they were loving in the end, and that's what matters.
The word I would use is insistent. They are friendly and they are positive. But man, if you go more than 10 minutes without saying Kevin Goldberg's name, oh boy. They're going to let you know.
But now you can understand it, right? Because he's got so much big Goldberg energy that they just want that shared with everyone else.
Absolutely.
Oh, looks like we lost that feed, so we'll send it back to Fane Ranch while Shad gets that feed back up.
Fane Ranch has an upcoming cutoff. It's not the next cutoff, but it's one of the next cutoffs.
What is that? Is that 4:30 a.m., 5:30 a.m.?
3:30 at Iron King is the next cutoff.
5:30 at Fane.
No, 8:30.
That's right.
Yeah. So actually, from Iron King to Fane is 5 miles, and they've got a full 5 hours to make that cut. So if they get to Iron King,
I think
they're
Iron
getting
King
to Fane.
is the next tough one, but after that you get a little bit of reprieve at Fane.
Yeah, there's definitely unless the stretch from Iron King to Fane is unbelievably difficult. Yeah, if they're making it to Iron King, they're making it to Fane. And frankly, I really operate under the belief that the dropout rate lowers significantly after like the first 48 hours.
Yeah.
Like if they've made it that far, if these runners make it that far, they've got it figured out. They're keyed in, and they're going to do they would literally have to be peeled off the course, kicking and screaming at that point.
If you can make it to Whiskey Row, your chances of success are exponential.
Yeah, there was a stat from year one. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I'll have to see if anyone at Aravaipa who knows this stat is still up and watching. But it was something like it was like a super high percentage of the dropout was like prior to Crown King or prior to Whiskey Row.
Yep.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I'm not surprised after I saw what was happening on Lane Mountain.
Puke and Rally.
Sounds like a country song. What happened down Lane Mountain? We don't talk about that.
Well, Jeff Garmeyer checked in with us from the trail earlier today. He said he spent like 16 miles just puking yesterday.
Oh,
yeah, he did.
Really?
He did mention.
Or maybe
that.
it was 16 hours.
Yeah, 16 hours.
I think it was 16 hours because why would he measure something like that in the amount of miles? That'd be weird.
About fertilizing
all the plants.
Yeah.
But speaking of puke and rally, which you've experienced here, Pete, Jeff Garmeyer has now been kind of charging up the field, and I think last I saw he was in 12th or 13th on the men's side. So you got him, you got Mike McKnight coming back running strong.
I think tomorrow's going to be a much different day. I think there's going to be a lot of changes, especially as people move into the Pines.
Do you think we'll have a new race leader when we wake up tomorrow?
That's a tough call. I mean,
Okay. I'll give you a different question.
I don't think so.
Do you think Mike McKnight is in the top 5 on the men's side when we wake up in the morning?
Where's he at right now?
136. And 5th place male is 147, 148. So that's making up 13 miles over the course of 5 or 6 hours.
Maybe not on sunrise, but I think like midday tomorrow we're
That
going
would
to
be
see
fair.
some shakeups.
It depends on who's sleeping when.
Yeah. Day 3, I think a lot of things change day 3. A lot of people that are unfamiliar with 200-mile distances, maybe just done hundreds. That I mean, like McKnight and Sarah, obviously they've done 200-milers, but there's a lot of people that like up there that they hit that 2. They start getting to day 3 and the game changes for sure. Like it's a whole nother level with the sleep deprivation, like time on feet. And again, sun exposure, calories, hydration, all that stuff. So,
and also like looking at the runners who are in the top 5, it's a really stout group of runners.
Yeah.
I mean, we see what Killian is doing this year. He's fantastic. Michael Greer, Mike Groenwegen has been steady and strong all race. Josh Perry has moved up to 4th.
Yeah.
And Christopher St. Jean has moved up to 5th. Kevin Goldberg is 6th. Garmire 7th, and I mean, names like Dominic Grossman at 8th, 9th
It's
place.
nice to see Dom Grossman having a strong run today. I think last year, I think he enjoyed himself enough to come back, but I think he had to really dig deep through a lot of that race, and so to just see him as of right now having a strong run is nice to see.
you can never sleep on the past couple years with the FKT holders, through hikers. Josh Perry, he's creeping.
Yeah,
he's from Leeds.
That's right.
Too.
As a fellow,
UK baby.
UK all the way. So I'd be happy to see him. I mean, he's already creeping up. He's only a couple miles behind, Sarah and House Life Chris.
So talking about people like Josh Perry and Jeff Garmire, you obviously are into doing 200+ mile races. Have you ever taken a stab at any of those FKTs that might be a couple hundred miles or longer? Have you ever thought about it?
I've thought about it a lot. I want to. It's obviously having kids, full-time job, and that
true.
sort of thing. It's balancing that. So, but
Wait, you're saying that there are certain things in your life that differ from somebody like Jeff Garmire?
Well, taking a couple weeks or a couple months off, to go and like follow your dreams and stuff. And no, it's like I get it. You do it whenever you can get it, and a lot of people do it when they're young, straight out of school. Some people do it in later life. I'm probably gonna be one of those later in life guys. I have 2 kids. My daughter's out of school now. My son's got another year left, and I'm looking to do stuff like that.
And Jeff Garmire is also younger, isn't he? He's like 30?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, even stuff overseas as well. Like, there's just so many great trails to go on. They're cruising down the 89 right now.
Looks like they just turned onto Soldier Pass Road, which means they're going to go a couple blocks down, and they're going to hop on the Sunrise Trail.
They're very
kind of leads into the aid station. So,
let's see here. I saw something. Audrey mentioning that the blimp crashed. The funding for the blimp has now been diverted to Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. So if you're interested, if you were interested in donating to the Aravaipa Blimp Fund, we came up roughly on our $40 million goal. We came up about $39,999,960 or so dollars short. But in terms of our helping to raise funds for Girls on the Run, you can donate directly via the link at the top of the chat. Our goal was $2,500. On that page, it shows that we've raised $2,100 or just under $2,100, but it looks like through Super Chat donations, we have exceeded our $2,500 goal. But that doesn't mean that your generosity is not appreciated. Of course,
don't be cheap. Open up your pocketbooks.
Of course, we had Flagstaff local Kelly Teeslink, who is the director of the Northern Arizona chapter of Arizona Girls on the Run, and she was number one helping with the coverage, and number two, sharing her experience as the chapter director and talking about what goes into helping women or helping young girls become able to participate in athletics. And I know that you, Matt, as a father of young girls, are very supportive of Girls on the Run of Northern AZ.
Yeah, and I mean, it was obviously awesome to have Kelly on to talk about such an incredible organization, but Kelly also has like such a unique experience at this race, having, I think she helped crew or pace Dawn Greenwald in the inaugural year. Last year, I think she volunteered and then helped either crew or pace Carrie Henderson during a stretch. So she's been out on the course. She's run a lot of these trails. She's a really good runner in her own right. And so it was awesome to have her on to just hear kind of a different perspective on the race from, someone who's crewed, paced, and volunteered, which is pretty awesome.
RJ was asking for an update. Waking up in the UK. Where in the UK? We'd love to find out. Did you miss anything of note? Yes. I did see John McKay do a helpful quick primer. It's like the guy in the Ant-Man movies who talks really fast. Monkey shoulder shots, beer of choice. Versteeg dropped, and now we have an over-under on McKnight finishing top 5.
Well,
John.
You missed, the whole
Oh,
floater.
yes.
It's all about the floater, man.
Can we do a quick picture-in-picture on this?
Yeah. Sorry.
It's absolutely real, folks. For those who might have missed it.
Hold on. There you go.
Flota. We sampled the Flota. We got some Flota in studio.
And here they are. They just turned off the roads onto the trail, so they're going to be getting really close. We'll keep an eye on our Sedona static cam aid station because the lights are still off.
Yeah.
At the aid station.
Somebody better give them a heads up. Should we?
So we can tune in, but I don't know where we're positioned. They might.
They're in the back.
Wait, is
yeah,
that?
It looks like they might go.
That's a DJ setup over in the other end, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I don't know. It's not Skylar. That's that's all I know.
I was going to say plot twist. Scott Jenkins tuning in from London this morning. Welcome. Cheering on Josh Perry.
Good morning.
Yeah, Josh has made a hell of a leap in the last 24 hours.
I think he just ran really smart up to this point, right? Like, I thought the same thing early on. I was like, man, he's kind of far back there. But it's probably good to be kind of far back there when you get to Crown King when it's, super hot and a super difficult section of the trail.
That testifies to the strength and the strategy of the thru hikers, because you have 3 of them that have leaped up from, kind of middle positions in Jeff Garmeyer, Michael McKnight, and Josh Perry. They're showing what's up.
I think you probably get some of that resolve or some of that confidence in being able to go out a little more conservative from that long time on trail.
Mm-hmm.
And hats off. Like I don't know his experience on the trails out here, but like it's different running in Arizona. Just like the trails are harder. Everything hurts. Like I always tell people everything in Arizona is trying to kill you.
Yeah.
The rocks, the soil, the plants, the animals, like you have everything dialed against you. And if you're not familiar with it, it'll tear you down.
It sounds like prior to this, we spoke with Allison Mercer this morning. It sounds like Josh was possibly part of the contingent that crewed Allison's husband at Mogollon Monster last year. So he got a little bit of exposure and familiarity, but obviously not running the race. I mean, tooling around the Mogollon Rim is not exactly the same as Cocodona, but it's a good bellwether.
Yeah.
It's a good barometer to test yourself with for sure.
Yeah.
Well, and Josh has the self-supported FKT on the Arizona Trail.
Oh, that's true
as
too.
well. So he's got at least
he does have some experience in Arizona.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
But-
I completely forgot about that whole aspect of how he ended up here.
He's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
he'll probably be okay.
Yeah, that's another thing. Boberta raises an excellent point. With a lot of these through hikers, their crew are through hikers as well. It's I mean, when String Bean rolls up and Whit Wiseram is there to basically be his wingman through some of the ragged parts of this course, the through hiker community is definitely pretty tight knit. I don't know much about it, but on what limited exposure I have, it seems like it's very much like the trail running community in that tight knit, collaborative a mindset that. I would say that trail running seems to be much more in common with the through hiking community than the road running community in that regard.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And I am getting confirmation that there won't be lights at that Sedona aid station as of right now.
Going dark.
Well, we got the Shad cam. Shad's got like an 18 million lumen headlamp. He followed Verstegen from like the Senator Highway into downtown Prescott, and Versteeg didn't even have a headlamp, and it was like so well lit.
It's a literal blowtorch giving off heat.
I always wanted to make a suit of the the Cthulhu lights, or not Cthulhu,
Kagala.
Kagala, sorry,
Yeah.
Kagala lights, and just have a series of like a Batman battery belt, and just have lights all over me, be running down a forest like a white stag. Like, can you imagine
That would be bonkers.
You would have to probably get like some protective goggles or something just for your own safety.
Hey, dreams one day.
It looks like you can see some of the little lighting that they have at the aid station up in the distance there.
Can you imagine doing that at something like Heaven 100? Oh my goodness.
Costume ideas.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Pete. You don't need any help with any costume ideas. You bring it.
I literally didn't recognize you at Javelina this past year, Pete. Yeah, you'd shaved your face, hadn't you?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do. I've done that a few times. Whenever I do, I hate doing that. By the way, I shave it for like a costume or whatever, but immediately regret it.
Well, because then you got to grow it back, which means you got to go through like that itchy phase. You know?
Yeah, but I can't even remember what I did last year.
I don't know what
Was
you
it
were, but
Borat?
it didn't.
Well, you did Borat. Was that last year? Because a couple of years ago, you did the Freddie Mercury, and that was the best costume I've ever seen out of Having 100. The Freddie Mercury was unreal. You were so dead on.
I did costume changes that year too.
Yeah, that's right. You had a couple of different Freddie Mercury looks there. I remember that.
Oh, that was a good
You
one.
had the yellow jacket to start, and then you had the tank top
here we
and
go.
bandana.
Our race leader, Killian Korth, coming into the aid
This
station.
is amazing.
And
Yeah.
so, the
Yeah.
the Ramada is meant to have lights, but they were unable to be turned on, so
Oh, I
we
did Joey Ramone last year.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
this is some pretty sweet lighting and aesthetics though that's coming into the aid station here.
Yeah, I like those blinking lights right there. Of course, yeah, this is the first time we've gotten a peek of the Sedona aid station, at least that I've gotten a peek of it.
Yeah, we had some aerial shots earlier, but
This is the one next to the skate park, right?
Correct. That Brett said was maybe the world's greatest skate park, and asked what celebrity you'd want to see drop in there.
I'm sure that Tony Hawk probably lives next door or something.
He has a vacation home here in Sedona.
And
here we go.
Runner.
We'll stay
Killian
with
Korth.
our race leader, Killian Korth, here for a few minutes just to see what the strategy is here. My guess is some rest. Maybe not asleep necessarily, but I'm guessing that he's going to spend some time here at this aid station to, at a bare minimum, get refueled and maybe rest the legs a little bit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because at this point, you got to figure he's got at least one significant rest left, maybe two. But I mean, how far? He's got 100 miles to go to the finish, or 90 miles to go rather. How much further can he go? Without taking a rest. If he takes it here, is he able to push through 90 miles and maybe just take like an hour or two nap here?
I think it would be foolhardy to just like truck on right now. I think he's got time on his side. Like, just
That's
take
a good
the rest.
point.
Yeah, and based on like how his stride looked coming into the aid station, it looked like he could spend some time to regroup and relax, and he's got plenty of time, and I believe
unless he wants to chase like a course record or something like that, but like
or avoid daylight potentially, avoid the heat.
But I mean, avoid heat from what at this point?
Yeah, I mean, all he's got to do is basically get to Oak Creek, and he's going to get to, cross some water and climb up into the cooler temps of the Cocodona Plateau. So
yeah, after Sedona, it cools down quite
once
a
you
bit.
get to the aid station, it's like the Lime Kiln Trail and the airport loop, and that section between Dead Horse and the Sedona aid station is
You're right.
much hotter. It's endless. You're just out there, right? Like, even when you drive through that way from the I-17 into Sedona, it's like endless out that direction, and it, the stretch to get to Oak Creek from the Sedona aid station isn't super long. So
that's right.
It's not, he's not going to be sitting in here getting, a full 8 hours of sleep, but he could probably get a little bit of rest here and won't have a whole lot to worry about.
Although
I think you're right. I think it's on your side. Second place runner is Michael Greer, who's still about 5 or 6 miles back, and I don't think he has slept yet.
Yeah.
So you've also got that. You take your rest here, you can maybe get to the finish in one push if you kind of
5 or 6 miles in the course of a 200 miler.
Yeah.
Like, how many miles you do in an hour? Like,
yeah.
I mean, like, why not just take the break now and then you get immediately you've got your second to last climb out of the way, and then you just truck on. Like, that would be the smart way of doing it. Again, like everyone's different. Everyone's got their own way of thinking, and this is where I took my last like big nap before I pushed on. I had an hour-long nap, big breakfast, and that was it.
And Matthew Smith is asking if we know how long he slept for earlier. I'm not sure the exact time. I think it was probably around 45 minutes or so. I can actually probably do a timestamp, but I don't necessarily know that it was a dirt nap. He definitely napped in the aid station at Deer Pass. I know that with 100% certainty. It's just a matter of whether he also napped somewhere else, but I don't believe that to be the case. So he went down he took a nap at 6:02 is when he was going to go to sleep, and he was up at 6:57. So 55 minutes between my he's going for a nap to he's up texts.
Okay.
So 45 minutes seems pretty accurate, but I know that was at the Deer Pass aid station. I don't know what their sleep situation is like at that aid station, whether they have cots or anything like that. But
Killian has emerged from, I would assume maybe he was using the bathroom or handling some sort of
and it looks
self-care.
like he is going to
He looks really lucid.
kind
So,
of
I
sit
mean,
and take his time and refuel a bit here. I think
get
when
calories in and-
I think, Pete, when we talked to his crew earlier, his initial plan wasn't to take a nap until tomorrow morning. Now he's already taken one nap at Deer Pass, so I wonder if he's going to kind of listen to his body and take it easy. And obviously with the runner trackers, he knows that Michael Versteeg is no longer in the race, so he's able to get that information from his crew and pacers and stuff like that. So he should know that time is on his side, but looks like he is going to kind of take his time here, which is smart, which I think means we're going to put a bow on our coverage here. It also means he came into this aid station a little under an hour behind Versteeg's 2021 split. Again, they were slightly different courses. This aid station was at technically mile 161.9, and that aid station was 161.5, but it gives you maybe just a little bit of perspective on where he is at this point. So
yeah, Greer is basically still on the outskirts, past the Sedona airport. So it'll be a ways before Michael Greer is going to be catching up to Killian Korth at this point. Eliza LaPierre is about 3 miles behind Michael Greer. Approaching, there's actually an intermediate water station at mile 156, and she is coming up to that fairly shortly.
Yeah, just as an outsider looking in, but my strategy would be I try and get some rest in at least until, maybe Greer hit the 89 road there and then just take off, because you're still going to have Greer's going to rest.
Yeah, that's the thing, is
whether
that
he eats or whatever, it's you're still going to have a commanding lead, and by that point, you're immediately going into that big climb, which is going to take people down behind you and stuff. So
yeah, you'll have a mile in pocket
yeah,
in terms of distance. And then, of course, like you said, Greer is going to stop and rest. I actually appreciate you kind of, calling out the potential strategy here, because you have experience in this race being at the very front of the pack, having finished second in 2021. So, and also being in a pursuit situation. You literally have lived this, even further on in the race. I mean, as you and Dax were, basically, neck and neck from Fort Tuttle through the finish. So, yeah, I appreciate your perspective on this to kind of show how you would approach this situation if you were in Killian's shoes.
I mean, it's a slightly different course, obviously, going up and over Kasner Canyon, but I really think, again, it's just going into day 3, and at this point, everyone's run the same amount of miles or getting there close. As far as the leaders of the pack, it's going to come down to rest and calories, and how resilient you can be. Just getting, whether it's 20, 30 minutes, whatever it is. I mean, if you're not worried about chasing a course record, it's why take the risk?
Yeah, that's a good point. You know what, John? It is Gatorade Zero. I can tell because of the Z on the edge of the bottle. That's one of the things that we've noticed with a few of these front runners. They're drinking these 0-calorie
I do it.
electrolytes. Oh, really?
Yeah, I just don't like the sugary stuff. Yeah.
This is good to know. This
Yeah.
is obviously I know that you are a high protein runner. I mean, speaking from personal experience and how you've helped me navigate my diet and nutrition. So it stands to reason there that that's how you would approach things.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't look at Gatorade as a source of calories for a race like this anyway. So it's what does it matter? I mean, it's just hydration. You should be getting your calories in elsewhere, but I just don't like overly sweet things. So yeah, I get it.
All right. Well, are we going to hang out on Killian to kind of see which way? Well, maybe we can get a heads up from Shad. I don't know if he's able to ascertain. I'm assuming if he is sitting here eating like this, that he's actually apt to continue.
Or get a belly full of food and just take a nap. That's what I did.
Well, the thing is, if he was going to take a nap here, and this is just me kind of asking questions out of naivete, if he was going to be ready to take a nap, wouldn't he basically already be over at the sleep tent ready to take that nap?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
I mean, that would just be what I would think.
He does just looking at him. He's talking. He's very he seems to be very lucid, carrying on conversations, laughing. I mean, maybe he's just more upbeat just because he got into the aid station. It's still just a touch before midnight and everything, but a lot can change in the witching hour.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm like at this stage in the night during these races, I'm all about getting the calories and then just passing the F out.
Tom Abbott asking how old Killian is. I believe he's 28.
Young.
Killian Korth is 27. Yeah. Has a short but stout racing resume though. Top 5 at Salt Flats a few years ago in his.
He's planning on leaving in 10 minutes.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Well, hats off.
We have intel on the course giving us a heads up on that. That's pretty impressive that he's going to decide to push on. The question is how far he's going to push on from here. For perspective, what he's got coming up, coming out of Sedona, he's at mile 163. The next aid station is Schnebley Hill at 180. That's a 17-mile stretch. There is a water drop, but that's not an aid station by any stretch of the imagination. And then Muntz Park at 191. So really, he's not going to hit another major aid station or sleep station until another 28 miles.
Yep. This will be a tough stretch with the lack of sleep. I mean, again, looking at him, he's getting in his calories. He seems pretty upbeat and everything. And I mean, he knows himself better than anybody.
Sure.
He would. A lot of people, I would say, looking at that, like going out, they might be all right for a couple hours, and then we'll see what happens, like early hours in the morning. If he's got a good pacer, keep him going. But
yeah, it's tough, right? Because you're going to have one of the harder climbs.
That's right.
Of the race coming up too with that Kasner Canyon climb, and you won't really have another sleep station until Muntz Park. So
yeah.
It's gonna be a long stretch, but maybe he's thinking if he can just bank more time, that once you get to Tuthill, Walnut Canyon, maybe it's just you're good.
It's getting in that squirrel's nut butter rub. Right
Yeah. So Killian listen to me, has one race result of longer than 100 miles, and that was the Cactus Rose 150 in 2021. So at this point, he's entering that uncharted territory situation. He does have a third place at Ouray, so I mean
that counts.
Yeah, I know that you have a very complicated relationship with the Ouray 100.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, you look at his results. He's finished in the top 5 at Salt Flats.
Yeah.
And he's run Silverton Alpine and with an impressive time. Ouray top 3, the Cactus Rose. I'm not familiar with that race, but he did win it, and he finished in 41 hours 37 minutes in a 150 miler. So I wonder, again, I don't know Killian beyond what I can see in his ultra sign up and what I've seen here, but to hear that he is moving on from here is somewhat surprising.
Yeah.
Because at this point he's got 90 miles to go. I would operate under the assumption that maybe even a 1.5 to 3 hour nap would get him geared up for that last 85, 90 mile push, but he sees things differently.
Yeah. Well, just looking at the way he's come into other aid stations and everything, he doesn't sit a lot. He's on his feet. He's communicating very well. He's he's delegating. He knows what he wants, and that's very impressive, especially in this stage of the race. Like I said, he seems very lucid, and again, he's smiling there.
Hoping we can stick around to see his gait as he departs the aid station. Maybe we can, if he comes out looking a little bit less. Obviously, when he came off of the single track onto the asphalt and concrete, yeah, he looked like his gait immediately changed.
Yeah.
Maybe his gait will have adjusted, and he goes back to looking strong as he did coming off the trail. Yeah, John, he is so chill, and we all should take note. But I think that's one of the things that I've noticed about watching a little bit more closely in the aid stations this year is that the runners that are having success are all chill. Like there's no point in rushing things, for a moment or two, to try and shave 10 seconds off in an aid station or 20 seconds off in an aid station, because you're in a 250-mile race.
That's right.
This isn't a 50K where, you are basically shoulder checking for your competition, from start to finish.
Yep.
So definitely a different approach.
Take the time, you have it.
Man, he looks composed.
He does.
He looks like he's just, all right, well.
He's waiting on his pacer.
Right? Waiting on his pacer just after midnight here in Arizona. Killian Korth, to recap, he is your current pace setter and race leader, getting ready to depart from Sedona Aid. Sedona Aid is at mile 161.9, 162. So he's got less than 90 miles to go to get to Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. We'll recap things here after we see Killian off. We'll see if Shad can keep eyes on him for a couple moments, and then from there, we might do a quick wrap around to see if we can see anything at any previous aid stations. We're not going to be on much longer tonight, as we're going to be back on at 6 a.m. And frankly, getting a little bit tired. I'm having fun.
It's a new day.
Yeah, it literally is a new day. So, we're having a great time here. Following Cocodona. I have more and more fun each year, and I feel that the presentation and the technology seems to get better and better each year. I mean, I don't know what phone Shad has, but we got to find out and ask everybody else to get one along with whatever data plan he's.
Yeah, like what's his phone? Who's his service provider? This is 2 years in a row. He's just getting crispy footage from everywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where he's at.
You know what? I bet he's related to Elon.
He's not on cricket. That's why.
He's rolling on that prepaid plan.
Yeah.
Throwing on the jacket. Yeah.
That'll be on for about 10 minutes, and then we'll be like, oh, it's getting hot. Pepper step. There he goes.
Look at that.
He's moving.
He's going for a run.
That's right.
He doesn't have the patience to hike this thing. He's gonna head on out.
Kasner will change that for sure.
But it looks like he's gonna try.
He's moving though. He's moving well. That's hats off to him.
I have to admit, this is a little bit surprising, to be honest. I figured that he would be a nice, steady, hike coming out, but we'll see on some dirt bike trails right there. That undulation right there.
Yeah,
it's kind of painful.
It's a lot of that up until the creek crossing before you go straight up. So
because that literally looks like a dirt bike track right there.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as the, the shape of it.
Sedona, it's full of them. You're gonna have it's just, gotta figure out. Make sure you're going the right way.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna push. Not only is he going to keep moving, he's gonna push himself into the night here, and I mean, at the very least, Schnebley by morning, or even further.
Yeah, don't sleep on Josh Perry though.
That's true.
He's a creeper. He's going to come up.
Talking about, I mean, he might not sleep this entire race. So yeah, coming out of Sedona, in years past, of course, Pete, you would, or in the 2021 version, you would actually kind of go north, almost northwest, slightly to head up the Kasner climb. Now with the route or the reroute in a few moments, Killian is going to be directed almost due east across I-17 and beyond, and to the Schnebley Aid, and then there's kind of an arc that will bring him back around to Munns Park at mile 192. From Munns Park, the path heads almost due north through Kelly Canyon up to Fort Tuttle, and then at Fort Tuttle, it heads back east through Walnut Canyon up to Mount Eldon and back down through Buffalo Park and the streets of Flagstaff to Heritage Square. For Killian Korth, that is about 88 to 90 miles away. For many on the course, it is much further. We will be following these runners here all throughout the week. Thank you for tuning in. We'll follow Killian here for a moment, do some quick wraparound to the other aid stations, and then give you a recap on standings, and probably sign off from there. Does that sound good, Matt? Awesome. I'm getting the thumbs up.
Yeah, so he said he's heading up to the Soldiers Pass area right now, which then he'll like cut over. Just trying to follow the map here, how it's changed. Onto Jordan, which I'm very familiar with. Yeah, Jordan onto all the way up towards Jim Thompson, and then looks like to Midgley Bridge area, Steamboat, and then down into the creek. And just south of Wilson, which is one of my favorite mountains out there.
And we will have a drone at Midgley Bridge in the morning, so
Sweet.
It's always an incredible shot to see runners kind of in that area as they cross Oak Creek, like the Oak Creek area.
All right, are we going to let Shad call it a night here? And
yeah, we'll let Shad get some rest. He's got, I think, probably 5 more live stream shifts that he's signed up for, so we'll let him get some rest. I can't remember if he's joining us tomorrow night or Thursday or when it is, but we will get more Shad cam. That is guaranteed.
why would Shad want to run something like Sedona Canyons 125 when he can run the Cocodona Filmer 125, right?
Well, I think he's just building up race credits so then he can come run the race with his camera the whole time for us.
Man, I was going to say, at least he's running with his camera, because if he wasn't out there filming, we would be screwed.
I know.
All right, as we are going to let race leader Killian Korth head off into the darkness from Sedona. Pete, it has been an absolute blast. I love doing this coverage, and I love hanging out with you doing it. So, I hope you had as much fun as I did out here.
Always. I love coming out here. Thanks for having me back, and hopefully I didn't get banned this year.
No,
next year.
No, you have an open invite to come over whenever you want. Of course, we would have you on more this week, but you have so many things going on. You have a lot of irons in the fire. You've got some travel later this week. But before you leave town, you're going to be heading up to Mount Eldon to help feed these runners. You're going to be grilling out Pete's Meats.
That's right.
Helping to create a barbecue spread for the runners as they hit the high point of the course, Mount Eldon. Less than 10 miles from the finish.
Yep. If you're pacing, running, just cruising by, come on by, say hello, have some meat. The whole crew up there, we put out a lot of work in during the week. Last stop in the race, it's totally worth it. Enjoy it. It's beautiful most of the time.
Yeah, it gets a little bit windy at times, but
windy,
the views are fantastic.
It is. It's amazing up there. And if you've never climbed Eldon, if you're not running the race, just do it. It's worth it.
Well, and it's mostly downhill from there for runners and pacers, so enjoy it.
Mostly downhill after you've climbed uphill.
Yeah.
Do we have? Are we able to do a quick wraparound, perhaps, to our static camps to see if we've got any activity? Well, that's Fain Ranch. For those tuning in, Fain Ranch, the final cutoff there is going to be 8:30 in the morning. So shortly after we sign on tomorrow, we'll be watching for the final runners to hit that aid station. And that is Mingus Mountain at mile 108, 109. We'll be seeing plenty of action there. I can assure you of that, because last year Mingus was an absolute...
it'll be hopping.
Yeah, it looked like a nightclub.
Yeah.
And the cutoff for Mingus is tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m., that is mile 110 on the course, and we'll take one more spin. I believe we've got a camera. It doesn't look like much, but this is the Sedona aid station. We turned the lights on when race leader Killian Korth came through. And just as a courtesy to the gracious people of the city of Sedona for allowing us there, we turned the lights off, conserve some energy, and to keep things a little bit quiet for the people in the nearby areas of the town of Sedona.
Preserving the vortex.
Absolutely. Keeping things pristine up there. We're going to also run down our leaderboard one last time before we sign off. In terms of the men's side, as we mentioned, race leader Killian is about 163 miles into the race. Michael Greer checks in at 157.1. And our third place male is Mike Gronenbogen at mile 152.5. 2021 winner and prior race leader Mike Versteeg has called it a day and dropped out right by, was that Deer Creek? I believe that.
Just before, yeah.
Yeah. And then on the women's side, Eliza LaPierre, the Western States veteran, has been charging. This was her day to surge. She definitely made moves and is currently first place among women and third overall, about 154.6 miles into the race. Mika Thews is currently second at mile 152.5. In third place on the women's side is Aravaipa Racing Team member Sarah Ostaszewski at mile 149.3. Sarah's still moving strong, but she was leading after the first day. We'll see what happens because we're still so far away from this race being over. And I know you're excited to be up at the top of Eldon to be able to witness, perhaps some tight races, as things draw to a close up there.
Yep. I'll be up there, front of the pack, mid pack, and we'll take care of you. Just come say hello, grab some meat, and we'll send you on your way happy, fed, fat, and happy.
We'll be back on tomorrow. Matt and I will be opening things up. Finn Melanson and Brett Hornig, the Single Track podcast crew, will be on with us in the noontime. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be back on for Aravaipa After Dark. My guest, at least initially, is going to be Corinne Brown. We're going to talk to her about her experiences here as a competitor in this race, having finished it last year, as well as her experience with the Healthy Kids Running Series in the Flagstaff area. And I'm looking forward to that. And she's going to have a role out there on the course as well.
Yeah. She's my stretch ninja.
Yeah.
Way, yeah.
So she's going to be stretching runners out over at Fort Tuttle. So I'm excited to talk to her about that as well. Pete, always love hanging out with you, whether it be at the top of a mountain or in a pub over a drink or on a live stream talking to a few hundred or 1,000 of our closest friends.
Absolutely. Happy to be here with you, Chris, Matt, everything. So thanks for having me.
All right.
And, next year, maybe we'll make it to the whole bottle, but
maybe next year I'll help a little bit more. This is the most whiskey I've had in a single night that I can remember, mainly because most of the time when I have this much whiskey, I don't remember. But
got a little bit of work to do in the morning, though. So
gotta be responsible. But thanks for tuning in, folks. We're gonna sign off. We'll be back on in about 6 a.m. local time for the Cocodona 250. For Matt Feldake, for Pete Mortimer, I'm Chris Warden. Have a good night.